Chapter 3476, The colossal sword seemed capable of splitting the world into two. This momentum was enough to frighten the spectators. Clank! Clank! CL Lank! The spectating disciples from firmaments unsheathed their sword and let their aura roam free. The area became engulfed by terrible sword energies. Both Skylight and Firmaments have brought their top leaders to deal with Wuxia. Is it happening? What should we do? Those harboring nefarious intents wondered about the correct course of action. These two sects have made it clear that they wouldn't let this go. The others naturally wouldn't either. Keep watching, maybe. An ancestor pondered. Most still didn't know how much force the two sects have brought, especially the number of ancestors. Thus, hesitation arose since they didn't wish to provoke nor oppose these behemoths. Alas, the temptation of the treasury was just too much. Some considered the risk to be acceptable. Wuxia, you have shown your cruelty by murdering 100,000 good men, nothing less of death should be the punishment. Blood for blood is the norm, but we're nothing less than reasonable. Surrender and a fair trial shall be granted. The national teacher spoke as if he was on the side of righteousness. Only new, naive cultivators would take him seriously, thinking that he was being merciful despite having an army killed by Wuxia. This was the style of a big country. It's a cat crying over a dead mouse. The older cultivators were too experienced for this. One snorted and said, they just want to capture and bring him back to keep the treasury and legacy. He made it sound so flowery. The naive ones immediately reacted and understood the situation. Older ginger is hotter indeed. This comment was aimed towards the older cultivators and the national teacher. This high-ranking official didn't bring up the treasury at all, only that Wuxia was a heinous villain while still wanting to give him a fair trial. This was killing two birds with one stone, burning admiration and the treasures. All feel nothing but rage and indignation for what you have done, murderer. Nonetheless, righteous sects like ours won't execute you right away. We'll give you a chance to defend yourself and state your case. Surrender and you might survive. Firmament sect master said seriously. He had the same tone as the national teacher. The two were clearly working together for three things: the imperial treasury, the legacy of the Phoenix, and even the Phoenix bloodline. Their justification trumped the ones earlier who talked about their right to the treasury. It was harder to refute since they took the moral high ground. I see. Wuxia chuckled and casually responded, I'm a heinous villain, so I don't need to defend myself or a trial, definitely not repenting either. Don't spew bullshit about justice, just say that you want the treasury in the Phoenix's legacy, it's right here. Come, they'll be yours if you're capable enough. His words were even more moving than his opponents. So there are treasures. Some members of the crowd shouted excitedly. That's right, Phoenix true feathers, Phoenix grand Dao, Phoenix eggs, which ones do you want? Wuxia leisurely said. See, I knew it. That area was really the nest of a phoenix containing its legacies. A furor broke out among the crowd. Eyes turned red once more. Any of the aforementioned treasures was priceless. The national teacher and firmament sect master's eyes flashed with a terrible glint as well. Though they were powerful and held important positions, they had never seen these phoenix treasures, let alone possessing some. That's why they were about to go crazy. Rumble. They raised their hands and the two armies immediately rushed towards Wuxia and surrounded him. A trial requires the presence of everyone else, Skylight and Firmaments alone can't give a fair trial. Someone immediately protested. He's right, your two sects alone can't be in charge of this. Other powers should have a say. One ancestor stepped up. Some of them got in the way of the two armies, whether on purpose or not. They weren't on Wuxia's side, it's just that once he was captured, trying to seize the treasures then would be next to impossible. Wuxia watched with a smile on his face, ready to see a fight between these sections. Move aside or face the consequences. Firmament sect master's eyes turned cold. Logic and reason trump all. One disciple from a big sect shouted, "Since you have been talking about a fair trial, you should follow your words. Let everyone have a say on Wuxia." "I agree, that's the only way for the trial to be just." Others chimed in, wanting to stop the two behemoths. In their opinion, Wuxia was completely helpless against these two armies and the rest of them. He had no chance of escaping the blockade. Kill them. The national master of Skylight was fierce and decided to attack without wasting words. Kill. Both Skylight and Firmaments began attacking the crowd. Ah! Laments of battle echoed across the field. The two armies were elite and quickly caught the crowd off guard. Numerous cultivators were massacred. Enough. A few ancestors became enraged and channeled their energy. Explosions detonated as the earth trembled. These ancestors were capable enough to resist the two armies. Thus, the fights became contested and bloodied even though they still didn't have the treasury yet. Greedy trash. Wuxia shook his head and smiled. No one paid attention to him right now due to the raging battle. Chapter 34-77, Heaven fell and the earth suffered from this battle, the celestials lost their shine. A storm of blood and corpses rained down the area. Heads rolled on the ground like pumpkins. The ancestors from the other side didn't relent against the experts of the two behemoths. They were willing to fight to the death. This wasn't only because of Wuxia and the treasures. It also pertained to dominion over the north. Currently, Yin Yang, Skylight and Firmaments were undoubtedly the strongest sections. Many others had conflicts or even small-scaled wars with them previously. This usually ended with the three being the victor. Today, the other powers have gathered together, quite a rare occurrence. Thus, this became a catalyst to an all-out battle due to past animosity. They were preoccupied and forgot about Wuxia. Thus, this left room for the cultivators who only wanted to spectate at the start. They had an opening to seize the treasury from Wuxia. Rumble. Loud blasts suddenly came from the horizon. A flood of steel suddenly emerged from the distance, enough to shock everyone including the busy combatants. They looked up and saw billowing dust emanating from a great army with unstoppable momentum. There might be 1,000,000 troops or so. It consisted of golem giants, some had a bright pulse around their body. Another was a mixed blood with a head seemingly made out of jade. The mighty army affected the land itself, not just the battlefield. Their vitality surged like a primordial flood, capable of engulfing the world. This naturally frightened the hell out of everyone. Their legs shuddered from just feeling the army's momentum and aura. The combatants on the battlefield stopped their deathmatch and backed off right away. Golems from Ancestral City. Some turned pale at this sight. Everyone finally got a good look at the power of Ancestral City and the golems. So powerful. Others took a deep breath. They finally realized that this was the stone forest belonging to Ancestral City. Gathering and fighting here meant not giving the golems any face. They're stronger than expected. Even the elite cultivators became nervous. This army could completely crush everyone right now. The armies of the three behemoths couldn't come close to stopping it. Skylight and Firmament's members became afraid, realizing that a direct confrontation was foolish. Ancestral City had two Dao lords before and kept a low profile compared to the prominent Yin Yang Gate. This often misled people on its power, thinking that it was inferior to Yin Yang Gate or even Skylight. This certainly didn't look like it was the case right now. Neigh Dash, a warhorse neighed with an impressive presence. A cavalry led the way for this army. Postone Saintess. People recognized the leader. She looked both kingdom-toppling and heroic, not inferior to any general. The duality of femininity and masculinity made her irresistibly enchanting. Everyone held their breath as she led the army of the golems to battle. Ancestral City is not a place to settle your personal feuds, nor is it a ground for killing. She glared at the outsiders and coldly uttered, "All armies, immediately leave the city's limits." She was as direct as can be, leaving no room for questioning. Everyone exchanged glances first before staring at Wuxia. The duck was already cooked, so they didn't want to miss the feast. Alas, it was abundantly clear that this army from Ancestral was unstoppable. This brutal butcher slaughtered 100,000 men from our 3 sections. The national teacher of Skylight pointed at Wuxia and said, "Let us bring him and we'll leave right away, we'll apologize in the future. The young master is our esteemed guest. Don't even think about it while being in our territory." The saintess refused right away. Her firm response and strong attitude naturally surprised the crowd. "Saintess, our sects are in-laws. We should stand together when dealing with enemies and ridding the world of evil." An ancestor finally showed up from Yin Yang's camp. He carried more weight than most due to his position at Yin Yang Gate. "Elder Jun." The saintess replied, "Since you have brought this up, I'll formally announce that the marriage pact between Yin Yang and Ancestral is now annulled." "What?" Everyone clamored after hearing this, thinking that they have misheard. "How sudden, this doesn't make any sense." Confusion struck the mass. Even the ancestor from Yin Yang became stunned. A formal marriage pact between 2 sects was a big deal, especially this particular one. Making the wrong moves here might result in deep animosity and long-lasting wars. This was unwise because a war between 2 behemoths was calamitous. What's going on? A disagreement shouldn't be enough to tear the pact. A knowledgeable ancestor in the audience wondered. He knew that in the past, Ancestral City had 2 separate factions on this matter. The objectors said that their sect didn't need to resort to a marriage alliance to consolidate their status. As for the supporters, they wanted a powerful bloodline. 2 bloodlines together could give birth to something even more incredible. Initially, this alliance was a failure. Alas, Pullstone Saintess ancestors from her own clan pushed for it hard enough. That's why her decision today shocked everyone. "Saintess, is this your decision or Ancestral's? It's not a matter you can decide on your own." The Yin Yang ancestor asked. If she was being impulsive right now, Yin Yang Gate could still forget this. "Both," she said decisively. Her unfriendly tone meant that Ancestral City wanted to separate themselves from Yin Yang Gate. This wasn't just a simple annulment. "I need to see Elder Shi," the ancestor demanded. "No need." An ancient voice answered him, "This is the end to the marriage agreement. Young Lord Bai can come and we'll give him an appropriate answer." "Ancestor Lu." Others cried out. He was another influential ancestor from Ancestral. Chapter 3478, Ancestor Lu might not be the most powerful in Ancestral City, but he was quite influential. Thus, his direct denial of the marriage pact took the crowd like a storm. Earlier, the saintess comment could be considered the hot-headed temperament of a woman. It would only lead to minor disharmony between the 2 sections. After all, a junior had no say in something so important. Now, it became more than just empty talk when it came from Ancestor Lu. This meant a complete disregard for face. Any friendly relationship between the 2 sects was finished from this point onward. This happened too quickly for the crowd to react. It was especially hard for Yin Yang Gate because Ancestral City showed no signs of it previously. What is Ancestral doing? Maybe the non-supporters have taken charge. Many ancestors quietly discussed this matter. They have heard about the 2 sides previously. Perhaps Ancestor Lu's faction has taken charge and made this decision. "Elder Lu, this is a matter of utmost importance. Please think about it first," the ancestor from Yin Yang said. This ancestor was confused because he had met Ancestor Shi just several days ago. Elder Shi was a supporter of this marriage alliance and he was still in charge. Moreover, He hasn't heard of any political changes in Ancestral recently. Elder Shi and his faction shouldn't have lost authority. Therefore, why the sudden change of mind? He couldn't come up with a reason. This is a unanimous decision of Ancestral City after considerable deliberation. Elder Lu answered with a solemn expression, "We are no longer friends, let alone allies." This stirred the crowd more than the previous statement. Breaking the marriage pact was one thing because not all ancestors there supported this. The other faction had plenty of support. But now, the latter sentence was much harsher and carried more gravity. Previously, the two sects were still friends for many eras despite not having a marriage alliance. What was Ancestral City up to now? A declaration of war in the future? One neutral ancestor took a deep breath. Not necessarily. His wise friend whispered, "I just think they want to sever all ties with Yin Yang." Many felt this way when the saintess revealed her stance. Elder Lu's confirmation made them confident in this speculation. But why? What would make Ancestral City turn from Yin Yang Gate? Such an extreme decision. One listener wondered. Ancestral City kept to itself but still maintained a cordial relationship with the major powers in the north. This change of attitude could include Skylight and Firmaments as well. "Elder Lu, I want to see Elder Shi," the ancestor from Yin Yang demanded. The marriage alliance was one thing, but this was one step short from embarking on a path of no return. "You may see him whenever. He's right in the city." Ancestor Lu spoke with a calm demeanor, a sign of absolute confidence in their choice. "Okay, leave if you have no business here." Pullstone Saintess then told the rest. A hush fell over the scene. Many glanced over at Wuxia, the target of their mobilization. They naturally didn't want to leave without the Imperial Treasury. "What about Wuxia?" a hidden crowd member asked. "The young master is our city's esteemed guest." Pullstone responded. Esteemed guest. This is clearly the case of a wine lover's heart not being in the cup. You only want to monopolize his Imperial Treasury. Another hidden speaker said. The crowd traveled far just for Wuxia. Now, they were annoyed that Ancestral City would take him away. Just be straight about wanting the treasury, don't act so righteous. Someone else added. They might not dare to fight Ancestral City's army but also didn't want to give up so easily. No one can accept this. Another purposely instigated. The ancestor from Yin Yang cleared his throat and declared, Wuxia is a heinous murderer. Our three sects wish to try him along with the rest of the world. That's right, Ancestral City can't keep him. Skylight National Teacher added. I agree. Firmament Sect Master said. All three behemoths were on the same side now, clearly having reached an agreement. Yin Yang Gate, in particular, was more pressed to not let Ancestral City have the Imperial Treasury after this conflict. Ancestral was already strong enough. If they were to get the treasury, it wouldn't be long until they became unstoppable in the north. Thus, the situation became quite interesting. The other side had just fought a bloody battle over the treasury. Now, they decided to team up to capture Wuxia again. The other sects realized that the behemoths were using them but they didn't mind at this point. It would be all over if Wuxia were to leave with Ancestral. Both the Imperial Treasury and the Phoenix's legacies would be gone. We support Yin Yang Gate. Wuxia's trial should be open to the public. Ancestral City can't just take him away. An ancestor from a big power said. Right, this has to be the way to go, a public trial. Others chimed in. They had no chance to fight against Ancestral City alone. However, all of them combined could do so since Ancestral City might not risk offending everyone else. What if I want to go with Ancestral City? Wuxia smiled. No. An ancestor immediately shouted, this is no longer up to you. We demand justice for the death of our disciple. The Yin Yang ancestor shouted. 1. Idiom meaning having an ulterior motive, to have other things in mind, a drinker not really interested in alcohol. Chapter 3479, The Yin-Yang ancestor only wanted to find a reason to stop Ancestral City from taking Wuxia. That development would be as bad as it could get for them. Ancestral would become superior afterward. No other sect in the north could take Ancestral, not even them. He must stay behind to pay for his crimes. The national teacher from Skylight shouted. Ancestral can't just take a murderer away. Everyone used this reason to stand alongside Yin-Yang. They thought that they had the perfect excuse, trialing a murderer instead of focusing on the treasury. Ancestral shouldn't cover up for him. That's going against justice and the rest of the world. Another ancestor used this opportunity to accuse Ancestral. Yes, protecting him is akin to opposing everyone else, that's not acceptable in the north. The crowd became agitated and assumed the role of justice. Loud complaints echoed across the field in order to stop Ancestral from bringing Wuxia away. So what? Today, those who oppose the young master will become our enemies. Shi Qingjian looked straight at the crowd and declared. She spoke with confidence and determination. Everyone felt as if her words were knives pricking their heart. They took a deep breath to calm down. She raised her hand and the army of Ancestral immediately prepared battle formations. Their battle intent could sweep through 8 desolaces, rendering others breathless. No mercy for those who stand in our way. She became domineering, ready to kill. The scene became quiet right away. The shouters earlier closed their mouth and exchanged glances. Though they were vocal with their complaints earlier, no one wanted to make a move after seeing the army of Ancestral. It would be foolish to be the vanguards and cannon fodders right now. Who would be dumb enough to rush forward first and die? They needed to wait for the 3 behemoths on their side to make a move first. Miss Shi, are you adamant in opposing us? The Yin-Yang ancestor's expression darkened. Don't make me repeat myself. Shi Qingjian replied. It became abundantly clear that Ancestral City was firmly on Wuxia's side. It didn't matter who they would antagonize in the process. This is the will of Ancestral City or yours? Firmament Sect Master asked. Qingjian is in charge of Ancestral now. Her decision is the sect's decision. Ancestor Lu revealed. The crowd became astounded, especially the members of Yin-Yang Gate. This was way too early for her to be in charge. Sure, she was a brilliant genius not inferior to Skylight Princess. However, Ancestral City had plenty of powerful ancestors. In terms of seniority in cultivation, it simply wasn't her turn. Moreover, the city didn't have any intention of doing so anytime soon. Why did this happen overnight? This made it tougher for Yin-Yang Gate as well. If other ancestors were in charge, perhaps the 2 sects could still reconcile. With her in charge, not even an opportunity would arise. By this point, everyone understood that the marriage annulment was her decision because she was in charge now. Miss Shi, why do you want to be our enemies? Ancestral has a great army but so do we, and they're here now. The ancestor from Yin-Yang said. If Ancestral won't back down, Skylight will stand with Yin-Yang. Our army will come as well. Skylight National Teacher added. Firmament Sect Master hesitated for a bit before speaking. Everyone needs to work together for the sake of justice. Firmaments does not wish to fight, but in order to destroy the villain named Wuxia and avenge our fallen disciples, we will mobilize our army. These 2 powers have chosen Yin-Yang's side. However, Firmament Sect Master spoke with some leeway and more finesse. After all, firmaments came from Ancestral City and it mainly consisted of golems. Thus, it was ridiculous for it to attack Ancestral City. The rest of their race would spurn them for doing so. Therefore, he focused on Wuxia and the vengeance aspect. It became more understandable and reasonable. They didn't wish to fight and disrespect Ancestral but had no other choice. No one could criticize a sect for wanting to avenge their disciples. Of course, this sect master had an even more sinister plan outside of the treasures and legacies. In the case of an actual war, the fall of Ancestral City meant that the golems would lose their leader. At that point, they could take that spot instead and replace Ancestral City. They would have supremacy over the golems for generations to come. This was worth any risk and effort. I agree to help Yin Yang Gate for the sake of justice. Another ancestor took the opportunity to join. My sect's army will come whenever. Everyone is responsible for slaying evil. Count our clan in. The first elder of a clan said. That's right, we won't just sit idly by. The rest of the crowd seemed eager to help. They were ready to surround and attack Ancestral City at this point. This was a considerable threat because this alliance was mighty. Ancestral City might actually fall against the rest of the North. Ancestral, rethink this, are you ready to fight against the coalition of justice? The Yin Yang ancestor threatened. Everyone stared at Qin Jian because her next move could decide the fate of Ancestral City. Miss Shi, hand over Li Chia, and no trouble will come to your sect. Firmament sect master persuaded. My answer is, come, bring as many men as you like. She didn't relent in the slightest. Chapter 3480, Facing the rest of the world was a serious matter even for the strongest ancestors. However, a junior like Shi Qingjian still made this decision in a domineering and fearless manner. Then wait for the destruction of your sect. The myriad heroes of the world will come and siege Ancestral City. Nothing will be left here but ashes, one crowd member bellowed. However, he couldn't finish due to a massive detonation. The ground trembled violently in the north. A majestic power rushed up from underground with a boundless life force towards all 8 directions. Everyone could sense a colossal being awakening. The turning of this lord's body could crush the realms. A mountain not far from the city suddenly shifted. The trees and terrains nearby were destroyed in the process. Debris and dust covered the sky while boulders rolled chaotically. After everything settled, they saw a golem with half of his body still buried underground. Rumble. More earthquakes happened as he slowly climbed up. Once he got on his feet, he stood among the clouds. Boom. His terrible power shocked the firmaments and the cosmos before smashing back down onto the north. All the clouds in the region were swept away. Other slumbering existences woke up as a result, in the depths of Yin Yang Gate, in the ancestral hall of skylight, and the mountain of firmaments. These big shots in the north had a serious expression, even the invincible heavenly sovereigns. Those actually aware of his identity exercised extreme prudence. Back in Ancestral City in an old restaurant, an old man sitting by the counter also opened his eyes once before dozing off again. Humph. The golem's scowl sent the world into a state of chaos. He opened his eyes and gazed at the crowd outside of the stone forest. They looked like 2 blinding suns sending rays down on the mass. The majority couldn't withstand the pressure from the great being. The weaker cultivators dropped to their knees but since they were scared out of their minds. The gaze, in particular, affected even the toughest ones. I've never said anything about destroying Ancestral. A few lost their courage and expressed their innocence. Their fear was warranted since they felt like ants before this gigantic golem. A pseudo-atavistic forefather, an ancestor murmured in fear. The ones near him became shaken after hearing this. These forefathers were immensely mighty. The realm of heavenly sovereign was only the starting point for them. Even a fool could tell how powerful he was judging by his aura and divinity. The reason for his awakening was obvious: people were threatening Ancestral City. The Su clan has no intention of disrespecting Ancestral City. Very few people could stand straight right now, let alone looking straight at the forefather. Myriad Mountain sect will leave right now. Other sects started changing their stance. We'll leave right now. Us too, Just this forefather alone could annihilate the coalition army, no need for Ancestral City to actually do anything. Numbers no longer mattered here. Sect started retreating without uttering any more nonsense. They fled and disappeared into the horizon. The forefather only glared at them for a bit before closing his eyes, returning into hibernation. The top-ranking members of Skylight, Firmaments, and Yin Yang weren't fully intimidated. They only had a pale expression and relative dread. They knew that the coalition army was only a useless mob against a golem forefather. It was impossible for them to take Li Qie away now. Just one palm strike from him could flatten their side. If they wanted to fight Ancestral, they needed their ancient ancestors to come as well. Any less would be suicidal. Some of them thought about the takeover from Pullstone Saintess. Perhaps she had garnered the support of a forefather. That's the only possibility. Do we need a send-off party? Shi Qingjian glared at the ancestor from Yin Yang Gate. The coalition had no choice because they weren't qualified to handle the situation any longer. Reinforcement was necessary, especially their ancient ancestors. Let's go. They left the city limits in dejection, no longer possessing the same morale as before. The ones who shouted the loudest earlier about capturing Li Qie for the sake of justice were the first to flee. The great coalition army scattered like birds and beasts in the blink of an eye. This was a wake-up call to the city's true power. Some neutral spectators looked up at the forefather. He no longer had the same oppressive aura during his slumber state. However, they still felt a great sense of reverence, especially the golems. The latter had an innate respect for these great beings. Thus, they started bowing and worshipping the forefather. On the other hand, Li Qie only gave him a glance. "Young master, I thought you were dead for sure. It's good that the Saintess brought reinforcement." Shi Wawa ran over and excitedly told him. Shi Qingjian jumped down from her warhorse and walked to Li Qie's front. She bowed her head and said, "Welcome back to the city, young master. We are ready for your orders." Chapter 3481, Welcome to Ancestral City, young master. The great army of the city bowed towards him, resulting in a magnificent scene akin to the coming of a king. Anyone would feel as if they were basking in a historical event as their ambition for power increased. Who wouldn't want to have an army kneel before them? They would feel invincible during this event. The spectators couldn't believe this either. It was a rare scene to see an army of 1,000,000 kneeling down to one man. What is Ancestral doing? Some didn't understand. No one in the north could enjoy this welcoming ceremony, not even the forefathers of the important sections. This grand ceremony exceeded all others, perhaps the highest showing of respect possible. This Li Qie deserves this treatment. People became jealous, especially the younger cultivators. How can he be so lucky? Loved by women everywhere he goes, the heaven is really blind. One of them indignantly complained. First was the maiden, now the saintess. The latter was a more serious case since she tore apart her marriage agreement with Bai Jianchan and made an army bow to him. This whole thing felt surreal and unimaginable. Why does the saintess want to plead her loyalty? He can't be that strong. Another said bitterly. Can't be stronger than young Lord Bai for sure, humph. Another peer snorted. They attributed his success to luck while glaring at him with eyes brimming with jealousy. Gotta do as the golems do, I suppose. Li Qie casually shrugged and accepted the ceremony. Shi Qingjian helped him up a carriage while the army roared loud enough to cause an echo across the land. Thus, Li Qie was escorted into the city by the Saintess and the great golem army. Many spectators saw this along the way and smacked their lips. One said, I don't think even a golem forefather enjoys this level of treatment. Those who wanted to capture Li Qie gave up right away because he was as safe as can be. They didn't want to die so early. Li Qie didn't go around the city for sightseeing, choosing a place to stay right away instead. The city prepared the best possible room and accommodations for him. Of course, he didn't really care either way. He told everyone to leave and sealed the area. His time was better spent focusing on figuring the background of this item. Shi Qingjian's group didn't know why he wanted to go into isolation first thing. Nonetheless, they didn't let anyone bother him. They also commanded their best disciples to guard his location. Meanwhile, the city was busy talking about this matter with a focus on Shi Qingjian's decision. Did you hear? A silver Caparase cultivator won the favor of both Dragon Phoenix Maiden and Pullstone Saintess. How? A jealous youth said. Leaving his cultivation aside, he still has his incredible Phoenix bloodline, so he'll definitely be desirable. An older cultivator knew how precious this bloodline was. He is indeed special because of this bloodline. An ancestor who didn't like Li Qie still admitted, why did Ancestral City agree to the marriage pact? It's for the sake of a better bloodline. Two excellent bloodlines together will give birth to amazing offsprings. Among these bloodlines, Draconic and Phoenix bloodlines are definitely priceless. Well, isn't his bloodline extremely thin? A few youths still wanted to put down Li Qie. A thin bloodline can still pass down to his descendant. If it's pure enough, the chance is quite high. A logical ancestor explained, however, judging by his fire control back in the domain, his bloodline can't be that thin. It should be thick and pure since he was able to reach the last area of fire domain. How can it be impure in the slightest? A pure Phoenix bloodline, insanity. A high elder added, it should be more valuable than young Lord Bai's dual inborn talents then. It's way rarer, maybe once in a million years if we're lucky. Don't compare that Li Gai to young Lord Bai who will become a Dao Lord eventually. A supporter of Bai Jianchan retorted. This group thought that it was ridiculous bringing the two up in the same sentence. It makes sense for the Saintess to nullify the pact. A clan elder had great insight. Unlike the young ones blinded by jealousy, she didn't agree to it in the first place, so her action is understandable after taking over. Plus, what was the point of the engagement? Wasn't it for a greater bloodline? So now, if they can recruit Li Qie, the supporters of the previous engagement will more than welcome it. It's not just the bloodline. A big shot smiled and shook his head. Don't forget, Li Qie obtained the imperial treasury and the legacies of the Phoenix as well. He's a walking treasury right now, as rich as can be. No other sect or power in the north can match him. That's true. The old foxes agreed. One of them said, she'll get more in the future by marrying Li Qie. This is a win-win scenario. Li Qie requires Ancestral's protection while they require his wealth. Seems like Ancestral will take charge in the north in the next generation, maybe all of West King. Many big shots nodded in agreement. What Li Qie had would truly boost Ancestral to an unprecedented height. If they were to choose, they would choose Li Qie as well. The engagement with Yin Yang Gate was no longer necessary. In reality, these speculators lacked information from the start. Ancestral did break up with Yin Yang because of Li Qie. However, it had nothing to do with the non-existent bloodline or his treasures. Ancestral's choice was far more serious, an existential one. They needed to make it clear that they had nothing to do with Yin Yang. Otherwise, they might get dragged down into the mud. This could lead to the destruction of their city or worse, the extinction of their race. That's why some forefathers woke up and gave authority to Shi Qingjian. Are you saying that the Saintess will marry Li Qie? He doesn't deserve her. Chapter 3482, People had different speculations and feelings regarding Li Qie's entry to Ancestral. Some spread nonsensical gossip as well. Nonetheless, the fact was that Li Qie was an esteemed guest of Ancestral. Moreover, most knew that it became virtually impossible to capture him at this point. The city had numerous ancestors and experts at the ready. Some have come up with plans and methods only to give up in the end. The other powers eventually retreated from the city altogether, albeit unwillingly. After all, the closer they were, the more likely they could take advantage of the situation or even capture him. The issue was that Ancestral had increased its vigilance. The patrols became more numerous, not to mention the mobilized army. Then the most important reason, their awakened forefathers. The Saintess demanded everyone to leave. It was wise to heed her warning given the circumstances. For those daring to disobey at first, they quickly changed their tune the moment they looked up and saw the towering forefather. Even if they were lucky enough to stay around, provoking Ancestral might result in a palm strike from this forefather. That's enough to render their army to flesh pulps. That's why none wanted to take the risk. The best they could do was return to their sect and let their ancestors sneak into Ancestral. This was the case for the three behemoths as well. They didn't dare to antagonize Ancestral any further given the circumstances and also withdrew their troops. When will Yin Yang Gate make an announcement? Someone quietly said. In order to break the current deadlock, everyone knew that Yin Yang Gate must take charge. It was the only sect with ample power to oppose Ancestral City. Plus, even if others had enough military forces, they didn't have a reason to declare war. This wasn't the case for Yin Yang. Ancestral City broke the marriage pact and the alliance. Therefore, Yin Yang was justified in demanding an answer. They couldn't let go of this issue as well since it was humiliating and detrimental to their interest. They needed to make an example out of this in order to maintain their prestige in the north. Clank. Today, a sword hymn emanating from firmaments echoed across the region. A pillar of sword beam reached the deep azure and became as bright as 10 suns. Clank. 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 The millions and millions of swords in the north hymned in harmony, whether they be hanging on their master's waist or hidden in the storages. Everyone could feel rippling sword waves as a visual phenomenon emerged above, a divine sword emitting terrible energy slashes. One slash alone could sever the 6 Tao. So strong. The experts noticed this and shuddered, the more cowardly type felt their legs trembling. Who is this? Just the sword aura alone made people think as if they were being decapitated. Blaze Blade, heavenly sovereign of firmaments. The news of this existence spread. Meanwhile, a cut from a sword technique split the sky apart above Firmament's gate. Who is that? The young ones had no idea. What? Is he not dead? The few ancestors knew about him and took a deep breath. One of them continued, how is he still around? His sword Tao burned back then, no chance of surviving that. They thought that they had misheard due to the rumors about the sovereign's death. That's why his appearance right now startled them. He didn't die. Someone got information from firmaments. The sect was purposely releasing this piece of news. The sovereign tried to reach a greater height back then, leading to the burning of his sword Tao. He didn't die from that, only needing to be in a final cultivation session. He probably broke through it to be here now. The sovereign was frightening enough, how strong would he be after another breakthrough? An ancestor became afraid. Maybe the strongest sword user in West King. His friend, a high elder from a clan, replied. A junior asked for more elaboration, I never heard of him before. The oldest ancient ancestor of firmaments. The high elder elaborated, Blaze Blade heavenly sovereign is the disciple of that sect's patriarch. He has incredible sword comprehension and earned continuous praises from Firmament's heavenly sovereign. He swept through his peers during his youth with his sword Tao. Later on, because of his status, he rarely fought any longer. Nonetheless, people still thought that he was the strongest sword user in the north back then. That strong. The youth was impressed. His appearance at this crucial moment was no coincidence. People couldn't help glancing at the gigantic golem. However, the golem forefather still closed his eyes, not affected by the rampaging sword energy. It seemed as if he was a silent guardian of Ancestral and would only retaliate against actual attackers. Does Firmaments want to attack Ancestral? They are so closely related, and firmaments has always been respectful before. They even listened to ancestrals' commands many times in the past. Another cultivator found this hard to believe. The city was considered the ancestral ground to the golems, and firmaments was a golem sect. It became hard to know whether the sovereign came out in support of ancestral or otherwise. Both possibilities were plausible. Nothing lasts forever, self-interests trump all. The High Elder put on a serious expression and continued, the Imperial Treasury and the Phoenix's legacies are worth the risk. These things can elevate someone to a greater height. More than that. The ancestor smiled mysteriously and said, there's another matter, firmaments might want to replace ancestral as well. No one wants to be inferior forever. The group quietly pondered. Yes, this would be the best opportunity for firmaments to rise up. Ancestral's reputation and role have been untouchable for the golems in history. Firmaments had no chance to change this. They might risk criticism and scorn with any attempt. This was no longer the case. Ancestral chose to become everyone's enemy. Plus, it had a good chance of winning because of Yin-Yang Gate. Chapter 3483, The emergence of Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign caused a stir. Most thought that he was aiming his sword at Ancestral City. However, no reaction nor message came from the latter's side. A powerful aura came next, this time emanating from a grand temple in Skylight. The royal energy also tore apart the sky just like the sword energy of the sovereign. It spread across the realm in a rather soundless fashion. Normal people didn't notice this at first. Once it became obvious, the aura was already thick and ever-present, engulfing all inhabitants in the north. It wasn't oppressive or frightening, only containing a strange sense of authority and prestige. This feeling permeated bone deep, as if an emperor stood before them, one capable enough to convince the rest of the world. The big shots stared towards that direction. Those in the know shuddered since it came from that one temple. According to the rumors, this temple was off-limit to most. Only the King of Skylight and a few ancestors had permission to enter. Inside were numerous sleeping ancestors at the heavenly sovereign realm. This was the reason why Skylight was such a big threat. No one really knew how many ancestors they had slumbering inside. An ancestor in that temple just woke up. This became obvious to most people. It must have been an important one too in order to have a visual phenomenon like that. Ra. The majority was still thinking about which ancestor it was. Suddenly, a dragon roar assaulted the sky and wouldn't dissipate for a long time. Boom! A draconic aura could sweep the mountains and flip the oceans over. It came from the temple as well. The current of the rivers in the region started reversing, the trees in the forest collapsed. So strong too. The weaker cultivators couldn't stand because of this draconic sound wave. Save me. Some of them were swept off their feet and got blown up into the air. Boom. The royal energy earlier was blown away next. Sunlight returned to the north, only there was an azure dragon with shining scales up above. The shimmers from the scale had a cold touch. It was a 5-clawed dragon, capable of untold destruction. Everyone else felt insignificant compared to this creature. Skylight true dragon art. An ancestor gasped at this sight. Another powerful cultivator murmured afterward, from what I know, there is only one person in Skylight who had mastered this art. Azure Dragon King. A big shot finished the line. He should be called Azure Dragon Ancient Ancestor or Ancient King now. He has abdicated many eras ago, now he's the strongest ancestor there. An old ancestor said. Another influential ancient ancestor is out now. That's the ace card of Skylight. Another commenter said. He was the most excellent king in Skylight outside of their Tao Lord. The country prospered under his leadership with more territories acquired. He ruled for 3 generations before passing it down to a new successor. He then spent his days in the Grand Temple. Nonetheless, whenever something important or contested happened, the current king would enter the Grand Temple and ask him for guidance. Thus, though he was retired, he was still controlling the direction of Skylight. He hasn't shown up for a long time until now, to everyone's astonishment. The ancient king is a great genius who managed to cultivate their special art, not inferior to Bai Jianchan by much. One expert said. Is that dragon art that amazing? A junior asked. Very few people have heard of the Skylight true dragon art. This included the disciples from Skylight. Any ancestor would have a serious expression after hearing the name of this art. One of them said, it's extremely strong, not just a simple heaven-level one. Some believe that it's the strongest art left behind by Skylight Tao Lord. According to the legends, he watched a true dragon and became enlightened enough to create it. A true dragon? The group became startled. This art was the strongest and hardest to cultivate in Skylight. Few managed to do so after their Tao Lord. There were variations of this legend. Some said that the Tao Lord saw a true dragon. However, some researchers, later on, stated that it was only the remains of one. He learned and understood the innate talents of a true dragon by studying its bones before creating the art. He left it behind in Skylight, but his future descendants couldn't understand it. The talent requirement was absurdly high. Many people took a look and didn't comprehend anything, even those labeled as geniuses. Thus, the ancient king's success in this endeavor was indicative of his talents. That's why the ancestor earlier said that he wasn't far off from Bai Jianchan. Firmament's blaze blade heavenly sovereign and Skylight's azure dragon ancient king. It's a war. People shuddered after seeing the dragon and sword in the sky. They're not messing around. The Saintess caused a lot of trouble this time. One observer said. These beings normally never showed up unless something pivotal was happening to their sect. A war against Ancestral City could be a reason. It seemed like peace was unlikely between the parties. The coalition armies of Yin Yang, Skylight, and Firmaments aren't enough to take down the city even if they muster every man from their territories. In order to win, they need powerful ancient ancestors there. Regular troops can't do anything. An ancestor glanced at the massive golem and said. Millions and millions of troops still couldn't kill that golem forefather. They needed equivalent cultivators. For example, Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign and Azure Dragon Ancient King. Chapter 3484, Two big-shot ancestors came out at the same time, a truly shocking matter for the North. It has been a while since the last exciting event. What about Yin Yang Gate? Many turned towards the third sect. Everyone knew that Yin Yang must be the one to take charge in the offense. It wasn't only due to their power and influence, allowing them to keep their allies honest. Most importantly, they had the best reason to siege the city. For example, if Skylight was in charge, Firmaments might not fully listen to them. Only Yin Yang Gate fulfilled all the requirements. Will Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang come out too? Someone looked over towards the direction of this sect. The tone of those speaking about him was one of prudence and respect. This ancient ancestor was different from the others since he was comparable to a Tao Lord. It has been eras since his previous appearance, this will go down in history. A younger ancestor commented. Impossible, the last time he came out was to train a Tao Lord. He stopped showing up after returning from the Forbidden Zone. His peer quietly said. Very few ancient ancestors in the north could compare to Chan Yang. He even trained one of their Tao Lords, ancient Zen Tao Lord. This was indicative of his ability and status. Wait, he went to the Forbidden Zone. A younger cultivator hasn't heard about this matter. Yes, according to the rumors, he's one of the few survivors after going there. His trip caused quite a stir back then. A high elder said with a serious expression. That's so heaven-defying. A fearless young genius became shaken. That's why people in the north view him so highly. The elder added. Because of this, the young ones in the group no longer ran their mouth and put on a dignified expression. Previously, they knew that he was strong but didn't have a full gauge. This was no longer the case after finding out about his trip to the Forbidden Zone. Buzz, as people were talking about this issue, a quiet sound began spreading into their ears. They felt a spatial ripple as if a supreme being had flapped its wings. This was enough to create a widespread fluctuation. Each buzz seemed to be dissecting the world, akin to the primordial rays shining on the world during its chaos stage. Look, Yin-Yang Gate at last. A keen observer could see through the long distance. Yin-Yang was now surrounded by chaos energy with a yin-yang touch. Rays emerged from this expanse and created the primordial world, a new beginning for all. Rumble. The ground shook violently. Something deep underground seemed to be turning, ready to get back on the surface. The yin-yang chaos expanse surrounding the sect started churning. Something inside wanted to come out. However, no one could see through the expanse to see the scene within. Explosions continuously sounded with blossoming rays. This would make people think of invincible masters coming out of their hibernation coffin. Powerful auras still managed to seep through the yin-yang expanse and started ravaging the area nearby. People were horrified by their sheer destructive capability. Which ancestors are coming out from there? The experts of the north knew that powerful cultivators were awakening. Definitely the impressive ones, they're coming out of hibernation. Most were shaken by the auras. For a mighty lineage like yin-yang, ordinary ancestors weren't qualified to hibernate. The weaker ones would follow the normal aging process. Only the top ones were preserved in this manner. Several auras could be sensed, a sign of multiple ancestors coming out. Though they didn't make it public like Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign and Azure Dragon Ancient King, this still showed their determination. As the crowd was preoccupied with shock and guesses, a group of men rushed out of Yin-Yang Gate with an incredible speed. They traveled without any fanfare or did they show off their strength. It didn't take long before they made it to Ancestral City. They didn't enter and chose to wait outside instead to avoid any confrontation. Perhaps this was an attempt to reconcile. Bai Jianchan is there. People figured this out and received another breaking news. Bai Jianchan wishes to see the ancestors of Ancestral. Who knows where this piece of information came from? Yin-Yang Gate itself might have spread it. On that day, Bai Jianchan's request letter was brought to Ancestral. This showed civility and propriety. Peaceful measures before using force. An ancestor from a neutral party understood their intention. It'll be fun with young Lord Bai there. The younger crowd couldn't contain their excitement and started discussing. We'll be able to see his supreme appearance, this might be the biggest harvest. Our trip wasn't wasted. The girls went crazy after hearing this. I'm satisfied just to see him, or maybe I'll be able to speak with him for a bit. That's all I ask for in life. One girl became silly, completely infatuated. He's a dragon among men, I was fortunate enough to meet him once and can't forget his handsome face. A girl who had met him before revealed. I don't ask for much, just one passionate night with him, some started fantasizing. Their male friends were annoyed but couldn't do anything. Even the most talented youth paled in comparison. They couldn't keep their head up in his presence. Bai Jianchan was just too exceptional and could be considered the number one genius of the North. 1. Changing Zhen Yang to Chan Yang and assuming that it is a name instead of a title. Both are acceptable translations but doing this for consistency. Chapter 426 for a refresh. Chapter 3485, People couldn't help singing praises whenever Bai Jianchan was brought up. Even the most prideful genius admitted inferiority. He was the young lord of Yin-Yang Gate but some believed that he had taken over several years ago. However, dealing with administration wasn't his thing since he focused solely on comprehending the Tao. Nonetheless, he was no different than their sect master. All the disciples listened to him. He also made decisions on important matters. The only thing lacking was an official title. Not only was he talented, but his cultivation was also considered the best among the young generation. He has traveled the world recently and competed against other rivals. At the start, many geniuses thought that he was too arrogant. They came to challenge him and eventually became convinced by his skills after losing. Losing was something foreign to him. In fact, even some ancestors have competed against him before with regard to the Tao. They also thought highly of his comprehension and talents. There's no doubt that young Lord Bai will become a Tao Lord in the future given his talents. People often heard this about Bai Jianchan, especially from those who have lost to him. He had two innate gifts, true fate and Tao physique. Everyone in the north knew this. Moreover, there was a rumor that his talents allowed him to meet the slumbering heavenly sovereign Chan Yang. For millions of years, Yin Yang had produced plenty of geniuses but only a selected few were lucky enough to see the sovereign. One of them was the young ancient Zen Tao Lord. Now, it was Bai Jianchan's turn. Most importantly, the sovereign thought highly of him and taught him a physique art from the ancient era, allowing him to obtain an immortal physique. This caused a huge wave across the northern West King. Though the sovereign didn't personally train Bai Jianchan, just giving him that art carried plenty of significance. Thus, most believed that he would be the second Tao Lord under the tutelage and protection of the sovereign. This greatly increased his probability of becoming a Tao Lord. He didn't let people down nor did he waste the precious resources of Yin Yang. He reached the sacred level at such an early age, the youngest in the north. Bai Jianchan is here in person. Ancestral City was in a furor. This was indicative of Bai Jianchan's charisma and fame. This has to be a call for peace, right? Yin Yang Gate is keeping such a low profile. People noticed that Yin Yang was acting differently than Skylight and Firmaments with their ancient ancestors. It has to be about the engagement. This became the next speculation. What drug did the saintess take to like someone so average like Li Chia? He doesn't deserve to carry young Lord Bai's shoes. His fan scowled and said. True, I rather become the young lord's concubine than marry that Li guy. Many beauties shared this thought. Being Jianchan's concubine was more than enough for many of them. Buzz. During sunrise today, Chaos and Yin Yang opened the way for a portal right outside of Ancestral. Images of deities making mudras and chanting mantras could be seen. This paved a golden path capable of reaching the firmaments. It looked supreme after being blessed by the deities. Finishing this road could lead to the ultimate ascension. A youth walked on this path, enjoying the blessings and empowerments of the deities. He exuded immense divinity in a unique aura, seemingly the one chosen by heaven. Handsome, bright eyes, sharp brows, heroic. Each of his actions appeared transcending, above anyone else in 8 decilaces. He garnered attention wherever he went regardless of what he was doing, always the one in the spotlight. Young Lord Bai. The spectators shouted. The girls were affected the most. Their background no longer mattered, all were mesmerized by him. I love you. One noble daughter actually screamed in public. He's so handsome, I can't believe it. Most got closer in order to win his attention, shooting him gazes of love. Chosen by the heaven. Chosen by the heaven. The crowd consisting of mostly women loudly cheered. I'm so happy to see him. As handsome as the rumors. A girl from a big sect had hearts in her eyes. The men were annoyed but they still came to greet him. He took his time entering the city and smiled at the crowd, nodding at various people. His style was charismatic and elegant, especially due to the divine blessings earlier. People felt that he was peerless and supreme. He smiled at me, he actually smiled at me. The girls started screaming more, their soul nearly left their body. He smiled at me too. I'm about to faint, hold me. A noble lady couldn't stop shouting in excitement. His path was completely filled with people since they wanted to see him in person. The girls were pushing and taking big risks in order to get closer to him. He didn't meet the ancestors right away and chose to go to the stone park instead. Why is the young lord going there? Some were surprised to hear this. Maybe to comprehend the stones there. He might be able to, given his talents. One speculator said. People agreed with this because Bai Jianchan should have the best chance out of anyone to win some stones. Don't forget, Li Qiye got a divine stone not long ago. Bai Jianchan is clearly here with a competitive mindset. An older cultivator took it further. A challenge, I see. Others agreed with him. Chapter 3486, the mass consisting of mainly young cultivators followed by Jianchan into the park. Female cultivators were crazy, wanting to make it to the front in order to be as close to him as possible. The park was large enough but it seemed crowded now due to the sudden influx. Bai Jianchan did indeed come for a divine stone. He patiently strolled the area in search of a suitable one. The mass followed him with loving eyes. The girls found each of his actions to be so beautiful and immaculate. Young Lord Bai will definitely be able to comprehend one. Many had complete confidence in him. Yes, no one else among the young generation can do better. A noble daughter stared at Jianchan's handsome face with nothing but adoration. Well, Li Qiye comprehended a divine stone not long ago. A bitter male cultivator quietly said. Bah! The noble daughter instantly retorted, he was just a lucky bastard, that doesn't count. Yes, a blind cat coming across a dead mouse, that's all. Young Lord Bai will actually comprehend one. A saintess from an ancient ground said with disdain. Stop comparing that nobody to young Lord Bai, his crappy stone is nothing. Another girl immediately denounced Li Qiye. The male cultivator earlier got saliva all over him so he knew better than to speak again. His bitter peers felt the same way. If they dared to say anything offensive regarding Bai Jianchan, these girls would immediately jump on them. Eventually, Bai Jianchan found a suitable stone and sat down in front of it to meditate. Quiet down, let's not bother young Lord Bai. The girls became orderly and stopped others from disturbing him. The jealous guys didn't say anything either despite their surging jealousy. To go against Bai Jianchan right now was awfully unwise. Just his fans alone could drown them with saliva from all the insults. A few experts and ancestors from the previous generation became curious as well regarding his ability to comprehend a divine stone here. There's a big chance given his talents. One high elder said, no one else has a dual inborn talents like him, maybe once every million years. Moreover, he's an erudite learner with powerful cultivation. His friends agreed with this assessment. It was impossible to find another youth superior to Bai Jianchan in the north. It's not shameful at all to fail. One ancestor smiled, in history, geniuses at the same level as him have come and failed. This applied to the ancestors in Ancestral City too. Very few managed to do it. True. An old cultivator added, everyone loses eventually, it's perfectly acceptable. It might be a good thing too, bolstering the Tao heart. The older cultivators stated their opinion, resulting in a rather neutral stance. Success would be understandable and the same with defeat. Days passed by during the enlightenment process. People grew restless but Jianchan maintained a calm expression. Buzz. One day, the stone finally had a reaction. A beam shot to the sky, visible to most in Ancestral. Yes. The girls cheered loudly, forgetting about their maiden image. What a god young Lord Bai is. He understood it. A girl spoke with a flushed complexion, unable to contain her emotion. Who do you think he is? Only the most perfect husband in our heart, this isn't a big deal at all. One of them was fully infatuated with him. Young Lord Bai, that Li Qiye is finished with you as his opponent. Another girl cheered, causing a huge uproar that could reach the firmament like a heatwave. The jealous men had no choice but to accept Jianchan's superiority in silence. He's really the best in our generation. So many tried and failed, not him. One male youth had to admit. No one in this generation has been able to do so with the exception of Wuxia. However, they didn't accept his achievement due to his method of a blood ceremony. This could be attributed to luck. As for Bai Jianchan, he relied purely on his abilities and power, something worthy of admiration. He didn't linger around the park and returned to the city to meet with the ancestors. Though the saintess had bluntly removed the engagement, the city still gave Jianchan a fair reception and took him in. Not just anyone could see the ancestors of Ancestral. Thus, the conversation between them remained private. Powerful sects waited quietly. This created a somber atmosphere filled with unrest. These big sects didn't want to see peace since it meant the war wouldn't start. There would be no chance for them to take advantage of the situation and capture Wuxia. Nonetheless, they also didn't dare to incite trouble because that would be unwise. Where's Wuxia? This question came up because Wuxia hasn't shown up recently. From what I know, he hasn't left the room after being treated as an honored guest. A cultivator close with Ancestral divulged. I think he's afraid, definitely. I would be scared too if young Lord Bai was my enemy. A female cultivator said. Chapter 3487, People assumed Wuxia was hiding in his room out of fear. Bai Jianchan's female fans certainly thought so. They thought it was ridiculous that he would be brought up in the same breath as Bai Jianchan, one was perfect while the other mediocre. One noble daughter said with disdain, he's probably ashamed of his inferiority. Meeting someone like young Lord Bai will destroy his confidence, too humiliating. He's not leaving his hole after hearing about young Lord Bai. Another lady from a prestigious clan added. On the other hand, a few ancestors had better insight on this matter. He's not afraid of seeing guests, it has to be about cultivation. One of them mused. It could be to understand the treasures too. His cultivation might not be enough to use the imperial weapons, but don't forget about the Phoenix's legacies. He has the right bloodline. An influential elder said with a serious tone. Right, his bloodline is extraordinary, that's an immeasurable advantage. Others might not be able to do anything with those legacies right away, but it won't be hard for him. An expert who has seen Wuxia's power back in fire domain said. Many knew how Wuxia killed 100,000 men from Yin Yang using the Phoenix True Flame without putting in any effort. Thus, these legacies were immensely powerful, definitely not inferior to any Dao Lord weapon. If Wuxia could control these legacies and use them to the limit, he would become quite frightening. With perfect mastery, a silver kappa race like him might be able to kill sacred physique cultivators, truly unbelievable. An ancestor shuddered after thinking about this. Everyone wanted his treasures, but in the case of success, his power would soar. It would be extremely difficult to rob him even outside of fire domain. They found that their initial plan became increasingly harder with time. Hurry up with the negotiation and go to war. Numerous ancestors shared this thought. Time was not on their side because Wuxia was growing stronger. By afternoon, their anxiety was interrupted by a loud explosion. The entire city quaked to everyone's astonishment. It seemed to be a palm strike breaking down a rock. Good. Some ancestors celebrated since this seemed to be a bad sign for the negotiation. It's not good, the negotiation between young Lord Bai and the ancestors was a failure. This news traveled quickly. No, it's great. The ancestors became ecstatic akin to finding warm shelter during winter. Young Lord Bai and Polstone Saintess have a scheduled match. This news came next. What? The ancestors' expression changed upon hearing this. Young Lord Bai is the one who said it. The messenger elaborated, if you were to win, then she'll have to marry him. A draw or a loss on his part will mean that the two sects no longer have anything to do with each other. Seems like Yin Yang doesn't want to go all out. The ancestors understood. Yin Yang Gate was strong, but in a full-scale war, the gains just weren't there. It would be a Pyrrhic victory. Thus, this request from Bai Jianchan was logical. Of course, the ancestors didn't wish to see this at all. What about Li Qie? Most cared about Li Qie because of the treasures. Young Lord Bai's condition is that if he were to win, Ancestral would have to hand over Li Qie too, but they refused. However, if Li Qie were to leave on his own, Ancestral would not interfere. Bai Jianchan's goals became clear. First, win the Saintess again and lessen the conflict between the two sections. Next, think about how to capture Li Qie. He's a wily youngster. The ancestors approved of Jianchan's plan. This was indeed the best-case scenario for Yin Yang. However, many female cultivators felt indignation about this matter. Humph, this Saintess, why does she keep opposing the young lord? One of them angrily said. She must be blind to pick Li Qie over young Lord Bai, it's throwing away a beautiful marriage. Another noble daughter said. I'd rather be young Lord Bai's concubine or a bed-warming maid than Li Qie's wife. Only a fool would pick him. Everyone wants to marry young Lord Bai, I don't understand this Saintess at all. A princess joined in. Female cultivators began denouncing the Saintess and Li Qie. The latter seemed to not be worth a single coin in their eyes. As for Li Qie, he had no idea that he had become the public's target of hate. In the last few days, he has been thinking about the thing left behind by immortal assailant Emperor. After numerous analytical attempts, he finally figured out something. He decided to leave since this wasn't the right time to act on it. Creak. The tightly shut door finally opened. Young master, you're finally out. Shi Wawa has been keeping an eye out and stood up to greet Li Qie. The youth was worried about him until now. It's nothing. Li Qie stretched and smiled after seeing the youth's serious expression. That's good to hear. Shi Wawa revealed an innocent smile. He was pure and cared about anyone who treated him well. Young master, that young lord from Yin Yang is here. He then got to the point. And? Li Qie looked up at the sun, seemingly enjoying the warm rays. I heard that Miss Shi will have to fight him. She'll have to marry him if she loses. The youth added. He thought that the Saintess should marry Li Qie because she was too nice to him already. It would be strange if she were to marry anyone else. Oh. Li Qie smiled. Shi Qingjian had just heard the news from a fellow disciple and came over right away, looking quite relaxed. Greetings, young master. I hope you had a fruitful session. She bowed her head. Don't bother with these boring conventions. Li Qie waved his hand. Qingjian heard his command but still bowed. I heard you want to fight against the young lord from Yin Yang. Li Qie asked. Chapter 3488, Yes, young master. The date is 5 days later. Shi Qingjian had a dignified expression as she nodded to confirm the situation. And if you lose? Li Qie stared at her. She quietly pondered, the same with Shi Wawa. The youth had heard from others about how strong Bai Jianchan was. No one else was a match for him. It'll be a fight to the death in that case. Qingjian took a deep breath and declared without any hesitation or room for take-back. This was her decision, the best choice for both her and Ancestral City. She has been told to make it clear that they had nothing to do with Yin Yang Gate. Otherwise, it might lead to their downfall being dragged down with Yin Yang. Others might think that it was her personal choice since she picked Li Qie for his bloodline and imperial treasury. Some took it a step further and said that she wanted them all for herself. In reality, it had nothing to do with the treasury itself, only Li Qie, and her desire to protect Ancestral. She also readied herself for death because she knew that she wasn't a match for Bai Jianchan. Her death would end everything because it would protect the sect's reputation and ensure its survival. It's no big deal, no need for you to die. Li Qie chuckled and said, if this tiny sect named Yin Yang is smart, they'll stop this and tuck their tail between their legs. Anyone else present would think that Li Qie was being too arrogant for calling the strongest sect in the north as tiny. However, she didn't think so because this was indeed the case for someone of Li Qie's stature. Fine, fine, I'll play the role of a meddlesome mediator then. Li Qie smiled. I think young Lord Bai is in Sacred Spirit Hall. Shi Wawa hurriedly said. Let's go. Li Qie walked outside. Qing Jian quietly walked behind him, aware of Li Qie's supremacy. Everything would be decided by his whims. Yin Yang's next decision was pivotal to their survival. Young Lord Bai is at Sacred Spirit Hall. This news spread to the rest of the city before Li Qie's arrival. Countless ran there in order to see how Bai Jianchan would do at the Sacred Hall, especially the golems. It's a wise choice. An ancestor heard this and praised, gaining the recognition of the hall will shorten the distance between him and ancestral. Yes, the spirit of the sages there might recognize him. That'll be a good chance to mend the relationship. A high elder agreed. Though the great powers didn't wish to see peace, they still admitted that he chose the right way to go about it. What will he get from it? The younger crowd didn't care about the relationship between Yin Yang and ancestral. I heard Polstone Saintis has been there before. Another youth said. Yes, it was a secretive ceremony. An older cultivator said, no one knew what she got from there outside of the city's ancestors. From what I know, the one who got the most from the hall was Celestial Stone Dao Lord. An erudite cultivator revealed. Same, I heard that too. The Dao Lord was very young back then, one of the youngest to be allowed in the hall. When he climbed up there, visual phenomena emerged and shocked the entire city. They were seen all over the northern West King. Someone else added. Celestial Stone Dao Lord came from Divine Stone Ridge and also had impeccable talents. I'm sure young Lord Bai will shock everyone, maybe he'll be the most excellent genius to ever climb the hall. His fans already lost their patience and lined up outside of the hall. It didn't take long before people gossiped about the implications of his attempt. Sacred Spirit Hall was a sanctified area in the city, a place for ceremonies. However, not just anyone was qualified to climb up there. First, they needed the city's permission. Doing so without was akin to antagonizing the entire golem race. It was disrespectful to the spirit of the wise golems of the past, such as Golem Ancestor, Stone Monarch Dao Lord, Celestial Stone Dao Lord. Unlike its name, it was actually a platform with numerous steps. Once at the top, one could reach up and touch the sky. The air above was different, a type of independent dimension. It had pulsing lights and endless space. The Celestials were different with Grand Dao hidden in them. One could also hear the roars of magnificent beasts or the shapes of wondrous treasures. Any Dao Lord from the Golem race would climb up this hall and leave behind their mantras, techniques, and treasures in this dimension. Thus, it served as a treasury and a place of blessings. Those capable enough had a chance to earn the recognition and the blessing of the remnant spirits above. Just being eligible for the climb was a great honor. Actually being recognized or blessed could be one's greatest achievement. However, the qualifications were stringent, decided by the ancestors of Ancestral. Most disciples from Ancestral weren't allowed up there. Nonetheless, there was a large field outside. This allowed others to come and show their respect on top of watching the ceremonies. This field was as packed as can be even before Jianchan got there. The crowd's shoulders touched uncomfortably, many were sweating from the heat. The female fans of Jianchan came early enough to occupy the closest positions. Buzz. Bai Jianchan finally arrived before eager eyes. The yin and yang behind him had visual phenomena like the opening of a divine world. The gods blessed him, bestowing him a divine aura. He looked calm and elegant, living up to his worldwide reputation. Young Lord Bai. The young generation erupted after seeing him. Chapter 3489, Young Lord Bai. You're so handsome. The roars of his fan pushed the atmosphere to the next level. Saintesses and princesses screamed at the top of their lungs. Others waved at him or posed suggestively. Bai Jinchan's popularity reached its apex, adored by the entire crowd. Two emotions ran rampant, adoration and envy. The latter was eventually won over after actually seeing Jinchan's temperament and style. He was indeed superior and overshadowed the rest. He was clearly the undisputed king of the north, the lover in all the girls' dreams. Jianchan stood at the bottom of Sacred Spirit Hall and politely gestured for everyone to quiet down. The screaming girls immediately stopped, their eyes completely fixated on him as if wanting to imprint his image into their mind. This might be their only chance to be this close to him. Everyone watched with bated breath, waiting to see his next move. What visual phenomena would come during his ascend? Could he receive the blessings of the Golem sages? Jianchan bowed towards the platform to show the highest respect towards the sages. This naturally won him a favorable impression from the golems watching. After the rite, he tidied his clothes and began the climb. Each step was exactly identical to the previous. It seemed as if he had meticulously measured each lift up and put down. His footsteps weren't loud but everyone clearly heard it in their heart instead of their ears, akin to him leaving behind 2 lines of perfect footprints in there. This culminated in a unique and extraordinary rhythm. The Grand Tao seemed to be harmonizing with him. It's so pleasant. Those who didn't know about the Tao aspect still found it to be special. The fangirls were absolutely fascinated by him to the point of being obsessed. They had no way of escaping his charisma. He's checking the hall. An ancestor could tell what was going on. The crowd remained patient during the climb, feeling excited. Eventually, Bai Jianchan made it to the top. He did it. Eyes were wide open in disbelief. All focused up in order to not miss a single detail. He's amazing. One princess shouted. Some girls remained nervous because they were afraid that he might not get anything from there. That would be quite a blow to his fans. Some covered their mouth, as tense as can be. Buzz. The unique sky above lit up and poured light down onto him. He became the main character on the stage, brilliant and watched by all. Success. Young Lord Bai is really a supreme man, even the Golem sages are recognizing his peerless talents. One saintess happily applauded. Yes, it doesn't even matter that he's an outsider. Another noble daughter added. This only confirmed his excellence and made the girls like him even more. One influential beauty among them gestured for everyone to quiet down lest they disturb Jianchan and the sages. The girls hurriedly obeyed. His future potential has no limits. Many were in awe to see him engulfed in the light. Those who were jealous of him recognized his greatness. Boom! A blast quaked the area with enough force to frighten the crowd. A door up in the sky seemed to be opening. Next came a torrent of divinity just like a waterfall, ready to drown the world. The light intensified, the sages seemed to be returning. The show is about to start. An ancestor who had seen this process before knew that it wouldn't be so simple. It's not just a recognition, Jianchan might get more. A high elder added. Just being recognized by the sages was already amazing enough. Plus, he was an outsider. Now, he was about to earn a fortune, living up to his reputation as the #1 genius of the North. I told you young Lord Bai can do anything. The girls fell more and more in love with him after seeing the proof of his talents. Boom! The door began to open, affecting the Grand Tao in the process. A barrier on the other side seemed to be collapsing. A massive figure emerged and loomed over the plains. A majestic divinity poured down like an unstoppable storm, demanding others to submit. It turned out to be a stone dragon. Its scales had a blue glow and were extremely sharp. It carried a primordial aura as well, clearly coming from the distant past. The weaker cultivators couldn't handle the pressure and dropped down on their knees. A sage of the golem, rumored to have a true dragon bloodline. He turned into a dragon for his atavism. A knowledgeable golem ancestor revealed. The others in the audience had no idea, not even ancestor-level characters. This sage was born during the chaotic era with a thin true dragon bloodline. He was unbeatable and led the golems during the exploration of 8 desolaces. Chapter 3490, The Stone Dragon commanded respect and fear. However, Bai Jianchan could still handle it, his back remained straight at the start. He then bowed towards the sage of the golem race to show his respect. Many gave him a thumbs up. He was talented, powerful, and influential yet still humble. How could anyone not like him? The godly dragon's eyes flashed brightly, seemingly taking a good look at Ancestral City and its inhabitants. It eventually withdrew its gaze and let out a deafening roar, causing people's legs to go weak. Many prostrated on the ground, feeling helpless before the aura. It disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving behind an item that fell into the ground. Clank. It then leaped up straight into Bai Jianchan's hand. What is that? Everyone took a look. A gift from the stone dragon. An ancestor immediately responded, looks like he earned the recognition of the sages and their praises as well, hence the treasure. The treasure became visible at this point, a dragon scale far larger than an adult's palm. It seemed to be made from jade with a glowing surface, sharper than any divine sword or saber. The Tao lines on top twisted together to form the rune of a divine beast. It oozed with a majestic profundity. There could be a Tao law hidden inside. A dragon scale, wow. Many were in awe. The records state that this wise sage left behind his oldest scale with the best essences. It contains a great fortune, not comparable to a Tao bone from a divine beast but should be as valuable as a high-level heaven Tao bone. A golem ancestor knew about this story and put on a serious expression. That's young Lord Bai for you, being praised by the golem sages. More became envious, especially the golem geniuses. They considered it an honor to be able to climb up to the top. That would confirm their talents. As for earning the recognition of the sages, the glory of a lifetime. On the other hand, an outsider like Bai Jianchan woke up a spirit and was bestowed a present. You don't have to say that again, everyone knows that young Lord Bai is the #1 genius in the north by now. The girls who like him took pride in this. In their mind, his glory and achievements made them proud. Not comparable to Celestial Stone Tao Lord but still impressive. #1 indeed. Another golem ancestor said. The Tao Lord during his youth climbed up the hall and had a visual phenomenon shocking all of the north. Bai Jianchan's achievement wasn't at that level. Buzz. The Tao lines on the scale started floating around Bai Jianchan. He sat down and meditated on top of the steps, taking advantage of the momentum found here for comprehending the scale. He can focus anywhere, I would be so distracted. One spectator said. Others would be lost and pressured by the auras of the wise sages. However, Jianchan managed to stabilize his Tao heart to learn more about the Tao. The sky can fall down and his expression wouldn't change in the slightest. Don't compare yourself to him. A golden daughter said. Everyone stared at the meditating youth. Even experts from the last generation thought that they wouldn't be able to learn in a holy place like this. It required immense willpower, far exceeding his peers and many seniors. Suddenly, a furor broke out from the outside as a group made their way in. Li Qiye is here. Someone shouted. Li Qiye. Everyone turned their head towards the group right away and saw Li Qie walking together with Shi Qingjian. Many became astonished to see her because she could be considered the prettiest of the three beauties. Both the Phoenix Maiden and Skylight Princess might be 1 or 2 levels below. So pretty. The young males were instantly captivated, especially the first-timers. They became immersed in this beautiful scenery. The saintesses, princesses, and noble daughters normally thought that they were gorgeous enough to enchant any man. This sense of pride was completely destroyed today. They sighed, unable to refute the disparity. And that's Li Qie. Some calmed down and took a better look at Li Qie. The first-timer's reaction was strong due to his ordinary appearance and weak cultivation. In spite of these factors, Pullstone Saintess walked next to him like a maid. I thought he has a phoenix bloodline. One spectator spoke with disappointment. Prior to this, they assumed that there was something special about him. Maybe he wouldn't be as exceptional as Bai Jianchan, but he should still be handsome and charismatic. He looks so normal. Another murmured. You didn't see how he killed 100,000 without changing his expression. His senior witnessed the previous massacre and was afraid of Li Qie. These men knew just how ruthless he was and weren't fooled by his harmless appearance. Why does the saintess like him? I wouldn't pick him even if I were blind. One noble daughter snorted. Her friends felt the same way. I don't get it either. It's the difference between heaven and earth. Another girl said, not having a good impression of Li Qie at all. The dumbest blind girl still wouldn't pick Li Qie over Bai Jianchan. They weren't close to being on the same level. Chapter 3491. All eyes were on Li Qie, but most gleamed with derision, disdain, and greed. Of course, a few were carefully pondering as well. Everyone knew about what Li Qie had right now. Just any item from the 2 treasuries could let someone prosper and completely change their life. Alas, this was Ancestral City, so no one dared to make a move. Even Yin Yang Gate chose to exercise prudence, let alone them. Li Qie sauntered forward without any divinity, blessing, or visual phenomenon. This style of his was frankly embarrassing compared to Bai Jianchan earlier. The latter had blessings from deities, visual phenomena, and wondrous hymns. One couldn't help feeling impressed while looking at him. This further reinforced the notion that he was the #1 genius of the North. As for Li Qie, he looked like a foot soldier or an unknown junior. One couldn't spot a single ray of power emanating from him. If it wasn't for Shi Qingjian standing next to him, no one would even recognize him. He might have been able to sneak in unnoticed. Don't people with a divine bloodline have a similar aura? He has nothing like that. An expert who didn't go to Fire Domain said. They couldn't be blamed for doubting him since he truly looked like a mortal right now. It's probably as thin as can be if he has it. Another expert quietly said. Li Qie made it to the base of the platform. He looked up a bit and started ascending without showing respect. Humph, so arrogant, that Phoenix bloodline is nothing compared to the incredible wise sages of the Golem race. Someone scowled. How rude. The Golems became unhappy. A while ago, Bai Jianchan performed a rite of respect before starting. This earned him a favorable impression, especially from the Golems. Now, someone inferior such as Li Qie walked up without a care in the world. This naturally attracted negative sentiments. However, the actual ancestors from Ancestral quietly watched and ignored it. So uneducated and vulgar, it's night and day. One female cultivator reprimanded. Right, young Lord Bai is a dragon among men. They can't be mentioned in the same vein. A few saintesses and important daughters from various sects chimed in. They found Li Qie to be an uncultured country bumpkin. Li Qie took his time and actually seemed to be having a hard time climbing the stairs. Qing Shijian had to help him, a stark contrast to how cool Bai Jianchan looked earlier. The rhythm from his steps was unforgettable. He can't even climb some steps, how can he be qualified to go up there? A golem became unsatisfied because this hall was a holy place for their race. Plus, being able to do so was a supreme honor. However, their ancestors turned a blind eye and let this useless person insult their tradition. They couldn't say anything since Ancestral was in charge of the hall. Look at him, needing support from a woman, how useless. One girl said. The brat must know magic, it makes no sense why Pullstone Saintess likes him. Numerous male cultivators became jealous. Qingjian quietly left after they made it to the top, leaving behind Li Qie who looked around once in a casual manner. It was nothing more than a high platform to him. Will he receive the recognition from the sages? One neutral soul asked. Are you joking? How can this brat ever receive anything from our sages? A golem snorted right away. It's easier said than done, even the talented geniuses might not be able to do it, let alone someone as mediocre as him. No chance. A genius added. He's only humiliating himself. A princess sneered, young Lord Bai is pretty much a god, hence his success. This Li Qie is nothing, he's not qualified. Li Qie gave Bai Jianchan a quick glance before stretching. No reaction came from above, no light and visual phenomena, only a frightening silence. See. He has 3 mortal aptitudes, 0 chance to receive any recognition. He shouldn't be up there in the first place. Someone excitedly gloated. The ancestors from a few powers shook their head after seeing the lack of response. Yeah, seems like he's still lacking a bit. One ancestor was surprised. He assumed that the Phoenix bloodline would be enough to garner some form of reaction. I suppose the bloodline isn't as thick as we thought. His high elder friend speculated. How embarrassing. Just a worm compared to young Lord Bai. The girls hated Li Qie the most. Remember, Bai Jianchan invoked a beautiful visual phenomenon. Now, Li Qie had nothing to offer the crowd. He's not worthy of being young Lord Bai's opponent, not worthy of a woman like Pullstone Saintess either. One genius scowled. You're Li Qie. Bai Jianchan stared at Li Qie. Light emanated from deep within his pupils. Indeed. Li Qie smiled. Different from my imagination. Jianchan shook his head and said, what is your purpose? His tone remained civil. Everyone became attentive and wanted to listen to their conversation. Chapter 3492, Nothing, I'm just here to tell you to pack your stuff and leave, that's the best option. Li Qie smiled. A storm of protest from the crowd emerged. Bai Jianchan's fans were furious. Ridiculous. Northern West King isn't your home, you're not the sect master of Ancestral City either. A genius shouted. The saintess and female cultivators felt indignant and openly criticized Li Qie. Take a look in the mirror and know your place, how dare you talk to young Lord Bai like this? A female cultivator said with disdain. You're courting death, nobody. A noble daughter uttered. These girls would drown Li Qie with their saliva if it was possible. He only smiled and didn't mind at all, evident by his nonchalant expression. Bai Jianchan wasn't angry. His eyes merely narrowed a bit as his forehead became resplendent. He challenged, I come with humility and respect. If you wish for me to leave, then at least show your true abilities. The experts and ancestors appreciated his polite tone. His manner was indeed special, not arrogant in the slightest. A few big shots liked him more as a result. Only young Lord Bai has this level of patience and magnanimity. If it was me, I would have kicked that guy off the hall already. One genius scowled. Young Lord Bai is too magnificent to stoop down to that guy's level. This only further displays how exceptional he is. A princess took pride in this. The other girls nodded in agreement. Their eyes had nothing but passion and adoration for him. My true abilities? Li Qiye smiled. Others thought nothing of this smile, but the ancestor from Ancestral were horrified. They felt a storm looming on the horizon. That's right. Bai Jianchan nodded. I heard about your phoenix bloodline and that you killed our army in Fire Domain. I wish to see what else you can do outside of this. Remember, not just anyone is qualified to challenge me. His tone became slightly domineering and arrogant. However, people thought that this was indeed the case and that he was only telling the truth. His status and power dictated so. Random cultivators weren't worth his time. I don't know why young Lord Bai is wasting breath on him. A saintess was completely charmed by him. I am simply here to pay respect to the sages of the Golem race and to show my gratitude for their contribution and sacrifice for this world. They are looking at us from the high heaven. I am lucky enough to receive their blessings despite personal inadequacies. The scale from Stone Dragon Ancestor is my greatest honor. The fateful ties shown today in Sacred Spirit Hall will only strengthen the friendship between Yin Yang Gate and Ancestral City. Though the conversation was with Li Qiye, Bai Jianchan was actually telling the ancestors from Ancestral. His flowery words were well received by the crowd. Some girls blushed and needed to cover their face out of embarrassment. If I were the saintess, I would marry Jianchan right away. That Li Qiye isn't worthy of cleaning Jianchan's shoes. One beauty said. Spring was coming for the female cultivators thanks to Bai Jianchan's pleasant words. Enough, no more spewing nonsense. Li Qiye waved his hand and chuckled, don't be so complacent over one dragon scale. Bah! Insulting the young lord is deserving of death. One genius shouted. How can he still be so arrogant when he didn't get recognition from the sages? One princess started shouting without caring about her image. Jianchan wanted to mend the relationship between the two sects, but Li Qiye kept on interrupting him. Moreover, the actual problem seemed to be Li Qiye. Feel free to try and see if you can obtain a blessing from the wise sages. If you can do at least that, I'll start listening to you. Jianchan calmly responded. As easy as can be. Li Qiye smiled. The majority of the crowd found this ridiculous, the golems included. As easy as can be was definitely the wrong way to describe the prestige and honor gained from obtaining the blessings of the sages. One could interpret this as Li Qiye insulting the golems. Ignorant child, watch your words. One golem expert shouted. Still so shameless after not being recognized by the sages. One pretty cultivator sneered. Huh, some people just have thick skin like that, they don't know how to not be shameless. Just a clown in front of the young lord. One saintess chose some harsh words. The majority made fun of Li Qiye afterward. Alright, it'll be your win if you can get one small gift from the sages, Bai Jianchan suggested. However, he couldn't finish because Li Qiye raised his hand and loud rumbling ensued. Glimmers of treasure and immortal rays filled with divinity erupted. Numerous artifacts fell down from above. It was as if the sky was a treasury and Li Qiye had just poked a hole through space after the previous tug. A fiery cauldron, a saber with dragon roars, a heavenly mirror capable of illuminating 8 desolaces, world-quaking bells. They piled around Li Qiye like a small hill. The entire area became engulfed in multicolored radiances. The spectators stared at the pile. Those in the know noticed their shocking background. Qilin Cauldron, one ancestor trembled. That's our ancestor's dragon rune saber. One golem expert blurted out. The legendary mirror known as Heaven Illumination, another expert rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Any artifact here could become a sect-defining heirloom. The ancestors from Ancestral City gasped in horror. Everything in Sacred Spirit Hall was part of the city's resources and power. Now, so many have fallen into Li Qiye's possession. Chapter 3493, to be exact, the pile consisted of Tao Lord weapons and treasures of heavenly sovereigns. This far exceeded the resources of most countries and sections. Jaws dropped to the ground as a result. The crowd became completely frozen. The geniuses, ladies, and golem experts felt as if they had been slapped on the face without being able to bark back. Most have never seen so many treasures in one place before. Their eyes were as wide open as can be. Bai Jianchan's fans looked down on Li Qiye for being utterly inferior to Jianchan. Now, the guy simply raised his hand and Jianchan's dragon scale looked silly in comparison. The taunters earlier felt the weight of the pile pressing down on them, akin to their honor and pride being trampled upon. The girls turned red, speechless. What the hell just happened? Ancestors from the big sects took a deep breath. This is unprecedented, even Celestial Stone Tao Lord didn't do something like this. A high elder murmured, no, this is 10,000 times more devilish. This completely overshadowed the Tao Lord's achievement back then, let alone one item like Jianchan. This Li Qiye, devilish back in fire domain, devilish here too. A wise cultivator from the last generation said, trying to fathom his depth is impossible. The ancestors from Ancestral calmed down and started thinking. None of them could do something like this. Celestial Stone Tao Lord returning here after his attainment wouldn't be able to do so either. After all, the hall was built during the era of Golem Ancestor. Stone Monarch Tao Lord and others blessed this area. Its power was beyond imagination. What Li Qiye had done couldn't be replicated by a Tao Lord. See. Li Qiye stared at Bai Jianchan who had an unnatural expression. This was as illogical as can be. Bai Jianchan didn't know what to say. He even questioned if this was reality. Meanwhile, the unfriendly crowd didn't dare to let out a fart, let alone words of derision. Well, he was right. Just one dragon scale is nothing. One member said with a hushed tone. Normally, a whisper like this couldn't be heard in an area with Bai Jianchan around. Why? Because his fans would be screaming in excitement. However, because of the current circumstances, everyone heard it clearly. His fans found this unbearable. No one retorted because this was obvious. They took pride in him obtaining the dragon scale earlier, especially the female fans. Now, the pile far exceeded the value of the dragon scale. This was putting it mildly. Bai Jianchan himself knew how pitiful his harvest was when compared to Li Qiye's. Thus, he put away the dragon scale to avoid further humiliation. Of course, some in the audience also celebrated because they were jealous of Bai Jianchan's luck with the ladies. They kept it to themselves since he was too strong. Thus, Li Qiye's ruthless takedown allowed them to gloat while looking at Jianchan's awkward expression. If you don't scram within 3 days, I'll hang your head on the city gate. Li Qiye said then left, not bothering to look at the pile of treasures. His declaration struck everyone like sudden thunder. They quickly exchanged glances after calming down. A long time ago, some still challenged by Jianchan since he didn't have the current fame and reputation. Today, not to mention the young generation, even the older cultivators didn't dare to do so. The guy was sitting firmly on a throne. To challenge him was asking for humiliation. Moreover, he had a behemoth in Yin Yang Gate backing him up as well. Thus, Li Qiye's strong declaration felt so strange. He spoke with such triviality as well. No one would dare to say something like this. Some ancestors who were stronger than Bai Jianchan wouldn't do so because that would be declaring war against Yin Yang Gate. Bai Jianchan was groomed to be the next Tao Lord of Yin Yang. If someone were to kill him, Yin Yang would do everything in their power to seek vengeance. This might result in a total massacre. Li Qiye didn't seem to mind the consequences before speaking before everyone. Most shockingly, he left the pile of treasures behind him without looking back. They definitely could drive anyone crazy with greed, yet he thought nothing of them. No one here would be able to do this. Bai Jianchan, has never been intimidated by anyone. Jianchan regained his wits as Li Qie was walking down the steps. I'll never back down. We'll see who's the better in 3 days. If I lose, I'll leave. If you lose, do the same. He spoke with enough confidence to show the crowd his courage. The girls couldn't help cheering. Their hero was still as cool as ever. Your head is mine in 3 days. Li Qie answered without looking back, leaving behind by Jianchan with an ugly expression. Chapter 3494. The news of the fight between Li Qie and Bai Jianchan spread like wildfires across Ancestral City, then to the rest of the north. Most haven't heard about Li Qie and wondered about his identity. Because of this, an expert from a slightly big country became curious. I've never heard of this guy before. He dared to challenge young Lord Bai. Too arrogant, no. A more knowledgeable soul replied, this person has a phoenix bloodline on top of immortal assailant Emperor's treasury and a phoenix's legacies. Ancestral City is supporting him now, going as far as annulling their engagement with Yin Yang Gate. Really? This guy might be the luckiest man in this generation. The listeners started salivating. People knew about the Imperial Treasury a while back. This was enough to drive people crazy and jealous of this unknown junior. Not just that, I heard both Polstone Saintess and Dragon Phoenix Maiden like him. He's pretty much the heaven's favorite. The whole thing seems like a legend. The more information they found out about him, the more jealous they became. So 2 of the 3 beauties, only Bai Jianchan was like this before. So lucky. So what if he's lucky? Some were on Bai Jianchan's side and didn't think highly of Li Qie. One person snorted and added, his luck will end here, only death will come from opposing young Lord Bai. Many agreed with this frightening comment because Bai Jianchan was just too strong. Even those who haven't seen him in person thought that Li Qie was being suicidal. I think his ego grew due to all of his successes recently. Even the neutral cultivators thought that Li Qie had 0 chance of winning. Young Lord Bai is at the sacred level already. How many others are in the north? So few among the young generation. He's strong enough to fight an ancestor from a big sect. This Li Qie has only started recently. It's very unwise. A high elder analyzed. He should have taken a step back and waited for more time. The sky's the limit. Another logical observer added. In their opinion, Li Qie had the right bloodline and resources. In fact, no one else had comparable advantages. If he could wait long enough and escape, it wouldn't be late in the future to challenge Bai Jianchan. He could become a strong candidate for the Dao Lord position too. Ancestral City's conversations were actually more heated than the ones in the outer regions. One could hear about it from one end of the street to the other. Everyone was talking about the duel 3 days later. It was too exciting, a must-watch. Young Lord Bai will definitely win. One female cultivator clenched her fist and confidently declared. Who knows if she was supporting Bai Jianchan or trying to make herself feel better. There's no doubt about it. Young Lord Bai's victory is assured. A saintess announced. No one can stop young Lord Bai. It didn't take long before various chants and lines were spread all over the city. Bai Jianchan had an irreplaceable position in these girls' heart. They thought that he was an unbeatable god. Not necessarily. A jealous cultivator barked back against the mass, it's not like Li Qie is useless. Have you all forgotten about the treasures he summoned at Sacred Spirit Hall with one hand? That's an unprecedented and magnificent feat, one to be remembered for eras to come. The jealous cultivators couldn't compare to Bai Jianchan, so they wielded Li Qie like a sword in order to put Jianchan down. The atmosphere soured after this was brought up. The excited girls had nothing to say because they still remembered the humiliation suffered during that event. Maybe he got lucky again. Just the right time for when the treasury in the hall opens. The treasures drop down for all to share. A golden daughter defended by Jianchan. This group naturally wouldn't accept Jianchan's defeat or Li Qia's achievement. That's why they came up with various reasons and excuses. All in all, they said that it wasn't a real victory from Li Qia. It had everything to do with luck. I completely agree. Another girl nodded in agreement. He won't be as lucky on the stage during a fight to the death battle. Only skills will matter then. He's obviously inferior in that regard. Young Lord Bai is already at the sacred level while Li Qia is only a silver carapace. Just one finger is enough to crush the guy. A prestigious lady immediately said. It was the jealous cultivator's turn to be speechless. Jianchan's strength was well documented. Many felt that Li Qia didn't have a good chance. Don't forget, Li Qia massacred Yin Yang Gate's army back in Fire Domain not long ago. One youth brought up another matter. The pretty girls instantly focused on the weak point of this argument. One of them said, "This isn't Fire Domain. I was also there, he only relied on his phoenix bloodline to borrow the power of the true flame found there." Yes, what can he borrow here? He's not a golem nor is he a disciple from a golem sect. His phoenix bloodline isn't of use in this place. Moreover, his weak cultivation won't let him activate the bloodline to its limit anyway, he has no chance. The other girls were sure of this. Meanwhile, the ancestors from other sects didn't bother arguing. They were too busy celebrating after learning about this fight. Looks like there is no salvaging this relationship. One ancestor said, Ancestral City considers Li Qia their Geo right now. Well, it doesn't matter who dies, one side will be furious. These powers were eager to see a conflict between the top dogs. They might be able to take advantage of the situation. Bai Jianchan had no choice but to fight. A high elder there knew about the tough situation. Li Qia declared his murderous intent in public. Not to mention a top genius like Bai Jianchan, no other youths could stay calm after this humiliation. His reputation would be ruined if he were to refuse. People would question his number one rank that has already been damaged by Li Qia's showing at the hall. He needed to use his power to protect his prestige. I wonder if Li Qia has anything else up his sleeve. A big shot became excited since he has been watching Li Qia the entire time. Something conventional won't do. He'll really be killed then. Who knows? Li Qia is inscrutable. He might repeat the same devilishness during the battle. An old man said. It's worth watching for sure. This was the consensus. Chapter 3495, 3 days passed in a jiffy. Everyone rushed towards the stage in order to watch the fight between Li Qia and Bai Jianchan. In fact, some from the distant regions didn't mind the long trek to get here. This resulted in people being packed like sardines outside the stage. The field itself was large enough to accommodate tens of thousands. It seemed rather inadequate now. Not even water could make it through. Some came early in order to secure the best spots. The spectators were divided into several camps. Some thought that Bai Jianchan's victory was assured. Others believed that Li Qia could concoct another miracle. There was a neutral side as well, not favoring either. All in all, these parties had a jolly time talking and arguing about the fight. Of course, the majority still believed in Bai Jianchan's victory. Bets were naturally placed and Li Qia was a clear underdog. Most were excited to gamble. Bai Jianchan supporters and fans chose him, the same with a few people who wanted an easy win. However, some gamblers placed bets on Li Qia, wanting to win big if Li Qia could do something miraculous. The stage was rather quiet since the crowd remained patient. This was a rare opportunity. Normally, one wouldn't be able to see Bai Jianchan fight. This could help their cultivation greatly, especially the younger ones. By noon, a buzz could be heard, then bright visual phenomena emerged. The sky was split by them with a man walking forward. Young Lord Bai. Everyone knew who it was from the images, blessings of the gods. Who else could it be but Bai Jianchan? Even some ancestors didn't have this impressive aura. He looked like the ruler of the cosmos, the lord of the grand Tao, a deity in the mortal realm. Some had seen him before, but this didn't diminish their enthusiasm. Young Lord Bai! They shouted and screamed, especially the girls who had the best spots. They covered their face, blushing while trying to steal a glance from him through the gaps between their fingers. You'll be victorious. Victorious. A saintess began chanting. The other noble ladies loudly roared. His popularity came in full display again. He nodded to greet the crowd, looking cool and transcending. Li Qiye wasn't here yet, but Jianchan wasn't in a rush. He sat down on the stage, runes and laws emerged around him. He seemed calm with everything under control, certain of victory. This reassured his fans and supporters. Looks like young Lord Bai is 100% confident in winning. One of them said. It was time, but Li Qiye remained missing. Bai Jianchan quietly waited in the interim. Why isn't that Li guy here yet? Probably too afraid to come. An expert lost his patience. No. An ancestor shook his head. Li Qiye isn't a coward, he's actually always fierce and fearless. Humph, then he thinks too highly of himself being late to a scheduled duel. The expert scowled. Alas, the only thing the angry crowd could do was wait a bit longer. They still wanted to watch the fight. He's here. Someone shouted and made the crowd turn around. Li Qiye showed up by the entrance and strolled towards the stage. Pullstone Saintess was next to him. She still garnered more attention due to her peerless beauty. He was quickly forgotten in the background. Those who saw her for the first time nearly lost their mind. It took a while before they calmed down and stared at Li Qiye instead. He had a calm and cool expression, but the problem was his ordinary appearance. It wasn't impressive like Jianchan's aura. Humph, so uneducated. One female cultivator said. So arrogant too. Young Lord Bai got here early, yet this guy purposely came late. One youth was unhappy with Li Qiye. Li Qiye got up the stage and stretched with a smile. He lazily spoke, let's start. Finally. Jianchan stood up and stared at Li Qiye. He had a peerless aura with visual phenomena and pulsing divinity, clearly a dragon among men. On the other hand, Li Qiye, whether it be his aura, clothes, and temperament, was nothing special. People would think that he was immortal if it wasn't for his silver carapace cultivation. As the two stood facing each other, the disparity between them became obvious, similar to a prince and a beggar meeting each other. Is he really qualified to fight young Lord Bai? One spectator was skeptical. Remember what he did at Sacred Spirit Hall. An older cultivator said with a serious tone. The skeptics immediately shut their mouth. Li Qiye's showing they're completely dominated by Jianchan. Jianchan didn't attack right away, he focused his gaze in order to see through his foe. You don't want to start? Li Qiye asked. I heard about your bloodline and phoenix legacies. I don't buy it. Jianchan's brows furrowed. He didn't see any clue about a phoenix bloodline at all, regardless of his prying. Phoenix legacies, right? Take a good look then. Li Qiye smiled and casually took out a feather. It wowed the crowd with its fiery light, as immaculate as can be. They could feel immense power oozing from it along with a phoenix aura. A phoenix feather. One spectator shouted in astonishment. Chapter 3496, The feather looked as light as can be, ready to be blown away by the wind. The astonished crowd imagined how comfortable it would be when it brushed on their face. All eyes were on the feather with a focus on its flame. The flame looked like a fire spirit that wouldn't hurt anyone. On the other hand, it seemed to have a healing affinity. Even a fool could tell that this wasn't a fake. It was impossible to fake its aura. Just one strand contained a supreme divinity, as if the proud divine bird was here among them. Its proud eyes forced others to be humble. It's really a phoenix feather. This became obvious to all. In reality, no one here has seen a feather from the divine bird before. Nonetheless, they still believed that Wuxia's feather belonged to the real thing, not another inferior branch. In this world, birds with a thin phoenix bloodline were called phoenixes as well. They simply weren't the real thing. It's exactly like the painting. An ancestor stared in a daze. Many ancestors have heard about the legends of the divine beasts. Some saw the great bird in paintings. Thus, this feather broadened their horizon and knowledge. He really got the legacy then. Many swallowed their saliva. They all heard about his spoils but haven't actually seen any of it until today. Their eyes naturally gleamed with greed as a result. That's just one feather. A high elder began to covet. The feather alone was mysterious and wondrous enough, what about a more complete legacy? He had the imperial treasury as well. Thus, he turned into a boundless treasure grove in the eyes of others. Their greed intensified and nefarious plans took form. A while ago, they were ready to fight to the death over mere speculations. Now, some countries and sects wanted nothing more than to capture Wuxia. Bai Jianchan stared at the feather, slightly narrowing his eyes. He had obtained a dragon scale back at the hall, but it didn't come from a pure dragon. Nonetheless, it was still extremely precious. Unfortunately, he recognized the gap between his scale and the feather instantly. Pure blood was still far superior. Very well, let me see the power of this mythical item. He nodded and put on a serious expression. Make your move, it'll be your last chance. Wuxia playfully fanned his feather. Humph, you're still not a match for young Lord Bai with a phoenix feather. A young genius couldn't help but shout after seeing Wuxia's contemptuous attitude. People are powerful, not treasures. One top female cultivator snorted, young Lord Bai's grand Tao is peerless enough to face all the treasures in this world. Her friends nodded in agreement after hearing this. However, the rest of the crowd wasn't so sure, especially the big shots from the previous generation. On one hand, treasures shouldn't be enough to defeat Bai Jianchan due to the gap in cultivation. One was at the sacred level while the other was only a silver carapace, a different tantamount to that of an ant and elephant. No treasure could ever make up this disparity. On the other hand, some have witnessed Wuxia's devilish style back in Fire Domain in Sacred Spirit Hall. Thus, it would be silly to judge him using conventional logic. I won't hold back then. Bai Jianchan let out a battle roar and released his vitality. Chaos energy billowed upward. Rumble. His energy seemed like a hurricane, capable of breaking through anything. Numerous spectators were blown away. Those nearby hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. It then turned into a star and fused with space itself, illuminating the sky as a result. Everyone could see a galaxy with bright stars right above him. They rotated around him and made everyone gasp in wonder. They felt as if he was grasping the universe and everyone else's life. Ancient Zen Azure Art. An old cultivator took a deep breath. The Tao Lord's strongest mantra, a high-level heaven mantra. Many cultivators have heard of it before. It wasn't surprising for Jianchan to have access to a high-level heaven mantra. However, this was Yin Yang's best. It's very hard to cultivate. Only geniuses among geniuses can do so. An ancestor said. The Tao Lord used an ancient art to create it, it's not suitable for modern cultivation. A high elder knew the specifics and said, it is to be used with Yin Yang's old physique art for an unbeatable effect. People exchanged glances because Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang taught Bai Jianchan just that, an ancient physique art. This is it, the ultimate attack. The girl's confidence soared after seeing this. Everyone in the north knew just how wondrous Yin Yang Gate's ancient physique art was. Of course, many were surprised to see Jianchan going all out so quickly. This showed how serious he was taking this fight, wanting to deliver a fatal blow right away. The world is mine. Jianchan roared and began the offensive. His body became increasingly larger until the stars were right above his head. However, he suddenly disappeared after reaching the limit. This happened in the blink of an eye, so the crowd was caught off guard. The massive Bai Jianchan was no longer there. What's going on? Some spectators became confused. A legendary ancient physique art. One ancestor focused on observing this cultivation technique. Void physique. Li Qiye chuckled after seeing this. This so-called ancient physique art turned out to be one of the 12 immortal physiques from the previous epoch, Void. Chapter 3497. This wasn't an invisibility technique but rather, a fusion into space. The area became a part of his body. People always talked about this ancient physique art from Yin Yang. Alas, few in 8 decilaces actually had concrete details. The technique used to be famous back in the 9 Worlds epoch, originating from the physique scripture. However, this scripture was no longer present in 8 decilaces. Nonetheless, these techniques were still passed down to the next. Everyone felt as if Bai Jianchan was omnipresent after disappearing, existing in every corner and little spots. This feeling seemed directly perceived through the senses, akin to being surrounded by thousands of Bai Jianchan. Moreover, each had an identical divinity and vitality. It became a fight against thousands of him. The intimidation from this could make someone shudder, their Tao heart would waver. It felt impossible to win. The ancient physique art. One ancestor became aghast. Buzz. The space around Li Qiye was being twisted by someone like fried dough. There was no way to run or hide. Li Qiye seemed to be trapped there, his body was being twisted as well. No one saw Bai Jianchan's attack from start to finish. There was a lack of technique and suppression, just straight spatial manipulation. Some shouted in horror because they felt the same twisting motion with their body. It was one of helplessness, on the verge of crumbling to pieces. The power of the physique didn't stop there. The world spun and turned dark after loud explosions. Layers of space suddenly stacked on top of each other, resulting in an unbearable crushing force at a single point. Li Qiye was the one stuck at the single point. He also disappeared from sight as if he was reduced to the smallest particle. What a terrible technique! An ancestor murmured. I felt myself being crushed to dust. One youth dropped to the ground, unable to get up. Young Lord Bai is unbeatable. Just one move. A saintess calmed down and started cheering, excited after witnessing his power. Many were pale at this point. Most have heard of Jianchan and accepted his supremacy over the young generation. However, actually witnessing him in action was something else. They all admitted that he was worthy of his reputation. He's dead, didn't even have the chance to use his phoenix legacies. One youth gloated. He asked for it, trying to fight young Lord Bai while only being a silver carapace. Treasures can't make up the gap. A golden daughter said with disdain. Dual inborn talents in Tao physique and true fate, nothing less than a god. An ancestor praised, the moment he reaches grand completion with this ancient physique is when he'll prove his Tao. Everyone assumed Li Qiye was dead by this point, judging by the stacked space into a single point where he used to be. Boom! Suddenly, this dimensional point crumbled and crystal pieces scattered. Space spread again and returned to its original shape. Li Qiye walked out and was perfectly fine. He waved his feather ever so slightly and this was enough to stop the suppression of the void physique. The crowd looked like they had just swallowed a fly after seeing him alive. Void was indeed an incredible physique art. Unfortunately, Bai Jianchan was facing Li Qiye, the ultimate expert of the physique scripture. He was an existence that started a new page for this heavenly scripture. Thus, he easily found the weakness and just needed a slight touch to nullify it. Buzz. The feather then shot out a beam of fire, piercing through the sky like a thrusting spear. Boom! The highest dimension crumbled and a figure was sent flying. He slammed into the ground, damaged by the backlash from the broken dimensions. This so-called void physique was useless before Wuxia. It was simply defenseless and without any profundity. Impossible. The crowd thought. How could Wuxia send by Jianchan flying like this? The ancient physique art was as fragile as a piece of paper before Wuxia. How can this be? The ancestors couldn't believe it. Though they didn't experience the actual attack, the power earlier couldn't be described with words. Bai Jianchan's physique art was dreadful. They themselves might not be able to easily break this art. In fact, he could actually kill some of them. Wuxia simply made it look too easy, as if that art was only a paper tiger. This certainly wasn't the case, hence the confusion among the crowd. How the hell did he do it? No one had an answer to this question. Chapter 3498, Bai Jianchan, the famous prodigy of the north, has been utterly knocked down in the first exchange despite using the renowned ancient physique art. The saintesses and princesses yelling in support prior stopped speaking, leaving their mouth wide open in astonishment. Their confidence was all but shattered, their expectation betrayed. The ancestors felt the same way. They thought that only people like Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang would be able to easily break this ancient art. How, so easily too? This doesn't make sense. One ancestor murmured. It would be acceptable if Wuxia used all of his abilities or paid a great price to break the art, not in this manner. Impossible. One genius refused to believe it. The young ones believed in Bai Jianchan's supremacy. Wuxia should have been reduced to a pulp of flesh or dust. Boom! Bai Jianchan jumped out of the pit and shook the dirt off his body. He was still pulsing with divine lights. However, blood could be seen by the corner of his lips. He didn't look bad by any means, just lacking the previous impressive temperament. After all, it was hard to stay calm after losing the first exchange. Yes, go young Lord Bai, impeccable defenses. The fangirls cheered after seeing the minimal damage. They clenched their fists towards Wuxia, sharing the same enemy. They needed Bai Jianchan to crush Wuxia right now since he humiliated them earlier by proving them wrong. Who are you? Bai Jianchan stared intensely at Wuxia. The fear he felt was due to how well Wuxia understood his void physique. In fact, the guy knew more than he did regarding the flaws and openings. This physique was passed down from the previous epoch from a grand heavenly scripture, superior to any current merit law. He knew that no one else in all of 8 Desolaces knew more about void than his ancestor, Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang. Wuxia's knowledge exceeded his imagination, perhaps rivaling his ancestor. This didn't make sense because their sect never availed this secret to outsiders. Wuxia smiled. Jianchan didn't know what to think or feel. Was this a coincidence? Or was it because of the phoenix feather? He preferred the latter options, but intuition told him that Wuxia simply knew the physique like the palm of his hand. Very well, I still refuse to yield, let's see what else you can do. Jianchan took a deep breath and summoned a sword. It emitted an illumination spreading across the realms. The blade was as white as snow, enough to blind all the spectators. A tiny indentation existed on the blade, it contained a domineering and wild aura as if a supreme existence was within. Ra! A beast roar echoed and sent out torrential sound waves. It flipped a nearby mountain range over. Tyrannical Kuei. Someone shouted after seeing the sword. Created by ancient Zen Dao Lord, a high-level heaven sword, quite fierce. An old man's expression changed. This sword was made from the Dao bone of a tyrannical Kuei. This creature was rumored to have the bloodline of the divine beast, Kuei. Thus, it had the power to summon lightning bolts. The Tao Lord spent untold efforts to create it. The sword itself isn't the most terrifying thing, the fusion of the blade and the Tao is far stronger. One ancestor put on a serious expression. People watched attentively because this sword was famous. The Tao Lord had used it to defeat numerous top masters in the past. Bai Jianchan looked dominating, the flame of the sword reached the crevices of the sky. Empowerment. He roared and the visual phenomena behind him became more real. The gods began to move and formed various mantras. They chanted and became engulfed in bright radiance. Jianchan became empowered by them and looked like a god as a result. The indentation suddenly became bigger and turned into a large portal. Ra. A massive beast finally emerged with lightning currents coursing through its body. Its aura could crush everything. An ocean of lightning was its company, resulting in thunderous crackles to the horror of the crowd. That's frightening, many panicked and ran far away. There are 3 variations to my sword technique. This is the first. Bai Jianchan spoke as if sentencing death to Li Qie. The Tao Lord's ultimate sword art stemming from the tyrannical Kuei's Tao bone. Looks like Jianchan is not holding back. An ancestor became emotional. Meanwhile, his fangirls became excited after seeing his unstoppable state. One saintess shouted, "Young Lord Bai, rid the world of this villain." "That's right, show us your invincibility." More cheered for him. He ignored all of them, focusing all of his power and mind into this slash. He stopped using the void physique and resorted to another ace card. Li Qie simply knew too much about the ancient physique, so Jianchan no longer dared to use it. "I don't think I can stop this slash." One powerful ancestor stared at Jianchan with dread in his eyes. Chapter 3499, The girls couldn't handle how amazing he looked with a sword in his hand, truly a sight to behold. All admitted that he looked like a deity. No way Li Qie will survive this invincible sword art. One of them coldly uttered. They wanted Li Qie to die to their young lord Bai as soon as possible. Kuei God severing the heaven. Bai Jianchan roared and the sword released its power. The slash cut through the air in an omnipotent manner, capable of slaying gods and devils. Sword energies ravaged the area as a result. Rumble. Loud explosions hurt the eardrums. The ocean of lightning seemingly erupted as the bolts flew towards Li Qie. Just imagine the sheer destruction before this massive explosion. The world turned white while the crowd became confused. Everything seemed to be affected by its power. Even the strongest defense would falter. People didn't need to watch to know the outcome, Li Qie being reduced to ashes. This was still not the worst thing about the attack. One could see a majestic slash within the ocean of lightning. It could flatten the myriad ages with its tyrannical and bloodthirsty presence. The stench of blood was unbearable with illusions of gods being decapitated. The slash swept through an army of deities, causing corpses to fall to the ground and pile up like mountains. It was clearly aimed at Li Qie, yet the spectators still sensed a terrible fear as if they were the ones targeted. They wanted to scream but no words came out. Only the ancestors could speak about how horrifying it was. They thought that they would die to it as well. The world became quiet, all returned to the origin as if nothing had happened after the slash. "It's over." People gradually regained their vision. "He's dead for sure." This became the consensus. No one could have stopped that slash from young Lord Bai. "Where is Li Qie's head?" One noble girl said proudly. "He was an idiot for challenging young Lord Bai." Another spectator felt great respect after seeing the sword technique. However, the comments suddenly stopped once they got a good look at the situation. This was the opposite of their expectation. Li Qie wasn't reduced to ashes. On the contrary, he stood there calmly without a single wound from top to bottom. Even his hair was just like before. All eyes fell onto the phoenix feather. Its flame was pulsing and taking the shape of a fiery sword. It easily parried the sword named Tyrannical Kuei. The feather was light and could be blown away by a breeze. Alas, it still stopped the slash without needing any effort from Li Qie. Bai Jianchan's eyes opened wide since he mustered all of his strength on his sword, wanting to suppress the phoenix feather. This seemed rather futile. The audience was stunned for the second time today. No one saw how Li Qie actually stopped it. He didn't seem to use a single technique against the god-slaying slash. How? One spectator rubbed his eyes. Even the strongest master would have a hard time stopping the slash earlier, needing to put some effort into it. Therefore, people attributed this to the legendary power of a phoenix. There was no way a silver caparase cultivator could have stopped it otherwise. A phoenix is really this strong? Someone questioned. The mass started thinking about the unimaginable power of a divine beast. Just one feather was enough to stop Jianchan. Jianchan didn't have a good expression because he himself had no idea what happened. Was it Li Qie or the feather? My turn. Li Qie chuckled. The true flame of a phoenix surged out of the feather towards the azure, instantly blowing Jianchan away. A true flame, this is the power of a phoenix. Someone shouted in astonishment. This confirmed the theory of Li Qie borrowing the phoenix's power only. Screech. The flame took the form of a phoenix, its heat waves could incinerate all things. So that's a phoenix. The audience was shocked to see this. Kuei god severing the heaven. The shaken by Jianchan used the same technique against the incoming fiery bird. The latter flapped its wings, releasing flames that could refine the myriad worlds and all within. Boom! The world seemed to be broken. The lightning bolts above dispersed, the gigantic tyrannical Kuei also let out a cry before being reduced to nothingness. Bai Jianchan fell from the sky while vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Boom! He slammed into the ground, resulting in a deep pit stained with his blood. Chapter 3500, The Unstoppable Bai Jianchan of the North was beaten down again by Li Qie to everyone's astonishment. No way, so many female cultivators refused to accept this. He was perfect in their mind, whether it be his appearance or achievement in the Tao. No one should be able to defeat him. As for Li Qie, he was nothing more than a common worm. None of them gave a damn about him, and that would be the nice way of putting it. Unfortunately, their god seemed as fragile as porcelain before this unknown junior. They couldn't accept this cruel reality and were stunned by the disparity. Impossible. Young Lord Bai can't lose, one girl felt suffocated. The perfect vase was full of cracks now. On the contrary, the common stone in Li Qie looked like a resplendent diamond now, blinding beyond words. It was no longer a slap on their face like before. It has turned into a full stomp on their pride and glory. The power of a phoenix is insane. Everyone still thought that Li Qie wasn't the real culprit behind this. It was because no matter how hard they tried to look using their heavenly gaze, Li Qie was still only a silver carapace cultivator. Thus, treasures and schemes shouldn't be enough to make up for the gap. Moreover, Bai Jianchan had tyrannical Kuei as his weapon as well. Seems like I was mistaken. His bloodline is probably far thicker than expected. One ancestor became frightened. So if the power of the phoenix is this strong already, what will Li Qie look like once he reaches the sacred level? Another powerful ancestor murmured. Other ancestors had the same question. He would be able to suppress heavenly sovereigns and maybe challenge Tao lords. This Li Qie is just unfathomable. Back in Sacred Spirit Hall first and then now. There's nothing he can't do. Another spectator added. The only ones quiet among the crowd were Bai Jianchan's supporters. There seemed to be something stuck in their throat due to Bai Jianchan's swift defeat. Boom! Bai Jianchan leaped out of the pit again, no longer looking as transcendent as before, ghastly pale with bloody wounds everywhere. People couldn't help but pity him since he looked like a dead rabbit found in the wild. A great genius has fallen to such a sad state. If it was anyone else facing Li Qie, the result might be even sadder, a death without a grave. Bai Jianchan stood up, struggling to straighten his back and arch his chest. His legs were shaken. Was it from a lack of energy or fear? He stared at Li Qie. The guy was still the same as before, as average-looking as can be. The phoenix feather was still pulsing with a gentle flame. He started feeling fear due to how inscrutable Li Qie was, a mystery that could swallow him at any moment. The two of them faced each other just like during the beginning of the duel. Albeit, the atmosphere was completely different. At the start, Jianchan was nothing short of a deity beloved by all. Li Qie, on the other hand, was a nobody suffering disdain and contempt. Now, one had their image broken while the other became a source of fear. Who are you? Jianchan had always believed in his vision. This time around, it had betrayed him. I've answered this already and I told you to leave or I would hang your head on the city gate. Looks like you don't have the chance to leave now. Li Qie smiled. A solemn hush fell over the crowd. Some felt their heart beating faster. Just 3 days ago, they would have considered this to be a ridiculous and arrogant statement. Now, the same words rendered them breathless. Jianchan clenched his sword tighter. He couldn't back off or beg for mercy. The only thing to do was fight to the death. Life is so unpredictable, waves rise and fall. A spectator murmured. Boom! A beam of light suddenly emerged and caused the world to spin. A portal materialized on stage next to Bai Jian before anyone could react. What? Everyone was taken by surprise. Rumble. Figures appeared and landed in front of Bai Jianchan, stopping Li Qie from approaching. Chapter 3501, The leader of the newcomers turned out to be Skylight Princess. She led numerous ancestors to this battlefield, seemingly ready to fight to the bitter end. Skylight Princess. People exchanged glances. In reality, she has been here the entire time without showing up. She came out in order to buy time for Bai Jianchan. Go! She shouted without looking at him while exuding a heroic and decisive aura. Rumble. The portal was next to him so he could flee at any moment. Alas, hesitation struck. He was the heaven's favorite, the #1 genius of the north, the successor of Yin Yang Gate. Any of the above stopped him from running. His personal reputation would be ruined, Yin Yang would also be shamed. Everyone watched with bated breath. Bai Jianchan was clearly not a match for Li Qie, this was as clear as day by this point. However, he was in a tough situation. Even if people were to understand the decision, he found it excruciating to make a choice. Go. There is always firewood as long as the verdant hill remains. Take him away. She looked back at him and shouted. With the last command, the portal rushed towards him. The choice was no longer his. The entrance sucked him in and brought him away from the battlefield. She didn't bother to look back while feeling a bit of pain. From today on, she would never be able to see her lover again, for they would be separated by 2 realms, life and death. However, tears would never shed because she was willing to sacrifice everything for him. Leaving so soon. Li Qie was amused, evident by his smile. Get ready for battle. She didn't wallow in sadness and summoned her weapon, the same with the ancestors nearby. Kill him. She served as the vanguard and the ancestors followed her lead. Rumble. They formed a wall around Li Qie, wanting to separate the domain to stop him. This bought enough time for the portal to shrink into a single point then disappear from sight. You're courting death. Li Qie chuckled and waved his phoenix feather. A flame swept by with enough intensity to immolate the firmaments. It swallowed everything in no time at all. Boom! The wall made by the princess force couldn't stop the flame, so they were sent flying. One ancestor after another screamed. The fall of the wall meant they were susceptible to the heat. Ah! All were reduced to ashes with the exception of the princess, who slammed into the ground and vomited blood. The crowd shuddered at this sight. What a powerful love! One spectator commented. The engagement between Skylight and Yin Yang was there long before the one with Ancestral. Contrary to Polstone Saintess, Skylight Princess and Bai Jianchan grew up together and were childhood sweethearts. Thus, this engagement went smoothly without any opposition. The two of them were practically husband and wife, just lacking a formal ceremony. Thus, she knew many things about him and was in charge of certain matters pertaining to administration. Today, she fulfilled the responsibility of a wife, making a tough decision for him. Many respected her for this virtuous trait during a perilous moment. She climbed up and looked back to find that the portal was no longer there. Goodbye, she whispered, her eyes slightly moist. The years spent together fostered a strong love. This allowed them to always be together regardless of the danger and difficulties. Alas, she would need to leave him today. He would walk alone on the path towards the Tao in the future. Perhaps he would be able to find someone else who can love him the same way. Many noticed the tears in her eyes and became emotional. They showed respect by not speaking. Surrender and I'll think about sparing you out of consideration for this rare sacrifice, Li Qiye nonchalantly said. The crowd stared at her with bated breath. Surrender, someone said softly, since they have been touched by her. At the very least, she would be able to survive. Plus, it wasn't humiliating to lose to Li Qiye given the circumstances. Her courage and sacrifice made up for this. She took a deep breath and declared, I, Bai Jianchan's wife, will never surrender. How courageous. Li Qiye didn't make fun of her and continued, very well, I'll see you off. Don't worry, you won't be lonely for long. The princess trembled but mustered enough courage to raise her halberd again. Die! She roared, and the halberd released a terrible beam filled with murderous intent. Clank! She flew into the air, thrusting the halberd downward to crucify him with lightning speed. Alas, she alone couldn't do anything to Li Qiye. He gently raised the feather to stop the halberd in its track. The scene became frozen. She was still in the air while pushing down with her halberd. Poof! A flame erupted from the feather. However, it didn't light her on fire. A small buzz could be heard and it disappeared. Chapter 3502, A breeze gently brushed by and rustles could be heard akin to fluttering sands. In this case, it was the princess. The princess in her mid-air pose was blown away by the wind as if she was made from smoke. In the previous moment, she was turned to ashes by the terrible flame. She didn't scream in pain, no blood either. She simply disappeared from the world without leaving any trace behind. The halberd became ashes as well. This death could be described as beautiful, but the crowd had cold sweat in their palms. They thought that it was worse than a bloody death because nothing was left of her in this case. Skylight Princess, one spectator softly said, feeling very complicated. Her admirers were speechless as well. Their goddess was dead now for Bai Jianchan's sake. An admirable woman. One ancestor sighed and praised. Many didn't know whether this was a good result or not. She died but still successfully allowed Jianchan to escape. This is it. The girls among the audience felt their soul leaving their body. This was one of the worst possible outcomes, a stark contrast to their confident expectation. The image of the perfect man in their heart shattered, their scorn and derision towards Li Qiye turned out to be a slap on the face or worse, a stomp keeping their head down in embarrassment forever. Most stared at Li Qiye with a fearful expression, not daring to open their mouth. By this point, it didn't matter if it was the power of the phoenix or something else, Li Qiye truly defeated by Jianchan in front of them. The number one genius of the north couldn't stop a single blow from him. How could people not be afraid of Li Qiye now? Those who made fun of him earlier were particularly nervous, no longer having the courage to look straight at him. That's what you get for not listening to adults. Should have listened to me and left earlier to avoid this. Li Qiye chuckled and said before turning to leave. He walked slowly down the steps, seemingly without strength. Shi Qingjian came up to help him down. This was a familiar scene that was met with ridicule. Now, the crowd didn't dare to breathe loudly lest they bother him. A few were afraid that Li Qiye might turn around and wave his feather, completely obliterating everyone here. They heaved a sigh of relief after he disappeared from sight. They had no idea why he exerted such unbearable pressure on them just now. He was still the same as he was at the start, not displaying any aura or might. Perhaps his nonchalant expression, whether it be deliberate or not, made it more terrifying. Others didn't know what the hell he was thinking, that his mood could randomly change. At least this is over. One spectator said as the pressure dissipated. No, this is only the beginning of the show. An ancestor disagreed, the landscape has changed, a war is inevitable. Those nearby exchanged glances after hearing this. Don't forget, the armies of the behemoths were still waiting outside Ancestral. Would they be able to accept this outcome? Of course not, hence an inevitable storm. The end of the battle painted a different mood in Ancestral City. The liveliness and rampant discussions were nowhere to be found. The girls, in particular, were out of control. Now, they no longer spoke about this matter just like everyone else. It pertained to both Li Qiye and Bai Jianchan. Losing like that for the latter was utterly humiliating. A while later after the battle, one could feel the ground shaking from inside Ancestral City. Banners fluttered and dust filled the air. The million-strong armies were no longer staying by the outskirts, they started marching closer. The horns of war could be heard, they were answered by similar horns in other regions of the north. Yin Gate is summoning their forces. One listener said. Skylight Country and Firmament's Gate followed suit not long after. Rumble. Troops from all over northern West King began marching towards Ancestral City, accompanied by rotating Yin and Yang affinity, or royal aura, and the presence of the sword Dao. It didn't take long before they made it to Ancestral. The outer regions became packed with an ocean of troops. All three sects are fully mobilizing. The spectators became afraid. A siege is coming. Another ancestor noted. The neutral parties were eager to give it a go as well. This would be a great opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Ra. An azure dragon emerged above the sky. Ancestral, hand over Li Qiye or face destruction. The voice contained wrath and fury. Azure Dragon Ancient King. People knew that the battle was going to happen soon with this ancestor here. I hope Ancestral will not harbor a villain. A sword Dao surged after this person spoke. It engulfed the entire region and frightened everyone. Chapter 3503, Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign. Everyone sensed the billowing sword energy. The heat from it seemed to be burning their heart and organs. One side has made their intention clear. Now, everyone else waited for a response from Ancestral City. After all, armies were waiting right outside consisting of ancestors and powerful cultivators such as the Ancient King and a Heavenly Sovereign. The mighty sect still needed to exercise prudence against these opponents. Some spectators had a heavy heart, afraid that the flames of war might get out of control. All of the north could be dragged into this conflict at that point. The golems, in particular, felt the worst, not knowing what to do. After all, Ancestral had a special significance to their race and also served as home. The destruction of the city meant many golems would become refugees. The uneasiness was interrupted by a tear in space. Something seemingly tore it apart and another light emerged akin to a second sun. Everyone looked up and realized that another massive golem had awakened. Another forefather, the golems cheered at this sight. This forefather has never woken up before. Boom! The eyes of this forefather released a terrible aura like a tsunami, crushing the stars above. He focused his gaze at the area outside of the city. Space itself was pushed outward, so many were blown flying. The aura of Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign and Azure Dragon Ancient King were separated as well. The forefather successfully established his dominance over the other combatants. This forefather might be stronger than the Sovereign and Ancient King. Some ancestors were moved at this sight. Forefather. Numerous golems prostrated, some had tears streaming down their cheeks. The strongest ancestors of their race have undergone either pseudo or full atavism. However, these pseudo-atavistic beings still woke up to protect their descendants. Ancestral City can't be underestimated. One powerful ancestor felt dread. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign and Azure Dragon Ancient King reigned supreme during their era. However, this forefather was actually stronger than them. Moreover, Ancestral had more slumbering forefathers. Boom! A blast seemed to be answering this forefather. The radiance from this overshadowed everything else. A magnificent scene emerged by the horizon, a golden sun of unimaginable size. The world became adorned with a golden layer as a result. People had a hard time keeping their eyes open. What's that thing? A spectator shouted, since this new entity was more overwhelming than the actual sun. It caught everyone by surprise. Pop! Next came a silver light resembling mercury pouring down like an endless flood. The earth already had a golden layer, now a silver layer was added. This didn't end there for the unsuspecting crowd. A moon also materialized in the sky. It wasn't far from being close to the golden sun's size, but its lunar light was just as impressive, quickly engulfing everyone. Another. The crowd was stunned. First was a massive golden sun, then came a moon. Everything seemed to be changing because a darkness came next. Both of these massive celestials disappeared from sight. The last thing to happen were stars emerging in the darkness. They looked just like beautiful diamonds. I know who they are. One high elder took a deep breath and shouted, the Celestial Trinity. 3 ancient ancestors from Yin-Yang Gate. Most have not heard of this title outside of the older cultivators. I remember now. One ancestor pondered for a moment before replying, they're even older than ancient Zen Dao Lord. Yes, very few know about them. They did show up when the Dao Lord was competing for the world in order to protect him, not for too long though. The High Elder had a serious expression. My master told me about them as well, they're only second to Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang in terms of power and status in Yin Yang. A different ancestor added. Only second to Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang. Others became shaken. Just this phrase alone indicated the trio's potential. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang was a being comparable to Dao Lords. Now, these ancient ancestors weren't that far behind him. The night eventually dispersed and everything became normal. However, the sun, moon, and one star could be seen outside Ancestral in an oppressive manner. Fellow Daoist, hand over Li Chia and we can deliberate other matters, or we'll start the siege and flatten the city. A powerful voice declared. Everyone could tell that this wasn't an empty threat and exchanged glances. The great armies would start attacking soon. The golems took a deep breath. What should we do? One golem expert didn't know what to do. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign and Azure Dragon Ancient King were strong enough. Now, the Celestial Trinity was here as well. Quite a formidable team. Chapter 3504, 5 ancient ancestors have arrived on the field, a truly shocking group. This was before mentioning the Great Coalition armies. I don't think any sect in the north can handle this invasion. Even the experienced ancestors trembled in fear. They truly want to take down Ancestral. The golem experts were distressing. Their race had a deep loyalty towards this city since it could be considered their ancestral ground. The best choice is to hand over Wuxia. One golem expressed his thought. This was rather popular among the golems after seeing the great armies. It's not wise to implicate the city over a stranger. Other neutral parties felt the same way. After all, Wuxia was an outsider and a human. Why would they ever risk Ancestral City that has been built over millions of years for his sake? Moreover, no one would mock Ancestral for doing so either since it was a wise choice. Avoiding war and needless death was more important in the eyes of the golems. Many began staring at the towering golem. They knew that the city's choice would be up to this forefather. He was currently the strongest with the highest authority, qualified to make a decision for the city's future. Alas, his eyes were still pulsing brightly, seemingly ready to fight off any invader. They're not messing around this time. It became apparent that Ancestral City wanted to fight against the three behemoths. What are they thinking? People didn't simply understand why they were going to such length for Wuxia. No other ancestors from Ancestral came out to make any declaration, not even Pullstone Saintess who was in charge. The lack of communication made the crowd wonder. Could it be that Ancestral doesn't give a damn about the armies? In reality, some ancestors of the golem race had no idea what was going on either. What a shabby alliance. A lazy voice interrupted everyone's rumination. It's Wuxia. A listener blurted out. The silence from Ancestral was finally broken, it's just that it was Wuxia instead of anyone from Ancestral. You all have 3 days to prepare the coffins and say your last words before the massacre. No chances afterward. Wuxia declared. Listeners stared at each other in astonishment. The coalition included 5 ancient ancestors and numerous masters. However, Wuxia still declared his intent on killing all of them. This could be construed as both domineering and contemptuous. That's just his style. Some said with admiration. Jeers and mockeries were no longer a thing since Wuxia had proven himself time and time again. He was mighty regardless of his method. Right. An ancestor smiled wryly. By this point, he attributed the viewpoint of Wuxia being arrogant and haughty as a public misperception. The guy was simply speaking the truth. An outsider like you can make a decision for Ancestral City? An old voice filled with divinity replied, this was one of the celestial trinity, Golden Sun ancient ancestor. Yes. A thunderous answer came and swept away the clouds. Everyone looked up and saw that the speaker was the newly awakened golem forefather. Both the volume and significance of the answer took everyone like a storm. This forefather hasn't said a thing after waking up. Nonetheless, this only word changed the whole landscape. He closed his eyes and withdrew his aura, seemingly becoming a statue once more. He has made his stance crystal clear. Everyone couldn't believe it, especially the golem ancestors from the other sections. This meant that Wuxia could represent Ancestral City or even go as far as make all decisions for them. No one would ever question the validity of Wuxia's authority after listening to the forefather. It was as final as can be. Most still found it unbelievable despite being here in person. The leader of the golems was now putting a human in charge. I see. Golden Sun ancient ancestor replied, if that's the case, then we have nothing else to say. Don't blame us for destroying Ancestral City. The 3 behemoths didn't expect this either. They assumed that Ancestral City would acquiesce and negotiation would start after feeling the pressure of their forces. Not in their dreams did they expect Ancestral refusing to hand Wuxia over and actually put him in charge. Plus, Pullstone Saintess wasn't the one making this decision but rather, a respected forefather. It would be understandable if she was the one to do so, a decision based on emotions and carelessness. Stop blustering. You have 3 days, feel free to use it to prepare for battle or to prepare your funeral arrangements. I'll personally come out alone and to slaughter all of you, make sure to treasure these last moments. Li Qie answered right away. 1 against that army and 5 ancient ancestors. The listeners smiled wryly without criticizing him for not knowing his limits. He earned the right to be haughty after easily defeating by Jianchan. Chapter 3505, The news of Li Qie's intent traveled across the city. His opponents were mighty beyond words. This alliance was massive, one couldn't come up with a larger one in the north. Not to mention a single cultivator, no sect would dare to challenge this. They would tremble from just looking at the army, let alone fighting it. Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor didn't answer right away. He pondered for a while before replying, so be it, a fight to the death in 3 days. It became apparent that the Great Coalition still didn't dare to underestimate Li Qie. They considered him a mighty foe. He's serious about fighting alone. New discussions sprung up after people calmed down. Anyone else would be cowering or pissing their pants if they were put in this situation. Some might start kneeling to beg for forgiveness as well. Only someone tired of living would act like Li Qie. No one else in the north can do this beside Li Qie. Those who looked down on him couldn't help changing their mind. Young Lord Bai can't do it either. One genius murmured. No one retorted despite their feelings towards Bai Jianchan. The young ones admired him while the old cultivators thought that he had boundless potential. Unfortunately, recent losses have weakened his reputation and status. Though none wanted to be blatant, they still thought that Bai Jianchan couldn't do the same thing, not even his undefeated self in the past. It required immense courage and confidence, something they no longer thought he had. I'm won over. An expert smiled wryly. I don't care how annoying he was in the past, it makes sense now. This courage is commendable. Can he do it? Someone else quietly said. Li Qie could be strong, but facing that coalition alone still seemed to be outrageous. Others didn't directly attribute this to arrogance, but some certainly thought so. Of course, by this point, calling Li Qie arrogance was no longer an insult but rather, a type of praise. It's difficult, maybe just the armies alone is fine, but the 5 ancient ancestors. Li Qie could have the greatest techniques and schemes, he's still facing heavenly sovereigns that have dominated 8 decalaces. One ancestor mused for a bit before replying. Others nodded in agreement. Putting the armies aside, the 5 renowned ancient ancestors were truly intimidating. Well, Li Qie has always done the unexpected. Maybe he'll perform another miraculous feat, one high elder remained optimistic. The group didn't say anything. Everyone has underestimated Li Qie previously, thinking that he would lose to Bai Jianchan. What was the result? An utter defeat for Jianchan. Rumble. The inhabitants of Ancestral stopped speaking due to loud commotion outside. They knew that armies were marching into formations. There were deafening blasts and blinding lights, perhaps terrible formations were being erected. The 3 armies are working together. An older expert noted after 2 days of rowdiness. Seems like Yin Yang Gate is leading them to create a supreme formation. A big shot revealed, they found something amazing in an old domain, perfect for large-scale conflicts. They rarely needed to use it until now. A large-scale formation. Just for Li Qie? One listener asked. The power of a formation empowered by 3 armies should be insanely powerful. However, they thought that it was the same as using a cannon to kill a mosquito in this case. So what happens after Li Qie's defeat? Someone speculated. People thought that the armies would march towards Ancestral right away. Perhaps this formation would be able to crush the city. We need to prepare for the worst. Some knew that danger was coming. Most didn't say anything and quietly withdrew from the city, choosing to stay by the outskirts instead. They didn't want to be dragged into this mess. The invaders might think that they were disciples of Ancestral and kill them. This was especially true for the golems. Of course, a few powerful ancestors decided to hide in the city, wanting to take advantage of it. The siege would give them ample opportunities to steal treasuries. 3 days passed by in a hurry. All eyes were on the outer region, waiting for a great battle. This region consisted of a large plain separating Ancestral from the rest of the world. The 3 armies gathered here. It became clear that it would serve as the battlefield. The sky and mountains were filled with eager spectators. The outcome didn't matter since this battle would go down in history either way. They considered themselves fortunate to be able to witness it in person. The soldiers of the armies had palpable bloodthirst. The audience could still sense it despite being far away and were intimidated. Each squadron was positioned in a meticulous manner. While looking down from above, the groups made up a unified whole resembling a primordial bird with all-engulfing wings. Its claws could tear down anything. Damn! Even the powerful masters shuddered after seeing the troop arrangement. Chapter 3506, The armies became increasingly frightening after ample preparation. This was enough to trample multiple sections. I don't think Li Qiye can do it. Someone said despite having a high evaluation of Li Qiye's power and abilities due to the murderous aura of the armies. We'll find out soon. An ancestor remained calm and said, the armies actually don't matter as much as the 5 ancient ancestors. Each of them has massacred millions and taken down sects before. A high elder said with a dignified expression. The juniors shuddered after hearing this since it was true. The 5 ancestors were battle-hardened, their hands stained with blood. Fighting all 5 alone was an arduous endeavor. This battle will shock the heaven. Most were eager to watch. Li Qiye's here. A keen-eyed observer saw Li Qiye leaving the gate of Ancestral. He has become the focus of the entire world. He still looked as carefree as ever, not like someone who was entering a perilous battle against a great army. It seemed like he was heading into a feast instead. His appearance was still ugly and his cultivation remained at the silver caparase realm. Nonetheless, no one uttered a single word of disrespect. They viewed his nonchalant attitude as being freed and untethered from anything in this world. Still at ease and carefree before the great army, no one can match this. I definitely can't. One ancestor said. Others agreed with him and nodded, thinking that Li Qiye was special indeed. Li Qiye made it outside and only glanced at the armies once. It became a stark contrast, a sea of ferocious soldiers versus one lonely cultivator. The armies could walk over and instantly reduce Li Qiye to a meat paste. My legs would be shaking already. Someone said and the crowd wholeheartedly agreed. I would run too. Another expert smiled wryly. Running before such overwhelming odds wasn't shameful at all. How should we do it? I need to kill all of you and go back for a nap. Li Qiye stretched lazily and said. The soldiers in the armies were furious, shooting flames out of their eyes. This didn't affect Li Qiye in the slightest. The soldiers were rightfully vexed because they were the elites of the elites among the 3 behemoths. They have rampaged through the battlefields and earned numerous distinguished commendations. In fact, other sects would cower in fear after hearing about them. Alas, he made it sound as if they were nothing, just specks of dust that needed to be swept away by a broom. Nonetheless, they were trained well enough to not shout back at him. One person eventually broke from the rank and moved to the front. Young Lord Bai. A spectator blurted out. Bai Jianchan still had a bright glow with visual phenomena, still the same awe-inspiring genius as before. However, his expression was one of coldness. The friendliness and amiability were gone now. The previous event had done a number on him. White cloths wrapped around his arms, clearly a sign of grief for the late princess. Young Lord Bai, a female cultivator pitied him after seeing this. They naturally still supported him, albeit not in the same blatant manner. They have learned their lesson this time and didn't want to humiliate themselves. Impressive, his mental state isn't bad. A big shot from the previous generation praised him. The previous defeat should have crushed him. After all, he had never experienced defeat before. Such achievements were worthy of pride. Unfortunately, he lost to Wuxia in just 2 moves and it wasn't even close. Worst of all, his fiancée bought time for him to escape and lost her life in the process. This was enough to destroy someone. They wouldn't be able to face this loss and the grim reality. In the rare case of recovery, others would need a long time to do so. Meanwhile, Jianchan still looked composed, just hardened from the experience. He was indeed a capable genius. Wuxia. He glared at Wuxia with determination. There was no rage or teeth gritting. You want to start? Wuxia chuckled. Everyone stopped breathing for a moment, no one made fun of Bai Jianchan. In fact, he has done a good job already after facing such a monster in Wuxia. Anyone else would have suffered even more. Today, I shall fight you until death. If I fall, more men from Yin Yang will come in waves. We will have vengeance. Don't think about leaving this place alive. Jianchan spoke powerfully, each word came from the chest. His tone wasn't one of resentment and hatred, he simply used strong words to express his determination along with the sect's goal. So be it, you will fight first or everyone together. Wuxia stretched again, seemingly fatigued. Not long ago, no one would worry about Bai Jianchan in a duel. This was no longer the case since Wuxia was clearly superior. Chapter 3507, The crowd thought that it would be foolish for Jianchan to fight alone. I will fight but not alone. I'll borrow everyone's power for the sake of killing you. Bai Jianchan took a deep breath and solemnly declared. He didn't resort to scheming or any other plan, just a direct confrontation. You can do it, young Lord Bai. A few girls still clenched their fists and still rooted for him. It won't be easy. An ancestor sighed and said, he has no choice but to get through this. Otherwise, the heart devil will consume him. That's why Yin Yang Gate can't let Wuxia leave this place alive if Bai Jianchan wants to become a Dao Lord. They have to kill him at all costs for their future's sake. One high elder said. The loss of both his pride and wife had left a deep shadow in him. Thus, even if he could leave this place alive, it wouldn't be enough without Wuxia's death. That would spell doom to his future. Do whatever you want. Also, the 5 old geezers, no need to keep on hiding. Wuxia smiled and said. Humph. A sharp snort resounded just like the hymn of a sword pricking the heart. People would jolt from the pain. Clank. A massive sword descended with ravaging sword energy. It pinned onto the ground, looking just like a mountain. Buzz. The individual rays shot out just like real swords. The pain caused people to pull back. Poof. Next came a powerful flame. The blade started turning red. It could be due to the blood of its previous victims or just from being heated up. The terrible temperature came out in waves. The spectators became sweaty and thirsty as a result. Blaze blade heavenly sovereign. Someone looked up and saw an old man standing on top of the hilt. His eyes were fierce, the same with his facial features. He coldly stood there with the presence of an unsheathed sword. Putting his actual weapon aside, he himself was a terrible sword that had massacred plenty of people. The spectators trembled as his eyes swept through the field. He was obviously unhappy with Wuxia's comment. However, the latter didn't react to his intimidation in the slightest. Most stared at the old man with fear with the exception of the sword users. They had an expression of reverence. The sovereign used to be an amazing sword genius. His sword Dao used to be a popular topic. Thus, seeing him in person was an honor. Ra. Next came the visual phenomenon of an azure dragon emerging above. A terrible draconic aura swept through like a tempest and forced people back. Azure Dragon Ancient King. Everyone knew who it was right away, the strongest ancient ancestor of Skylight. They looked up and saw 8 ancestors carrying a palanquin. The one sitting down was a gray-haired old man. He wore a dragon robe and had a dignified bearing, looking just like a supreme ruler in charge of all living beings and domains. Though he was no longer on the throne, he still emitted the same regal aura. People couldn't help wanting to prostrate before him. Pop. Next came a golden sun again with a blinding radiance. Beneath the sun was an old man wearing a yellow robe with the same unbearable luster, looking just like a sun god. Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor. His identity was obvious. Next to the sun was a silver moon, completely different from its friend. Nonetheless, the two seemed to be supporting each other. The crowd felt frozen while being illuminated by this silver light. Beneath the moon was the lunar god, seemingly descending from his palace. Just one wave of his hand could kill 1,000,000. Silver Moon Ancient Ancestor. The second master of Yin Yang has shown himself. Last was the sky turning black. It was filled with stars. Their lights eventually gathered on one person, an old man in black. He seemed capable of absorbing the starlights just like a black hole. Nothing would ever be able to escape from his grasp. The spectators felt as if his gaze could reap their soul. Star Ancient Ancestor. Someone shouted. 5 ancient ancestors have shown up, their auras terrified the audience. The armies and Li Qiye suddenly became insignificant. These 5 were the true lords, or so the crowd thought. Terrifying. A junior understood why his senior said that these 5 were far more frightening than the armies. Their auras made this evident. The righteous Tao of the world forbids the existence of evil. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign sonorously declared. Enough, stop spewing this crap when you're old enough to be in the grave. Li Qiye waved his hand and said, if you think justice is on your side, feel free to attack Ancestral City right now. Let's see how powerful your Tao is in there. Blaze Blade glared at him, unable to respond. Meanwhile, the spectators didn't dare to say a word. They weren't qualified to comment on these beings. Blood for blood, Skylight will flay you for killing our members. Azure Dragon Ancient King spoke while sitting on his palanquin. Don't worry, I'll give you the chance. Unfortunately, it'll just end with your country's destruction. Li Qiye responded. Chapter 3508, The army's bloodthirst was palpable and overwhelming. The invincible aura of the 5 ancient ancestors loomed above the firmaments. Other cultivators trembled in their wake like insects. On the other side were Li Qiye and his shadow, akin to a blade of grass being pushed down by numerous mountains. His back could break at any moment. The spectators couldn't help worrying about Li Qiye due to the power of his foes. I would soil my pants already if I were in his shoes. An ancestor with plenty of experiences murmured. In fact, fleeing would be an acceptable option. Just standing up straight was impressive enough, let alone actually fighting them. This was the reason why people respected Li Qiye's nonchalant and fearless attitude. They found him to be anything but ordinary, completely different from his average appearance. He looked quite extraordinary despite lacking a bright aura and divinity. His figure suddenly became as large as a giant whose head could touch the sky. Only someone of that stature would be able to stay calm before the great armies. He has already made a name for himself regardless of the battle's outcome. One expert said. Others nodded in agreement. They felt that Li Qiye was far more impressive than Bai Jianchan regardless of their appearance and auras. Our fight will be to the death. Bai Jianchan stepped forward and roared. I'm afraid no one will be able to save you today. Li Qie chuckled. This was naturally a reference to the late princess who sacrificed herself for love. Bai Jianchan shuddered once before taking a deep breath. Yes, I will die in the case of defeat. Bai Jianchan said sternly, clearly having made up his mind. If he couldn't kill Li Qie after doing his best, then at the very least, he would be able to walk with the princess down on the Yellow River. Others approved of his determination. He was indeed worthy of being her fiancé. You can do it. Some fangirls remained positive without putting Li Qie down. Make your move already so she won't be lonely down there. Li Qie said. Begin the formation. Bai Jianchan commanded with a dignified voice. Start. The individual commanders' roar echoed across the field. Boom. 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 The drums of war sounded heroic and intimidating, capable of crushing all foes. The soldiers became resplendent as their vitality soared to the sky. This manifested into a red ocean. They had prepared a supreme formation and were just waiting for Bai Jianchan's command. The terrible aura of the formation billowed in the air, resembling a great bird ready to tear the world asunder. True chaos energy and vitality mixed together and illuminated the world. Clank. 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 One star after another lit up. It was as if these stars that were sleeping deep in the crevices of space had awakened. Their lights connected and formed a ferocious bird. Do you know what that is? The spectators looked up at the sky and noticed the resemblance between the celestial formation and the army arrangement. Screech. The vitality and energy of the army focused onto the bird below while the celestial radiance infused itself with the bird above. Boom. The two primordial birds flew towards each other and immediately became one. Screech. A new creation emerged with wings blotting out the sky. Just one feather alone blocked out a reason. People's eardrums ruptured after hearing this sound and started bleeding. Some fell to the ground, unable to handle the pain. The birds and beasts also cowered, not daring to move around. This is the famous supreme formation in the legend? One powerful spectator asked. He felt the rays from this beast billowing across the land, akin to countless arrows shooting everywhere. According to the rumors, it's not from this epoch and was found in an ancient divine realm. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang found it and made it his own. A knowledgeable ancestor said seriously. Bai Jianchan was next to release all of his vitality without holding back. It soared into the sky like a beam. Holding back would be silly before Li Qie, so he mustered all of his strength. This beam struck the great bird, causing a harmonization. The ground trembled as rays of light erupted from Jianchan, seemingly tearing his body apart. They eventually became clearer to the audience, the lines of the supreme formation coursing through his skin. He's imprinting the marks of the formation onto his own body, connecting it with the army's power and the formations. One high elder became startled. That's reckless, just one wrong move and he'll explode. The big shots took a deep breath. Boom. Space was assaulted by an explosion. Ripples and pops made everything look ethereal. The spectators saw Bai Jianchan and the armies stacking upon each other as if the dimensions were inching closer. Jianchan was clearly standing there, but his physical form became hard to see. Chapter 3509, The spatial fluctuation naturally shocked the crowd, since if they were close enough to be affected, they would be reduced to dust. Just this fluctuation alone carried immense destruction. One could easily see how powerful Bai Jianchan was right now. Of course, this power came at a price. Just one mistake and he would implode before being able to kill Li Qie. The abilities of someone with two inborn talents. One ancestor became emotional, only an inborn Dao physique can withstand this level of power. Someone else with a stronger cultivation can't handle it as well as Bai Jianchan. It's not just that, you have to take his ancient physique art into account too. It can accommodate anything and everything, including this endless force. An ancestor from a different sect had a deeper insight. These ancestors wouldn't be able to use the formation and the armies in this manner, unlike Jian Chan. Grasp the universe, control the divine beast. Jian Chan crazily roared and formed a mudra with both hands. Buzz. Terrible beams emanated from him along with deafening explosions. Space around him started shrinking at a rapid rate. It was as if he wanted to force all the dimensions into his palms. What power is this? Some sensed themselves being pulled into this space and hurriedly ran away from the battlefield. In the next second, this sucking force was solely focused on Li Qie. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Li Qie's body was being twisted and pulled, his true fate was separated from his body and was pulled into the mudra. As space grew smaller, so did the massive bird in the sky. However, the materialization became more physical, as if a true divine bird was appearing. Its terrible aura only intensified instead of waning. The severing method from ancestral realm, I see. Quite smart to be able to use it in this manner. Li Qie chuckled and murmured to himself, having instantly recognized the origin of this supreme formation. Can Li Qie handle this? People saw that his body and essences were being dragged apart. After all, Bai Jianchan had the support of multiple armies behind him, quite a dreadful force to go against. He can do the impossible, a victory here shouldn't be surprising. One ancestor said while some girls still cheered for Bai Jianchan. Crack. People heard a breaking noise as if Li Qie's bones were crumbling from the pressure. Is he wounded? People exchanged glances of curiosity. However, a silver radiance flashed from Li Qie followed by a loud explosion. Waves of a violet color emanated from him in an endless manner. Violet Marquis Corpus. Everyone recognized this phenomenon and became shocked. From silver carapace to violet Marquis. He chose to break through now during a battle. That's some insane confidence. Another smiled wryly. Most would choose isolated cultivation before breaking through. Others would ask stronger cultivators to keep an eye out in case of a mistake. Now, Li Qie chose the most dangerous time to break through, as if he didn't care about interference. So this confirmed his previous cultivation realm, silver carapace. A wise master found this astonishing. The 5 ancient ancestors felt the same way. They speculated that Li Qie was hiding his power using a peerless method. Thus, he looked like a silver carapace. But now, the signs of reaching Violet Marquis made it too clear. Silver carapace was his true realm prior. They became confused because how could a silver carapace defeat a genius at the sacred level? Not even the legacies of a phoenix could make up this gap. Alas, Li Qie actually carried out this task. This brat. The members of Celestial Trinity stared at each other. Since when is this possible? Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign had to accept this fact. Bai Jianchan was affected as well. He naturally suspected that he lost because Li Qie was hiding his power. That's the only explanation, that Li Qie was a big shot purposely taking him down. This certainly wasn't the case now. He, a genius at the Grand Dao Sacred Physique realm, lost to a silver carapace cultivator despite using a Dao Lord weapon. Alas, he didn't have time to think about this, no need to seek confirmation. The only thing he needed to do was to focus everything on this next attack. Boom! The new violet energy erupted and empowered Li Qie. The wild empowerment of violet energy, triple the power. All cultivators knew about this. Those in this realm could use this eruption of power in order to boost their power threefold. However, in regards to this battle, not to mention 3, even 30,000 more times wasn't enough. The problem was, this threefold from Li Qie was different from other people. His chant created runes around him that culminated into a chapter of the Grand Dao. Evil energy manifested from this process along with phantoms and ghosts. A devil seemed to be born in his mind and heart. Is he cultivating the devil mantra right now? Some recognized it and speculated. Looks like it, the beginning part. Someone who has done so before spoke with uncertainty. Impossible, didn't he obtain the treasury of the great emperor? Any mantra from there is surely superior. The skeptic said. Only a fool would pick one of the 7 mantras over something from the treasury. Bai Jianchan himself was confused while channeling his spatial attack. He had to ask, this is devil? Indeed, might as well cultivate a mantra after reaching Violet Marquis, I have free time anyway. The chapter was finished by the time he spoke. This was one of the 7 laws of the Golden Age, devil. Chapter 35:10, all cultivators including the 5 ancient ancestors became speechless and astounded. Breaking through to the next realm during a battle was shocking enough. Now, he was still cultivating a mantra. Worst of all, it was a terrible one too. It would be understandable for Li Qiye to have a Dao breakthrough. After all, many brilliant geniuses loved using external forces to defeat bottlenecks. This could be quite effective. However, Li Qiye was starting a new mantra right before the battle. Of course, some thought that this was understandable since it was Li Qiye. They have seen how devilish he was, the impossible became possible with him around. It's just that, why did he pick devil? Only those who had no other choice would do so. The thing was common enough to be found randomly from street vendors. This wasn't the case for Li Qiye since he had access to the best imperial laws. Even a fool would know which to pick. This was akin to having a supreme treasure along with a pile of trash, yet the guy picked the latter. This could only be the result of either foolishness or insanity. Alas, everyone knew that neither applied here. The 3 ancient ancestors have experienced numerous eras yet still couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation for his choice. Maybe this actually suits him. One person had a helpless smile, an ordinary mantra for his ordinary self, a perfect match. Ordinary yet extraordinary. Some agreed with this particular perspective. 2 ordinary things together became special, a miracle of sorts capable of breaking the current mold. Meanwhile, Bai Jianchan felt suffocated as if there was something stuck in his chest that couldn't get out. He cultivated a peerless ancient art along with top Tao Lord Merit laws, not to mention his inborn gifts. He could be considered a deity among men, yet he still lost to Li Qiye and his ordinary mantras. His brilliant talents and achievements were meaningless and weak before Li Qiye. This was too much to take. Devil in the heart, devil in the world, I shall be the sole devil in existence. Li Qiye smiled and chanted. Buzz. A strange energy moved around the world as if all evil affinities have awakened. Strangely enough, these evil affinities didn't seem malicious. They were part of the world, akin to the existence of night when there was day. Otherwise, the concept of day wouldn't exist. Everyone felt as if a devil had appeared in their heart as well. They could finally release their dark side. Thus, they hurriedly stopped breathing and focused up to protect their mind. The nonchalant yet domineering chant changed the atmosphere. It sounded like an ascension call, all needed to prostrate before him. Boom! Meanwhile, Bai Jianchan has finished gathering power. The massive bird in the sky was now small enough to be in his palm, turning into a seal. All of space and the inhabitants within felt as if they were within his grasp. Annihilate! He roared and sent the seal towards Li Qiye. Rumble! The spatial area around Li Qiye instantly collapsed, crushed by an unstoppable force. Tao laws and other affinities such as time weren't spared either. Boom! Li Qiye was swallowed by a black hole before the spectators. This was only the beginning. All of the space nearby focused on the black hole. For those tough enough to survive being in the black hole, they needed to face this crushing force next. The seal then entered this focal point and exploded. It was as if an entire planet had detonated in there. The black hole blew up and a black flash engulfed the area. Boom! Numerous spectators were blown away. Some vomited blood due to injuries from the shockwaves. Their eyes were wide open, feeling as if they have been crushed by that attack despite not being the target. No one should be able to survive that series of moves. That has to be it. The area was a chaotic mess with the black hole gone. Black lights still blinded everyone like fog. The 5 ancient ancestors watched with bated breath. They refused to believe that Li Qie could have survived because the guy didn't put up a defense. Not necessary, Li Qie is still Li Qie. One ancestor quietly said. Buzz. The black lights suddenly condensed together into a figure. It's Li Qie. A spectator shouted. Bai Jianchan felt immense pressure after seeing this. He was sure that his move struck his opponent, but the guy was perfectly fine. His body seemed to be formless. You could destroy him and it would just come together in the next moment. Celestial Devil Break. Li Qie chuckled and started sucking the evil energy in the realms. Rumble. He grew into the size of a supreme devil looking down on all creations. Is that still Li Qie? All spectators were stunned, Bai Jianchan included. He was anything but ordinary now in this new form. He resembled a devil king capable of commanding the world. Other great devils had no choice but to pledge loyalty. Devil mantra, the astonished spectators immediately thought about this mantra. Chapter 35:11, Devil Mantra was common and has been passed around for years and years. Training it didn't mean turning into a devil or becoming evil. In fact, all 7 mantras were of the righteous and orthodox path. The word devil referred to the obsession of the mind, turning extreme emotions and thoughts into power. Thus, it was different from the other 6 and had a faster cultivation speed. However, Li Qie's style seemed to be different, an extreme manifestation in an immaculate manner. This might be the limit of Devil Mantra. Is this still Devil Mantra? Even the 5 ancestors couldn't believe it after sensing his tyrannical aura. Gods and kings would still need to kneel before him. People couldn't believe their eyes. This looked like the greatest merit law of a devil emperor, not a common mantra. Li Qie's evil aura carried 0 malice. This was the evil path of righteousness, comparable to other pure grand Tao and king's arts. He resembled a devil king that actually cared about the living beings. A Tao at the limit is always the correct and righteous path, no matter what it is. One ancestor became emotional. Break. Li Qie declared and the myriad Tao answered him. His single word turned into an eternal mantra. Clank. 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 The Tao laws twisted together to form a heaven-raising truncheon. Li Qie immediately smashed it forward in an unstoppable manner. Bai Jianchan had no choice but to try and block it. He leaped upward and used his seal again, activate. The seal rushed forward with a blinding radiance, hitting the truncheon in the process. The resulting explosions forced the spectators to close their eyes. Boom! The seal was sent flying along with Bai Jianchan. Blood gushed from his mouth. Keep in mind that the armies were one with him, so, in that split moment, a massive shield automatically formed in front of him. This still wasn't enough to stop the blow, it crumbled like nothing. This resulted in the members of the armies spewing out blood as well, truly a startling sight to behold. The spectators took a deep breath, feeling trepidation from the domineering attack. Bai Jianchan had the power of the armies and the ancient formation, yet still found himself inadequate. I don't know. He's just a violet marquis. One found it hard to find the right words for this situation. Among the armies were plenty of ancestor-level cultivators. The main shell was also a great genius at the sacred level. A violet marquis still defeated them all the same while using a common mantra. No one would believe this if they weren't here in person. Even those present thought that they were just seeing things, that this was a dream. He himself is a miracle. A powerful ancestor had no choice but to admit. The 5 ancient ancestors exchanged glances, not knowing where the problem was. Everything checked out on the surface level. What is going on? They wondered. Both his cultivation realm and mantra were obvious. He didn't use anything else for that last move, no external empowerment either. How can he be this powerful? It defies all logic. Another said. His previous actions could be justified in some ways. For example, using the phoenix flames back in fire domain or the phoenix feather. They were external help that was enough to defeat his foes. This wasn't the case here. In the end, the only conclusion drawn by a wise spectator was, he's Wuxia, that's all, the breaker of common sense. Others smiled wryly in response, finding solace in this explanation. It didn't fit any other cultivator but seemed fine when describing Wuxia. Ugh, Bai Jianchan strugglingly got back up. His vitality still churned so he vomited more blood. What foul wizardry is this? He lost his composure, unlike the previous defeat. It's devil mantra. Wuxia said flatly, the world is just too weak, that's all. Everyone fell into silence including the 5 ancient ancestors. They had no choice but to accept his scorn. I see, I still haven't given up though, not till the last breath. Once more. Bai Jianchan laughed wildly and declared. He took out a treasure bottle. Buzz. Space shuddered by the power exuded from it. No. One ancestor from Yin-Yang Gate shouted. The celestial trinity slightly frowned at this sight but didn't stop him. They gave him tacit permission. Pop. He broke the seal on the bottle and removed the cork. Boom. A beam of light with the shade of blood soared upward. It instantly changed the natural order consisting of clouds and winds. The divinity of a heavenly sovereign ravaged the realm and blew numerous spectators away. Just the opening of this bottle was already this impressive. What was the content? The true blood of an unstoppable heavenly sovereign. An ancestor gasped and revealed. Yes, heavenly sovereign Chan Yang's blood. A high elder with information on Yin Yang nodded then added, he personally augmented it too. So it has some of his powers then. His friends stared at each other, bewildered. Chapter 35:12, The true blood personally blessed by the sovereign carried an unbelievable amount of power and charisma. This bottle was priceless, not inferior to any of Yin-Yang Gate's heirloom treasures. Just one drop was extremely nutritious for the ancestors, let alone ordinary youths. The latter would gain more than a century of hard training by consuming it. Thus, the crowd salivated after seeing the bottle in Bai Jianchan's hand. It'll prolong life and increase cultivation. A high elder swallowed his saliva. Of course, no one here would dare to make a move on it. He was holding it with both hands to show the utmost respect. It clearly had a special significance to Yin-Yang Gate. He had to make a choice today but in reality, this was the only choice. This was a fight to the death for him. The ancestors from Yin-Yang stared at the bottle with bated breath. Eventually, Jianchan made up his mind and drank the entire bottle in one gulp, not leaving a single drop. So risky. One ancestor shook his head but it was too late to stop the boy. Insanity. The spectators were astounded, especially the ancestors from the large sections. He's courting death, he can't contain that sheer power. One ancestor took a deep breath. He won't do well after the battle in the case of victory. That true blood will destroy his Tao foundation, it can't be cured. Another big shot lamented. Most knew that this true blood was as nutritious as possible. It's just people couldn't handle the power within. Those capable would only use one drop or dilute it with other alchemy liquid. What Bai Jianchan did was simply insane. Boom! Jianchan's body seemingly erupted with thousands and thousands of rays, akin to countless detonating suns. The power swept through everything as if they were dried branches. Trees and debris flew chaotically along with weaker cultivators. Crack! Jianchan couldn't handle the surging true blood, so his bones started cracking. One could see gaps all over him, his internal organs were visible through some of them. Blood wildly oozed out of the gaps and stained his robe from top to bottom. Activate! He chanted while making a mudra again to control the Grand Tao. His inborn Tao physique became resplendent. A suppressive hymn resounded as he tried to use his merit laws and Tao physique to contain the power of the blood. This seemed to be effective and the bright explosions subsided. Young Lord Bai, you can do it. A saintess raised her fist and cheered for him. This didn't last long because more cracks appeared a while later. His inborn Tao physique wasn't enough to stop the blood's power. Crack! Even his forehead cracked with blood gushing out. The forehead too, people blurted out. Serious injury to that place would spell doom for Jianchan before an actual fight. Defensive formation. An ancestor from Yin Yang changed the arrangements of the army, this time for the sake of protecting Jianchan instead of attacking. Rumble. The formation became one with the armies in a dazzling manner. Thick Tao chains shot to the sky and coiled around by Jianchan. They fused into him and became armor plates. Boom! A full set of heavy armor was attached. He could finally breathe easy despite loud clunks coming from within. He could finally use the blood's power now after stabilization. The Tao physique allowed him to close the cracks on his body. That's possible. The spectators became surprised. How unexpected, surviving this tribulation will be immensely beneficial. The true blood has been turned into his own. If he could win this fight, his cultivation will soar and he'll be the next Tao Lord. The previous High Elder elaborated. This ancient formation is incredible. Other ancestors became envious. Only Yin Yang Gate possessed a formation of this level, one capable of saving Bai Jianchan from sure destruction. Bai Jianchan appeared completely different, having shed his mortal body and exchanged his bones. Flames emanated from him and swept through the azure. His vitality drowned out the 9 firmaments and the myriad realms. Boom! A mighty figure appeared behind him. The natural orders were present, chaos derivation, the yin and yang, the cycles of the 6 Tao. Jianchan also grew into a giant as a result. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang. Others shouted and lowered their head in reverence. The image of the sovereign alone commanded respect. A while ago, Jianchan was already strong enough. Now, he had taken the next step and became a heavenly sovereign. Normally, one couldn't borrow external powers to reach the next realm. Thus, this was nothing short of a miracle. Eyes turned towards the 5 ancient ancestors. Bai Jianchan has reached their level now. Chapter 35:13, We'll settle everything with this battle. Bai Jianchan's voice echoed across the battlefield with an unquestionable prestige. People couldn't help but shudder or worse, becoming paralyzed on the ground. Make your last move. Li Qiye chuckled with both hands behind his back. He stood there, seemingly eternal. The evil aura stemming from him wasn't oppressive, but people still found him unbeatable. Poof! Poof! Jianchan's hands lit ablaze with 2 different flames. The right one was of the scorching yang affinity while the left had a cold yin affinity. One could incinerate the world while the other froze it. Flames of the yin and yang. A spectator became curious. The 2 flames could easily destroy the fabrics of space and time just from slight contact. This was only the beginning. Pop! Jianchan suddenly grew more arms from the shoulders with the same type of flames. Which merit law is this? The crowd became surprised. Pop! 2 more pairs came out. 8 arms. They haven't seen this merit law before and couldn't recall this technique from Yin Yang Gate. We have a technique like this. Even the members of Yin Yang asked those nearby. No. To which the others answered. Yin Yang Annihilation, a forbidden technique from an emperor in the legends. Azure Dragon Ancient King was able to see the clues and became startled. That's right. The Trinity had a solemn expression. It's a forbidden technique created by the founder of Yin Yang Gate, one of the most frightening imperial arts. The immortal emperor himself only used it once. One ancestor recalled its tale. Retreat. He immediately told his juniors to run away from the battlefield. The others followed suit and exercised prudence despite being unaware of it. Yin Yang Immortal Emperor only used it once and destroyed everything within its scope. Other emperors would suffer grievous injuries. As for others, being crippled is the best possible result. The ancestor gazed at Bai Jianchan. I can't believe he actually learned it, it's enough to kill sovereigns. Another big shot had a solemn expression. Kill sovereigns? The strong experts shuddered after hearing this. Boom! Bai Jianchan reached forward with all 8 hands and sealed the area around Li Qie. The air itself seemed to be solidifying to everyone's horror. Yin Yang Annihilation. The flames in his hands soared towards the frozen space, instantly refining all the affinities in there. Only a void was left. The audience felt as if their soul was being refined into nothingness by this attack. The strongest cultivator with the greatest treasure still couldn't stop this attack. Someone with an impervious physique would still die. Damn! One ancestor shouted. Boom! Devilish beams shot out of Li Qie in order to stop the Yin Yang flames. Unfortunately, they were immediately refined as well. The flames continued rushing forward while howling just like a dragon raising its claws. A decent attempt. Li Qie smiled and used more lights. They came together to form a wall. Boom! The wall was refined as well by the unstoppable flames. Young Lord Bai, you got this. The fangirls shouted excitedly. No, Li Qie is in danger. A spectator shouted. The remaining lights were refined and Li Qie was engulfed by the Yin Yang flames. He's dead. The crowd wondered, thinking that no one would be able to stop Bai Jianchan. Li Qie was strong enough, yet he might be dead right now. This move is insane, no wonder why it's a forbidden art. It can kill sovereigns while being at the lower realms. Someone took a deep breath. The flames still gathered together and ravaged that area, wanting to reduce the place into nothingness. Young Lord Bai, you're unstoppable, you're still the number 1 of the north. Bai Jianchan's supporters started celebrating. Boom! Unfortunately, they had to shut their mouth because a blast dispersed the flames. Li Qie's figure could eventually be seen through the smoke. He was still perfectly fine. This shouldn't be surprising. Some supported Li Qie because their knowledge was being broadened by his miracles. Li Qie's evil energy surged and created a domain around him. In the next second, it shot towards the horizon and created a path. Rumble. Images of gods manifested on the other end of the path. Chapter 35:14, The gods on the other side stood supreme, seemingly peering down on inferior beings while grasping the profundity of the Tao. Their divinity was omnipotent and rendered it impossible for monsters and demons to hide. Wait, isn't this divinization mantra? A spectator murmured. Everyone felt the same way, they thought that Li Qie was performing an ascension rite. Yes, that's the one. One ancestor carefully pondered before confirming. His confirmation made the crowd think carefully. Just a moment ago, Li Qie had just trained in Devil Mantra. Now, he used divinization. It showed that he had studied this art prior. Looks like he has a clear plan. Maybe his goal is to learn all 7. One expert murmured. If that's true, then I have to say that he is a unique genius without equals in history. An ancestor became startled. The crowd exchanged glances after hearing this. The 7 laws of the Golden Age were actually basic mantras despite their title. People have tried in the past but didn't obtain amazing achievements from them. Later on, future generations branded them as useless, the most basic stepping stone of cultivation. There have been plenty of geniuses in history with notable contributions and merits. However, they usually had a great start with powerful mantras and merit laws. For example, Bai Jianchan started with a top mantra left behind by ancient Zen Dao Lord. This played a huge part in his success outside of his own talents. As for Li Qie, if he only trained in the 7 mantras yet still managed to crush Bai Jianchan, that would shock the world since it was nothing short of a legend. This comparison made Bai Jianchan look even worse. The 5 ancient ancestors found this unfathomable. How could Li Qie be so strong with these regular mantras? This was unprecedented. Boom! The gods and the great devil stood on the 2 sides of the Tao path and formed a brilliant duality, truly a feast for the eyes. He was both the lord of the devils and the ruler of the gods, the sole master of the cosmos. Boom! Bai Jianchan still didn't want to give up and used yin-yang annihilation. The flames lunged for Li Qie again. They incinerated everything along the way back to the void. The gods and devils should be subjected to the same fate. Li Qie only gave it a short glance before raising one finger, releasing a torrent of divine and devilish energy, a strange yet magnificent combination. The dual energies swept through the plains and shot forward. Boom! The ferocious yin-yang flames couldn't stop the waves and were reduced to smokes in no time at all. The all-refining flames seemed as feeble as a candle flickering in the wind versus the dual torrents. The latter didn't stop and continued forward. Block! Bai Jianchan and the members of the armies mustered all of their strength to seal space and time. This was proven to be futile. A great blast sent the mass flying. Bai Jianchan, who stood at the front of the formation array, suffered the most damage. He smashed into the ground, resulting in a deep pit. He lay in the pit, bloodied and broken. He couldn't move an inch right now since both his bones and muscles have been crushed from the impact. His eyes were empty and he didn't seem to be in pain. The crowd stared at this scene in astonishment. Even the forbidden art of an immortal emperor wasn't enough to deal with Li Qie. Also, their peerless genius was completely annihilated with a sad end. People couldn't help but pity him. Both the young and old have admired his achievements thus far. The previous defeat was devastating, but he still had the chance to turn the tides. Today, he had no chance to rise again before Li Qie. Even if he could leave this place alive, it would still be meaningless from his perspective. No, the disciples from Yin-Yang couldn't accept this. Many had tears streaming down their cheeks. They viewed him as their pride and idol. Now, he was reduced to such a sad state. This was too much for them to take. Young Lord Bai, many girls screamed and wept for him. No one made fun of him, only sympathy and pity. They knew that they would have lost even worse when facing Li Qie. The 5 ancient ancestors had an ugly expression. Li Qie felt like a shadow looming over them, impossible to chase away. His power was one thing, but the thing they feared was his ability to break all conventions. The Celestial Trinity didn't make a move to help Bai Jianchan either. They naturally wanted to protect him but had to keep the reputation of Yin-Yang in mind. Interfering meant besmirching their sect's prestige. "You've lost," Li Qie nonchalantly said while walking towards Jianchan. "Enough." Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign finally took action with a hand wave. Swords materialized in the air and poured down like a waterfall in front of Li Qie. They turned into a wall, stopping him from moving on. Li Qie answered with a finger flick, instantly crushing the wall. Chapter 35:15. The massive wall of swords stood no chance against Li Qie's flick. The crowd gasped after seeing this. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign was an ancient ancestor with great attainment in the sword. He could be considered an apex existence. That sword wall should have been unbreakable, yet Li Qie took it down so effortlessly. The sovereign himself was alarmed. He has met numerous experts and sovereigns before, never someone as devilish as Li Qie. In the past, he would never think that a Violet Marquis brat could break his defense. He wouldn't waste his time looking at a junior of that level. Just one sword ray would have been more than enough to kill one, akin to stomping an ant. Alas, he had just experienced something this insane. Li Qie made it to Bai Jianchan's spot and looked down at him. "I've lost, take my life." Bai Jianchan's eyes finally had some signs of life as he spoke. His meridians and muscles were in shambles after that last blow, so he was completely immobilized. He had no emotion nor pain, having lost all physical feelings. His Dao heart was in pieces as well after this loss. He had nothing to say, not just because of the princess' death but also despair. There was no chance of defeating Li Qie. No, the spectating female cultivators mumbled with tears and sorrow in their eyes. The deity in the past was now laying there like a dead man. Others had nothing to say, feeling sorry for him. This was the end for Bai Jianchan, the last painting depicting his life. It was ephemeral, on the verge of disappearing like a mirage. His peerless talents and dual and born gifts couldn't compare to Li Qie's lowly cultivation and basic mantras. These special advantages seemed like a joke now. As long as Li Qie was around, he would always be a nightmare for Bai Jianchan. He would never be able to escape. Thus, a proud person like him would rather die than live a borrowed life like this. He was supposed to be the perfect man for Skylight Princess and the ultimate genius of Yin Yang Gate. Li Qie didn't care too much about the youth's sad state. "Fellow Taoist, please show mercy." Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor hurriedly stopped Li Qie. Some were taken aback by the polite speech at first, but after thinking about it, they found it to be reasonable. The Trinity used to be the Tao protectors of ancient Zen Tao Lord. The latter remained respectful of them after ascending. Other ancient ancestors might be half a status lower than theirs. Golden Sun's address meant that he considered Li Qie as his equal. "It's too late to talk about mercy." Li Qie shook his head. The direct response suffocated the crowd. Anyone else would be elated after being shown such respect by Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor. Moreover, there were still the armies and other ancient ancestors waiting. It was wiser to acquiesce and negotiate right now. Unfortunately, everyone could see that Li Qie had no intention of doing so. "We have lost this battle." Golden Sun spoke with a solemn expression, "We're willing to withdraw our troops. The feud and grievances will be forgotten. Also, if you are willing to spare our junior, feel free to state the demands." The crowd found this hard to believe, but the ancient ancestor really surrendered. "It's unfortunately too late." Li Qie smiled, "Shouldn't have let it get this far." The 5 ancient ancestors' expressions soured after hearing this. They have rampaged their entire life and had to give up in public today to a junior. This pretty much ruined Yin Yang's reputation. Alas, this junior refused to give them face. The crowd thought that taking one step back here would be the correct choice and that Li Qie was being too overbearing. He was world-renowned after beating Yin Yang Gate in this battle, no need to ask for more. The members of the coalition glared at Li Qie. He was pushing it too far. Even Buddha would become angry at this point. Why is he forcing the issue so much? What's the point? One spectator murmured. Most felt this way, but the older experts chuckled. If Li Qiye had lost, Yin Yang Gate wouldn't have spared him. They would kill him, then attack Ancestral City. This had nothing to do with being overbearing, it's just that the victor had the right to decide. Young Lord Bai is dead, a keen observer noticed during this tense atmosphere. People immediately turned toward Bai Jianchan. Sure enough, he died a silent death with his eyes closed and a peaceful expression. He didn't look too bad outside of being completely stained with blood. This could still be considered a dignified death. He didn't ask for mercy nor said anything unbecoming of his prestige. There wasn't any struggling or hatred during his last moment. That's why no one noticed his departure from this world. No, his female admirers became drowned in sorrow. The scene became especially quiet while staring at him. This silence served as a way for them to send him to the other side. A peerless genius was now dead. At least he would be united with his Skylight Princess sooner. The old experts sighed and lamented his early death. He still lived a decorated life, losing to Li Qiye didn't change this at all. Chapter 35:16. The experts from Yin Yang had nothing but fiery hatred for Li Qiye. Bai Jianchan was too important to their sect. He could be considered their representative. Some had the urge to rush forward to avenge him. The three ancient ancestors' expression changed continuously. Bai Jianchan died in their presence, a truly humiliating development. However, they and their two allies were considering the pros and cons. Let's end this here today, fellow Taoist. Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor took a deep breath and said. What? One member of Yin Yang couldn't believe his own ears. Jianchan's death was unacceptable, truly disgraceful and humiliating. How could they be afraid of him now with 5 ancient ancestors and 3 grand armies? Nonetheless, they didn't dare to go against Golden Sun's wish. They had no choice but to swallow their anger and glared at Li Qiye. The crowd thought that the lack of retribution was surprising. Most ancestors would never let this go after losing their top genius. However, a few contemplated and thought that this was a wise choice. After all, Bai Jianchan was already dead. On the other hand, Li Qiye was unfathomable. Being aware of the difficulty and retreating was a good thing. Of course, not everyone could make this choice given the circumstances. Yin Yang Gate had a shadow looming over them now. People started staring at Li Qiye, waiting for a response. No. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. It's too late to run. Since you have come, you'll be spending your last day here since I've already demanded your lives. No one will be able to change this outcome. The listeners suddenly smelled a thick stench of blood and a gruesome massacre. No one doubted Li Qiye anymore after recent battles. The members of the coalition glowered at him. He made it sound as if they were completely helpless, truly exasperating. You're pushing it. Azure Dragon Ancient King shouted. He naturally wanted to avenge Skylight Princess, but if Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor wanted to back off, they would do the same. Indeed. Li Qiye waved his hand and said, but I'll be nice and let you have enough time to prepare for your death. He aimed this towards the 5 ancient ancestors, causing them to have an ugly expression. He treated them with such contempt even before the battle. I've rampaged across the world for eras and this is the first time I've seen someone so arrogant. The hot-headed Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign laughed from being too angry. Any of these ancient ancestors could stomp the ground and cause earthquakes across the north. That's why Li Qiye's attitude seemed too much. 5 ancient ancestors. One spectator said with doubt. Many here actually thought that he would be able to slay one ancient ancestor. Unfortunately, there were 5 of them working together. This force was beyond imagination. Does he think he's on the same level as Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang? Another expert quietly added. There was an overwhelming consensus stating that Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang was the true supreme of the North. He was the first name that came to mind when people thought about someone capable of killing 5 sovereigns working together. This didn't apply to Li Qie. "You're that confident, fellow Taoist?" Golden Sun's expression darkened, angry yet still maintaining his bearing. "You'll find out soon enough. Feel free to come one at a time or all at once, your choice." Li Qie smiled. The 5 ancestors naturally didn't like this contempt. "Ancient ancestor, we'll take him down. Our sect has never been afraid of death." One disciple from Yin Yang could stand this no longer. "That's right, we'll see who will get the last laugh." The army members roared, wanting to fight Li Qie to the death. "Very well, let's see what you can do." Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign soared to the air and shouted. He unleashed a simple thrust through the air, enough to crack the myriad realms. This technique-less thrust could defeat complicated sword moves since it had extreme speed. The crowd gasped in response because it was strong enough to pierce through a country, reducing it to ashes. All of its citizens would die as a result. A formless sword. An ancestor shouted in astonishment, "He has reached the apex of the sword Dao." Li Qie casually raised his hand in response. The deities sent down a great wall covered in runes and mantras. The sword struck the wall, resulting in destructive fiery sparks. Nonetheless, the wall successfully stopped the move. "He's so strong," the spectators were shocked to see Li Qie easily stopping that ultimate thrust. "This is still divinity." Everyone became slack-jawed. This is how to actually use divinity. Others thought that the previous divinity mantra they have seen was fake. Numerous people have researched the 7 laws in the past but didn't come up with anything regardless of the methods. Now, Li Qie was using them to an unbelievable extent. Chapter 35:17, Li Qie defeating Bai Jianchan was more or less acceptable. After all, Bai Jianchan wasn't a real heavenly sovereign. However, Li Qie managed to stop a real one just now. "We're cultivating the wrong merit laws, right?" One soul wondered. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign found this astonishing as well. That move earlier wasn't his best but it had killed inferior sovereigns before. The other ancient ancestors felt the same way. Their foe had an insane power. They started questioning his cultivation again. Alas, they actually saw him breaking through to Violet Marquis earlier. "Well done." Blaze Blade laughed and continued, "Activate." Boom. Flames oozed from his body and turned him into a giant. His sword had the same fire. They were special because they emitted a cold metallic presence. They looked more like the glimmers of metal rather than flames. His blade then became as red as molten metal. However, the thing melting wasn't his sword but rather, the divine wall. A hole appeared due to the high temperature. That formless thrust earlier couldn't take the wall down yet the flames finished the task, a clear disparity in power between the 2 moves. His fire is stronger than his sword technique. But how? He's a sword master, not an alchemist. One person murmured. People knew that alchemists were masters of this disciple. Their true flames were truly destructive. However, Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign was famous for his sword Dao. The whole thing was unexpected. That's why his title is Blaze Blade. Blaze is before blade. An old expert told them. So this is taken into account already. A listener said. It's more than that. An ancestor nearly elaborated. Rumor has it that when he traveled during his youth, he was lucky enough to see a sword Dao named Conflagration. This allowed him to create his own path. Conflagration, those who heard this title were shaken. So he learned this sword Dao before. Another took a deep breath. No. The ancestor shook his head. He wouldn't only be a heavenly sovereign in that case given his talents, a Dao Lord would be his current title instead. He simply saw a supreme master use it. Everyone has heard of this sword Dao before, Conflagration, one of the 9 in the Finality Sword series. Any of the 9 was unstoppable and known by all. He came up with something so amazing just from watching conflagration. A sword user became excited. Wouldn't one become invincible after learning the actual thing? Clank. Meanwhile, Blaze Blade's sword managed to break through the wall and soared towards Li Chia. Boom. 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 Explosions came from the flames akin to the roar of fiery dragons. Li Chia was unperturbed, unlike the frightened spectators. He raised his finger again and the devil truncheon came downward, smashing onto the sword. The resulting explosion quaked the realms. Everyone saw stars and heard ringing in their eyes. They're gonna destroy the world. The spectators turned pale. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign staggered backward from the impact, nearly losing his grasp on the hilt. The spectators saw the runes of Devil Mantra embedded on that truncheon. Both Divinity and Devil Mantra have proven their might. Even Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign's sword Dao had a hard time keeping up with them. They wondered about the true strength of the 7 laws. If this was the case, then there was no point in learning Dao Lord mantras and high-level heaven laws. In reality, even the pseudo-atavistic golems that have awakened were watching this peerless development. The old man in the chicken soup restaurant had come out to watch the fight as well. Playing sword in front of the ultimate master, what a joke. He shook his head and said, Chan Yang himself would be kneeling right now, let alone 5 ancient ancestors. He sighed and thought that he was lucky for recognizing the supreme existence. Otherwise, he would be dead and ancestral city might be in ruins. Unfortunately, Yin Yang, skylight and firmaments were too blind to see. Only destruction awaited them. You're really a Violet Marquis? Blaze Blade took a deep breath and asked. A while ago, he was annoyed at being looked down on by a junior. This wasn't the case since he realized that he was facing a terrible foe. This calmed him down. That's right. Li Chia shrugged. You're really using devil and divinity? Silver Moon Ancient Ancestor asked next. That's right. Li Chia answered again. The 5 ancient ancestors stared at each other. How could this cultivation realm and the mantras be so strong when used by Li Chia? Next move now, this is your last day so be sure to muster up everything you got. Li Chia smiled. No one doubted Li Chia any longer by this point, including the 5 ancient ancestors. They put on a solemn expression. It seemed that the outcome wasn't as clear anymore. This is great. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign laughed heartily. I've lived for millions of years, that's long enough to die in battle. Plus, killing an unmatched genius like you will be something to brag about. He had a bad temper but was still very straightforward and honest. Take this then. Li Chia chuckled and raised his hand. The devil truncheon smashed downward towards Blaze Blade. Boom! The myriad Dao, stars, and the fabrics of time and space disintegrated from the force of the smash. Chapter 35:18 The end of the world came with the devil truncheon to the horror of the crowd. People screamed and bellowed because the smash was truly dreadful. A heavenly sovereign would feel the same fear. This is the power of a Violet Marquis. One spectator said in disbelief. Watching this in person didn't lessen the ridiculousness. Go! Blaze Blade swung his sword horizontally in a defensive manner, unleashing a sword wall containing the force of 1,000,000 erupting volcanoes. The fire affinity combined with the Dao laws, culminating in numerous fiery shields for the second line. They stacked on top of each other for countless layers. This impregnable defense was 10 million miles of shields stacked in close spatial vicinity. One would need to penetrate all of them to get to him, akin to piercing the world. It was impressive that he could erect such a powerful defense in the blink of an eye. Someone could try for a lifetime and never be able to get through. However, the truncheon made short work of them. The layers collapsed immediately before its peerless momentum and ferocious force. The spatial fabrics of the world were affected by loud explosions. The spectators felt as if they were falling into void zones and reduced to dust. Boom! The shields went down, leaving behind the sword wall. Fiery sparks ignited and illuminated the area. This was akin to thousands of planets slamming into each other. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign staggered backward from the force. He then roared and released all of his vitality. His true chaos energy turned into the strongest sword intent. Hymns of the sword could be heard everywhere. He was fusing with his sword Dao in order to use his gigantic sword and stop the truncheon. The two weapons contested and ravaged the sky. Cracks appeared everywhere in the dimension. He barely managed to block the truncheon after infusing his sword with vitality and true chaos energy. However, he felt the immense pressure and started turning red. On the other hand, Wuxia looked relaxed and calm while pushing slightly down on the truncheon, a clear lack of effort. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign was a well-known expert in the north. Those stronger than him could be counted on one hand. It was clear for all spectators that he was barely holding on against Wuxia. It wouldn't be long until the truncheon completely suppresses him. So strong. The powerful ancestors had a pale complexion while shuddering. In fact, they had been secretly gauging Wuxia's strength all along in the shadow. It turned out that they were still underestimating him. The genius's legs were trembling regardless of their background and status. They didn't have the courage to look straight at Wuxia. It wasn't long ago that people thought of Wuxia as a nobody. They believed that they could easily kill him. Now that he had shown his fangs, they realized how ignorant they were. They were nothing more than insects or even inferior compared to him. As for the top geniuses, they could no longer be considered as such in his presence. As long as he was around, they needed to keep their head low and always be stuck under his shadow. Thump. 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 The sovereign was forced back continuously. Everyone exchanged glances, including the other ancient ancestors. Brother Blaze Blade, I have your back. Azure Dragon Ancient King shouted. He had no choice but to take action because Blaze Blade might actually die at this rate. The five of them were on the same boat. Ra! He leaped into the air and turned into a massive five-clawed azure dragon. Its breath was filled with a tempestuous draconic presence. Normally, these big shots would never make a move against a junior, let alone working together. Unfortunately, they were riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Junior, take this. The ancient king roared. He still kept his status in mind and didn't want to ambush Wuxia, hence the warning. Clank. The claw cut through space with lightning speed, just a simple swing without any profundity. A terrible gap could be seen on the ground after a flash. It could tear through everything as if they were paper. This was more than enough to decimate a large city. Wuxia's flesh seemed feeble in comparison. They thought that he would suffer serious injuries. Watch it. A spectator warned him. In the next moment, Wuxia raised his other hand and a divine wall landed. It pulsed with divinity and runes. The claw left a deep hole on the wall, a testament to its sharpness. The ancient king didn't stop there and used his tail. Chapter 35:19, The tail whip of the dragon treated all obstacles as dried branches. Its target was the devil truncheon pressing down on Blaze Blade's sword. Boom! Blaze Blade managed to jump backward and escape the suppression. The ancient king stopped after seeing the effectiveness of his move and retreated with Blaze Blade. The two maintained a distance from Wuxia and exercised prudence. Their foe's power far exceeded their imagination. They didn't dare to be reckless now. It seemed that any of the five wasn't a match for Wuxia alone. They stared at each other with fear, accepting the tough reality. This lack of confidence would have been met with ridicule and scorn not long ago. But now, Blaze Blade's loss woke all of them up. This junior was simply too frightening. They had no choice but to fight him together since leaving wasn't an option given their status. They have to fight together. The crowd has been watching with bated breath. They had to admit that the 5 ancestors must work together as a team if they wanted to win. Going one by one meant dying to Wuxia. Who else in this world could force them to do this? Who'll win? Uncertainty struck the mass. They would have bet all of their money on the 5 ancient ancestors at the start of this battle. This was no longer the case. Pullstone Saintess is the wisest. Someone added after a while. Many were surprised by her choice of breaking the marriage alliance with Yin Yang Gate. They thought that she was being too impulsive and irrational, a choice that could harm Yin Yang Gate. Now, it seemed that she knew how frightening Wuxia was from the very beginning. Not necessarily, it might not be her decision alone. Maybe a forefather from Ancestral is behind this. One ancestor said softly. After all, Ancestral City dropped all communications for a while, then the Saintess took over afterward. How could a junior take over when there was a sea of ancestors in charge there? This meant that there were powerful forefathers paving the way for her, most likely because of Wuxia. What's the delay for? All of you should come together. Wuxia nonchalantly said, proving his boredom towards this battle once more. The 5 ancestors didn't become angry and maintained a stoic expression. By this point, everyone found this arrogant attitude to be normal for Wuxia. The 5 clearly hesitated with this next choice. Surrendering to Wuxia now meant destroying their sect's prestige. This would negatively impact their dominion over the north. However, they had no confidence in winning because Wuxia was too devilish. Fight! Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign was the first to speak. My old bones refused to bend towards a junior. I rather die in battle. He didn't speak that loud, but the words shocked the crowd. He had dominated for so long and had plenty of pride, too much to surrender to Wuxia. Many could sympathize with his choice. Fight! Star Ancient Ancestor also showed his stance and determination. The other allies solemnly nodded, making what was perhaps the most crucial decision in their life. None of them could bend their back towards a junior in public. Let's go. Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor stared at Wuxia, his eyes were as bright as a glimmering blade. Good. Wuxia smiled. One side will not leave this place alive. Golden Sun declared. Sounds familiar. So be it, I'll let you have your wish. Wuxia replied. The crowd shuddered because Bai Jianchan also said something similar. His fate was known by all. 5 ancient ancestors are far stronger than Bai Jianchan. A member of the crowd said, albeit without any confidence. Normally, these 5 should be able to defeat anyone, but it was a different story with Wuxia. We won't be holding back since this is a battle to the death, don't blame us for being ruthless. Azure Dragon Ancient King said. This was a preemptive attempt to keep their reputation. He told Wuxia first, so it was fine for them to use any means without being considered despicable. Feel free to do so, I won't laugh at you all. Wuxia smiled. Good. The 5 ancestors exchanged glances and nodded. They then gradually moved into position to surround him. The vanguard was Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign. The others were prepared to support him. It's starting. No one wanted to miss a single move from them. Meanwhile, the armies of the 3 sects arranged themselves into the supreme formation once more. They were tied up with the 5 ancient ancestors. If their ancestors were to lose, Wuxia would massacre all of them afterward anyway. Their only chance of survival was winning this fight. Chapter 35-20. On the surface, one side seemed to have the absolute advantage given their forces consisting of great armies and 5 ancient ancestors. Alas, no one was sure of anything. Only Wuxia seemed to be at peace, still as relaxed as ever. His attitude further intimidated both his foes and the crowd. Normally, someone like him would have an oppressive aura right now. The strange absence added to the suspense. "Let's go!" Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign roared. Sword energy erupted around him in a deafening manner, culminating in a draconic sword Dao. It tore apart the sky vault. There seemed to be a million swords sweeping through and extinguishing the stars. He was exerting his peak state, looking invincible as he raised his sword. The swords of others resonated as well, affected by his sword Dao. Die! The sword Dao in the sky followed his command and rushed straight towards Li Chia. They circled around him, a section twirled together and formed a gigantic sword, wanting to pierce through him before being stopped. The rotation intensified and immediately crushed the ground underneath, leaving behind a crater. Rumble. The speed reached the point where the swords turned into a fiery maelstrom, ready to refine everything near Li Chia. The crowd shuddered in horror after seeing the total annihilation of the area, but it was only the beginning. Another section of the swords formed a massive grinder with numerous teeth. Even a star would be reduced to nothingness. Thus, Li Chia suffered a multi-pronged attack by both the maelstrom and the grinder. Only blood bubbles would be left of him if he were to be caught. Boom! Li Chia raised his hand to control the devil truncheon. It swung across the air, crushing numerous swords along the path. Clank! Clank! If this kept on, the grinder would have no teeth left, only broken bits. Ra! While Li Chia was assaulting the grinder, the Dragon King spewed out a torrent of draconic flame straight at him. This flame was formless but still possessed immense power. Space and time melted in its wake, as fragile as glass. Li Chia retaliated with a hand wave, creating another divine wall to separate the worlds. Boom! The flame slammed into the wall, fully stopped. Nonetheless, it raged on and continued to burn the wall with its extreme temperature. The outer layer of the wall began to melt. Break! Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor took advantage of this. His sun poured down an endless stream of sunlight containing needle-like rays. They also had an extraordinary temperature capable of burning down everything. Zzz, thousands and thousands of holes appeared on the wall as a result. The crowd took a deep breath. Not to mention one person, even a sect would be destroyed before these three ancestors. Boom! The wall finally crumbled with the addition of the sun rays. The draconic flame and the sun rays rushed towards Li Chia in an apocalyptic and all-devouring manner. Go! Li Chia roared, and his two separate Grand Dao, one evil and the other divine, appeared before him to stop the incoming attacks. Boom! A deafening explosion caused a tsunami to ravage the nearby ocean. The gods and the devil successfully stopped the attacks. My turn. Silver Moon Ancient Ancestor joined the fray at this exact moment. His palms contained the power of the moon as he turned into a lunar god. The rays poured down with a texture resembling liquid mercury. The targets were both the gods and the devil, completely drowning them out. These entities had a silver layer completely covering them, similar to armors. Of course, this wasn't for protection. The layer instantly froze and weakened them. Break! Star Ancient Ancestor didn't waste time and roared, gathering cosmic lights to form an immortal sword. The cosmic sword could sever the six Tao and the reincarnation cycle. Since the devil and the gods were weakened by the lunar shackles, they shattered instantly before this sword. Boom! This gave ground for the draconic flame and solar rays to swallow Li Chia. At the same time, the cosmic immortal sword also struck the devil truncheon. Clank! The truncheon was blown flying with sparks scattering everywhere. The explosion shook everyone to the core as Li Chia was swallowed by multiple attacks, the draconic flame, lunar and solar lights, and the sword grinder. The latter started closing around him with insane speed and the grinding process began. Watch it! Some couldn't help blurting out after seeing the shocking destruction around Wuxia. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop it and was trapped within the grinder. I think this is finally the end. Many experts became emotional. All the spectators thought that this fight was brilliant and colorful. Being able to watch it was truly a fortune. 5 ancient ancestors went all out and displayed their might. Most weren't lucky enough to see this. Is he dead? Someone murmured while looking at the various powers surrounding Wuxia. Chapter 35-21, The oppressive powers left no room for Wuxia to escape. They intended on obliterating every last piece of him. The ancestors couldn't be blamed for being merciless. It was simply due to Wuxia's frightening nature. They had no way of knowing whether he was alive or not, so it was better to keep the attacks going. Wuxia can't survive this. This sentiment became pervasive. After all, even an impervious body would die in this case. The strongest heavenly sovereign might not be able to leave unscathed. Wuxia is only a violet marquis. One expert murmured. In fact, people would feel worse if Wuxia were to survive. That would only further add to his devilishness. No sects could ever function without fear from then on. A few ancestors didn't say anything because they have personally witnessed Wuxia's battles in the past. He always came up with a miracle during the most perilous moment. Thus, they wouldn't dare to comment on his survival until the very last moment. Well, the ancient ancestors are so strong. We can't compare to them. Another said with reverence. Though Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign and Azure Dragon Ancient Ancestor suffered a setback to Wuxia, this didn't mean that they were weak. Their opponent was simply too strong. Time passed by, yet people were still completely focused. The 5 ancestors exchanged glances as well. They naturally hoped for Wuxia to be dead. No one should be able to survive the crushing forces for this long. Alas, intuition told them otherwise. They couldn't sense his death despite knowing that their moves had directly connected. Boom! Space suddenly quaked with ripples. Damn! The 5 ancestors realized something and became aghast. They immediately roared and unleashed more power. This proved to be futile. Rumble! The sword grinder was being pushed outward, inch by inch. A familiar figure eventually emerged. Wuxia. Everyone shouted this name, including the ancient ancestors. He was still alive, completely untouched. One could see the manifestation of 3,000 worlds before him. The devil and gods emerged once more. Living beings continued to reproduce and prosper in these worlds for what seems to be an eternity. They were all created with a single thought from Wuxia. All were under his control regardless of how powerful they were. In the next split second, the 3,000 worlds repelled the previous attacks, draconic flame, lunar and solar lights. The torrents couldn't get through them at all. This is society, right? An expert instantly made a connection with a particular mantra. Yes, it is. An ancestor replied after carefully looking at it. Another of the 7, some were surprised while others got used to it. How many has he finished? Another high elder wondered. Maybe he wants to do all 7. His friend speculated. This would be too illogical because most would move on to better mantras and merit laws, at least before today. I thought we could only cultivate 4 mantras. A genius couldn't help but ask. This was common knowledge regardless of one's power. He's Wuxia. His ancestor replied. This line seemed to be the only logical explanation for what they were seeing. Everyone smiled wryly after hearing it. They needed to stop judging him using conventional wisdom and start expecting the unexpected. The 5 ancient ancestors knew that this was society as well. They were on the verge of going crazy since they wanted to see some amazing supreme laws or mantras in the case of defeat. That would make death a little more palatable. However, Li Qiye was only using the common mantras. To lose to these mantras would be infuriating. For example, a top master could die with his eyes closed after being slain by an ultimate weapon. On the other hand, to die to a vegetable knife? One would never accept this even after turning into a ghost. Boom! The inhabitants of the resplendent worlds offered their worship to Li Qiye and empowered him. The sword grinder finally failed to stop Li Qiye and got flipped over. This was the case for the other beams and rays as well. The five staggered backward and felt their vitality churning, paled. Everyone took a deep breath, speechless. They could see that these five ancestors couldn't suppress him. He was too powerful and devilish. This is all you can do? Li Qiye chuckled and said. No one became angry anymore because he could say whatever he wanted now after proving his might. Who is he? This question popped up in the ancient ancestors' mind. They have traveled across the world for eras without seeing anything like this. They have met Dao lords but none was as monstrous as the unfathomable Li Qiye. Chapter 35-22, The five ancestors didn't know what to do because Li Qiye exceeded all expectations. My turn. Li Qiye casually declared, each word struck everyone's heart like a hammer, enough to make people's legs go weak and destroy their morale. This next move would naturally be earth-shattering, so the five became aghast as a result. Let's go. They hurriedly regained their wits and took action with haste. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign was the first and raised both hands, activating his sword Dao. Sword energies filled the realms along with metallic clankings. Swords manifested into reality and formed an endless wall with supreme chains made of fire wrapped around them, serving to bolster the wall. It was large enough to connect the earth and the sky, separating Li Qiye in the process. A great power could use their full force for 10,000 years and still wouldn't be able to break this wall down. However, this was far from enough for the five. They needed something tougher to stop him. Go! Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor poured down numerous dead stars to block behind the walls, using their weight as another augmentation. Seal! Silver Moon Ancient Ancestor joined in and sent down silver liquid on the wall and the stars. A complete infusion of the silver affinity created a mightier wall spanning across the world. People couldn't help but gasp before its colossal size. No one should be able to get through it. Ra! Azure Dragon Ancient King was next. He opened his mouth and spewed out draconic talismans and added them to the wall. Boom! The thing became filled with power and life. There seemed to be countless dragons within them now. Their draconic power was majestic and empowered the wall. Myriad Sun Cycle. Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor then summoned numerous suns and imprinted them into the draconic wall. These fiery suns rotated inside the wall and spewed out endless solar true flame, adding one more layer of defense. They have done everything possible while mustering their greatest abilities, going as far as separating the dimensions, all this for the sake of stopping Li Qiye's attack. Draconic Celestial Wall, someone named this line of defense. The spectators were shocked because this might be the most magnificent defense they have ever seen. If Li Qiye can't take it down and the wall remains, the north will always be separated into two halves. Another said. This was indeed the case. No one else had the power to cross through the wall if Li Qiye were to fail. At this point, the five ancestors poured all of their vitality and power into it, hoping that it would be enough. Alas, this was only a sliver of hope since they weren't confident in the slightest. Moreover, this action of theirs made it apparent that they thought that they were inferior to him in direct combat. A bit interesting. Let's see how long it'll last. Li Qiye smiled and slowly raised his hand. Everyone watched with bated breath even though he didn't seem to be putting any force behind it. Nonetheless, the entire world was being lifted up with his hand. Buzz. The worlds rotated, the gods prostrated, and the Supreme Devil King lowered his head. Li Qiye gathered the power of all of them into his finger. A tiny glimmer flashed around his fingertip. Nonetheless, everyone became horrified because it might be able to destroy the world itself. Boom! The glimmer turned into a shooting beam, extinguishing all in its path. The world shook violently, on the verge of crumbling down. After a loud explosion, one could see a hole on the wall with cracks emanating from it. Repair. The five immediately channeled energy into that spot. ZZZ, the silver liquid, golden sun, draconic runes, and sword Dao crazily repaired the cracks and hole on the wall. The damages were fixed at a rapid rate. However, the beam didn't stop and continued the onslaught. Rumble. The wall shook violently, still at extreme risk. We need to hold on. The Dragon King roared and channeled everything he got into the wall. He didn't need to say so because the rest was doing the same already. Chapter 35-23, Rumble. The five ancestors struggled to keep this going while the crowd watched in astonishment. A while ago, many were afraid that Li Qiye wouldn't be able to break down the wall. This meant that the north would be separated forever. They thought that nothing could ever take it down. This notion was quickly dispelled after Li Qiye started his finger strike, more than enough to cause considerable damages. The stark contrast took the crowd by a storm and rendered them speechless. The five ancestors themselves didn't know how to describe their current emotions. They mustered everything in order to build an impregnable wall. Alas, Li Qiye's casual beam could outdo them. Crack. The cracks appeared again on the wall, more numerous this time around. The entire section looked like a cracked porcelain vase. Don't think it'll last much longer. A spectator commented. Meanwhile, the five ancestors were shaking because they were adding everything into the wall. This meant eventual depletion. After all, they weren't young anymore and lacked youthful vigor. The longer the fight, the worse it was for them. The spectators sympathized with the group, old, gray-haired men struggling with one foot in the grave. They once dominated and had no lack of prestige. This wasn't a familiar feeling for them. Nonetheless, they could tell that things were looking bad. Boom! Eventually, a deafening blast caused some eardrums to rupture. People saw the wall and all of the various affinities exploding to pieces. They scattered all over the air. The five ancestors were blown flying like shooting stars while vomiting blood from the shock waves. They flew for thousands of miles. Some smashed into the ground while others struck the mountains. One left a long groove from being pushed through the dirt. Their blood stained the ground. The five of them combined couldn't stop a single move from Li Qiye. Jaws dropped to the ground from astonishment. Everyone forgot to breathe and lost the courage to move even an inch. A frightening silence took over. A while ago, they thought that Li Qiye would lose to Bai Jianchan. Next, they also thought that the five ancestors had the upper hand. This group should be able to crush anything and anyone. Li Qiye was no exception. However, the result was as clear as day. He easily took them down despite their best effort. There was no lack of prideful geniuses and experts in the audience. These men still needed to lower their head before the ancient ancestors. They thought that they would never be able to reach that realm in their lifetime. Now, these heroes have been defeated by Li Qiye. The gap between them and Li Qiye was insurmountable. Bai Jianchan didn't die an indignant death. An ancestor said softly. Most pitied and found his death regrettable. But with retrospection, the result was clear from the very beginning when he chose to oppose Li Qiye. The latter declared his intention on hanging Jianchan's head on the gate of Ancestral. Many thought that Li Qiye was being too arrogant and suicidal then. Now, the suicidal ones were Bai Jianchan and the Alliance. Li Qiye was simply speaking the truth, yet the frogs under the well couldn't understand. Can't judge a book by its cover. Another ancestor had a dimmed expression. He thought that they were ants laughing at an elephant. Realizing this was quite embarrassing. Boom! The five eventually got out of the pits and holes, no longer looking as stately as before. They had wounds and blood everywhere along with dirt and mud, looking as sorry as can be. Of course, they no longer cared about appearances at this point. They all stared at Wuxia while shuddering with fear, aware that they have messed with the wrong person. Unfortunately, there was no turning back. He wouldn't spare them if they were to beg anyway. Escaping was futile as well since he could easily catch them. Plus, a monk might be able to run but not his temple. Wuxia could come to their sects instead. At that point, the place would become a battlefield first then ashes. The only thing they could do right now was to stay in this place and fight to the death. It has been millions of years since they last felt this emotion, fear. Chapter 35-24. While the battle between Wuxia and the five ancient ancestors raged on, a time-worn existence woke up in the depths of Yin-Yang Gate. This location was unbelievable, not adhering to the normal fabrics of reality. Only a vast space could be found with floating continents and meteors. After enough years, the place has become an independent domain, a great place to start a sect. It also contained thick chaos energy as if something used to be gestated here long ago. Deeper inside was a still continent with yin-yang affinities circling around it. From the yin and yang came billowing chaos. The place seemed to be the same for eras now. The most notable thing in this place was an ancient coffin too archaic for traceability. Inscrutable runes and paintings were embedded on the surface. No one could understand their true meaning. It was made from immortal stones, rendering the coffin priceless. It could seal someone and actually increase their lifespan, not just freeze it. Only Yin-Yang Gate could possess this type of coffin in the northern West King. An ancestor from there stood in front of the coffin and remained vigilant. He was once an influential ancestor but his responsibility was to be the protector of this place. The ancestors eligible to stay here were extremely powerful. Plus, they also considered this an honor since the selection process was stringent. They actually gained greater status by doing this as well. The one on guard right now was meditating with his eyes closed. Creak. The coffin lid suddenly slid open. The sound made it clear that the lid was as heavy as Mount Tide despite the slow sliding process. The ancestor panicked because this hasn't happened for so long. He got on his knees and said respectfully, "Ancient ancestor." The coffin opened fully, revealing the stars and yin-yang energies floating within. The coffin itself had its own dimension, seemingly crafted to carry stars. An old man slowly sat up, wearing a strange uniform from the olden age or perhaps the previous epoch. He had bright eyes and long eyebrows. The wrinkles didn't stop people from thinking about how handsome he must have been back in his prime. He simply sat there and could still control the cosmos, acting as its pillar. The world and the stars revolved around him. He opened his eyes and 3,000 worlds could be seen within. He didn't need to activate his aura and divinity. Just his natural presence alone was suppressive enough. One strand could intimidate other sovereigns. He was strong enough to accept the worship and tributes of all inhabitants. This was a supreme ancestor from another temporal period. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang, the strongest ancestor of the North. Many believed that he was unmatched in this region. His awakening would certainly shock all the experts and ancestors. There have been plenty of geniuses in history who went on to become heavenly sovereigns. However, they needed to lower their head before him. This was doubly true in Yin-Yang Gate. The most influential and powerful ancestors would still need to prostrate before him. Their invincible ancient Zen Dao Lord used to be Chan Yang's disciple. The ancestor on guard duty was panicking because he didn't know why the sovereign decided to wake up. Normally, he would continue to slumber unless the sect carried out a grand awakening ceremony or if they were facing a calamity. Who used the true blood? The first thing he did was frown and asked about the blood. He was powerful enough that each word became a suppressive mantra. The ancestor realized why now, the true blood. The sovereign had blessed it so he could tell when it was used. Ancestor, Jianchan took it with him. I last heard he was facing a powerful foe for a fight to the death. The ancestor didn't dare to lie. A powerful foe? Chan Yang furrowed his brows. The ancestor knew that heavenly sovereign Chan Yang thought highly of by Jianchan. That's why he made an exception and gave him an ancient physique art. Some ancestors in their sect thought that Jianchan could become a Tao Lord later too. I believe it is another junior, I haven't met him before. The ancestor truthfully said, Ancestor, please don't worry. The Celestial Trinity has awakened to help by Jianchan, the same with our army. Jianchan will slay the enemies and show the world our prestige. He's dead. The sovereign could sense this. What? The ancestor blurted out in response, really? How? His disbelief was justified considering the strength of their forces. It should have been easy for them to kill one junior or even attack and flatten Ancestral City. He wouldn't believe this if it came from someone else. However, this was Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang. How? Did he get help from Ancestral City? They went all out. The ancestor murmured in a daze. Just who is capable of doing this? The sovereign wondered. Yin Yang Gate was strong enough in the present day. Few dared to provoke them. From what I've heard, this junior came out of nowhere and earned the support of Ancestral City. Rumor has it that he has a Phoenix bloodline. This allows him to control Phoenix True Flame. The ancestor knew very little about this matter. Someone actually has Phoenix True Blood. The sovereign's eyes became bright enough to pierce through time. Someone like him still found this type of bloodline extremely valuable. Who is he? From which sect? He asked. His background is unknown. The ancestor shook his head. He came out of nowhere so no one knew anything about him. People call him by different titles, the Son of Miracles, a devilish monster, and fierce. Fierce? The sovereign's eyes shifted. Yes, this Li Chia brat is fierce and brutal, he killed 100,000 disciples from our sect. The ancestor revealed. What did you say? Say that again. The sovereign suddenly shouted, causing the stars nearby to shake. The ancestor's legs trembled in fear, not knowing if he had said the wrong thing. I said that this brat is fierce and brutal, he killed 100 disciples, he stammered. No, say his name again. The sovereign said with a serious expression. Chapter 35-25, Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang's expression surprised the ancestor on guard. Who in the world could actually cause this? Ancestor, his name is Li Chia. He took a deep breath and answered. Li Chia. The sovereign shouted in disbelief. The ancestor became increasingly frightened and confused after hearing this. The sovereign was born in the 9 worlds. He eventually swept through 8 desolaces due to his incredible cultivation and power. His ancient physique was at grand completion, something unmatched by all. He had weathered storms and met numerous famous characters. In fact, a few Tao Lords would assume the position of a junior while meeting him. In fact, rumor has it that their ancestor had entered a forbidden zone and came out alive. Only Tao Lords dared to enter these places. Thus, he had virtually experienced everything possible in life. He wouldn't wince even if the sky was falling down. But now, just hearing the name Li Chia made him act so unnaturally. What does he look like? The sovereign took a deep breath and regained his wits, staring straight at the guard. I haven't seen him, ancestor. The disciples told me that he looks quite ordinary, a common appearance found anywhere. There's nothing special about him. The frightened ancestor hurriedly answered. Ordinary appearance. The sovereign became emotional. He already had an ominous feeling after hearing this name because it reminded him of a certain person back in the previous epoch. This man was devilish beyond reason, the dark hand behind the curtains, a taboo existence not discussed by anyone. The name was already coincidental enough, but the appearance also matched. He realized that this might actually be the legendary figure, the person dubbed as fiercest or praised as Prime Emperor. These titles were all but forgotten by the future generation now for two reasons, the length of time and the taboo nature. No one dared to record anything about him in the records. In reality, some have treated him with disrespect and vilified him with inaccurate tales. They were met with swift retribution, their sects faced total annihilation. Because of this, fewer wanted to talk about him at all because they were afraid that their future generations might be dumb enough to disrespect him. He disappeared in the river of time but still had a firm grasp on this world in the shadow. This was still the case for millions and millions of years later. Others didn't realize it and lacked the ability to seek this truth. However, the sovereign could still feel this grasp. That's why he never talked about this forbidden existence with his disciples and descendants. He knew that his sect was powerful, but provoking this being meant destruction. Numerous supreme existences in 8 Desolaces would be more than happy to erase them from this world. It's him, it's really him, why is he here now? The sovereign sat back down on his stone coffin, completely lost in thoughts. He remembered that distant day in the past. The guy tore apart the sky and left. The shocking scene couldn't be forgotten by the lords in the audience that day. Today, the guy was back once more and caught Chan Yang off guard. He dug deep in his memories once more since he had forgotten about them. Ancestral realm was destroyed by Li Qie too. The ancestor became afraid while watching the sovereign sit there seemingly struck by lightning. This supreme ancestor has never been afraid of anyone. He marched into the forbidden zone with complete confidence as well. Many Dao lords have come to visit their ancestor. The latter always acted with dignity and elegance. Thus, this expression of shock could be considered unprecedented and unimaginable. The ancestor wouldn't believe it if he weren't here in person. The thing or person causing this must be monstrous. Ancestor, who is he? He eventually asked with a quiet tone. The sovereign didn't answer, for he was still occupied with thoughts. The battlefield outside of Ancestral was a tattered mess. The 5 ancient ancestors looked terrible with grave injuries. The crowd was overwhelmed with trepidation and fear. They found standing to be a difficult task right now. The 5 have lost after giving it their all. On the other hand, Li Qie stood there as relaxed as can be. Everything was beneath his feet now. A while ago, most considered him to be on the same level as a heavenly sovereign. This was proven inaccurate. Heavenly sovereigns like Blaze Blade were nothing compared to him. Despair and panic eventually reared their ugly head for the 5 ancestors. They had no ace card left to deal with Li Qie. Now, death would be the best possible outcome for them. If this is all you got, time to end this. Li Qie smiled. The crowd shuddered, some stared at the 5 ancestors as if they were corpses. This was nothing short of a death sentence. The 5 were used to controlling the fate of others. Now, the reverse was happening. So be it. To the death. Golden Sun shouted with determination. I have no regrets. Azure Dragon didn't mind. It's only death, there's nothing to fear. Blaze Blade powerfully declared. Once they made up their mind about death being inevitable, the fear suddenly went away. It's only death. The members of the audience were affected by their heroism and rising aura. How courageous. Start then. Li Qie smiled. Chapter 35-26, The 5 ancient ancestors have made up their mind about fighting. The spectators became more drawn in as a result, wondering what else they could do. Some thought that they had no chance because Li Qie was monstrously devilish, a complete reversal to the prior consensus. Can they turn the tides? One expert quietly said. This comment would have been considered disrespectful towards the 5 ancient ancestors. But now, no one would think that this was disrespectful. They were too busy considering the scary implications. They have one last chance by burning their longevity blood. One ancestor speculated. People thought carefully about the current situation. The 5 ancestors needed to have a real ace card while mustering the last of their vitality in order to win. There was only one chance. Unfortunately, the experts didn't think so. The 5 ancestors have used their top weapons and merit laws. It was difficult for them to suddenly reach the next height by breaking through their limits. Formation. Golden Sun ancient ancestor interrupted their rumination, his voice echoed across the plain. The 5 no longer gave a damn since they were ready for death. This was the case for the armies as well. Their determination ran strong, not to defeat or kill Li Qie but only to hope that he would stop here. That would be an acceptable result even after the last of them fall. Boom! The armies instantly formed a supreme formation. Massive runes appeared everywhere on the ground, looking complicated and profound. The vitality and grand Tao of the soldiers billowed like a tsunami next, capable of drowning everything. Surprisingly enough, they didn't pour into the 5 ancient ancestors. Boom! This influx of power still empowered the supreme formation. The arrays became resplendent and shot towards the sky vault like beams. Buzz! The beams continued shooting towards the far distance, separating into 3 main directions, Yin-Yang Gate, Skylight Country, and Firmament's Gate. What is going on? Others became confused. They're borrowing the power of their sects using a brilliant method. An ancestor understood the intent behind this. Sure enough, loud explosions traveled across the north, resulting in violent quakes. Yin-Yang Gate became filled with the 2 affinities. Draconic roars could be heard throughout Skylight, a testament to their regality. As for firmaments, sword Tao became as abundant as there are trees in a forest. Numerous divine swords rushed to the sky. The foundation of the 3 sections. Everyone exchanged glances after seeing the distant visual phenomena. Boom! The yin and yang rushed through 10 million miles in an unstoppable manner. Other living beings and sects became afraid while these things were crossing above their air space. The regal energy of Skylight condensed into a true dragon commanding respect from all. The various sword Tao of firmaments gathered into a single sword. It pierced through space with murderous intent. Few sects in the north can actually match them. Others were intimidated by these sections. It's here. The 3 powers have finally arrived. The ancient ancestors stared at each other, aware that this will decide everything. Go! They crazily roared and didn't hold back anything. Their grand Tao erupted and their divinity ravaged the realms like the gales during the end of time. This allowed them to open portals to welcome the powers from their sections. Rumble! They withstood the powers and began changing it into their own with their body serving as the vessel. These sect powers were monstrous. Ordinary experts had no chance of constraining them and would implode right away. However, these ancient ancestors were mighty and familiar with their sect powers. This process became as smooth as can be. Their new state shrouded them in an inferno. Their flames rushed to the sky and turned them into supreme beings. The crowd trembled with fear, numerous became paralyzed on the ground after seeing the sweeping auras. Activate! All 5 shouted and began burning their own true blood. Their empowered state jumped up another level. The fabrics of reality such as time and space started cracking around them. Just their auras alone were inflicting immense damage on their surroundings. The crowd's terror only grew after seeing this. This is probably their strongest form. Many experts concluded, aghast. Even if they were lucky enough to win, they'll definitely die soon after because of life depletion. Another ancestor sighed softly. The five were serious about fighting to the death. They simply wanted to stop Li Qie here and now in order to protect their sect. There was no doubt that this would be their last moment in life regardless of victory or defeat. Chapter 35-27, The power of the five ancient ancestors reached an apocalyptic level. The other inhabitants in 8 Desolaces were affected as well. People were scared out of their mind, feeling that their true fate was being directly injured by the auras. Boom! In the next second, Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor slammed his palm on the ground, creating a solar seal with an all-scorching heat. The ground started melting, the plains, mountains, and rivers turned into an ocean of lava. The liquid splashed high enough to look like erupting volcanoes. Ra! The azure dragon jumped into the surging lava, splashing the hot liquid everywhere. What is he doing? The spectators didn't understand why. Is he suiciding? Obviously not. A high elder understood the event and said, it's a type of fusion. He didn't have time to elaborate because a clank could be heard. A sword rushed to the sky, certainly capable of splitting it apart, but showed restraint. It then flew into the lava as well. First was the Dragon King, now Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign followed suit. They're really fusing? A few skeptics wondered. Clank. A deafening clank could be heard right afterward, causing people to shout and cover their ears tightly. This didn't help much because the sharp clank could penetrate anything. They looked up and saw a skeletal blade flying out of the lava. It consisted of long and thick macabre bones. The sword energy emanating from it caused people to have goosebumps. It had both sword hymns and draconic roars as if there was a dragon trapped within. A gigantic sword made from dragon bones. Everyone took a deep breath. Could it be that those two earlier have fused into this sword? Poof! Golden Sun Ancient Ancestor added to the confusion by turning into a plume of fire, seemingly made from the essences of 1,000,000 suns. Just one strand would be enough to burn everything. The plume flew straight to the skeletal sword and lit it on fire. The two separate entities eventually joined into one. The sword had a red glow now akin to molten metal, no longer the white of bones like before. The spectators couldn't help thinking that the sword came from the 18 levels of hell, a dreadful tool of death. Rumble. Silver Moon Ancient Ancestor sent down a gigantic round moon. There were divine palaces and holy grounds on the surface along with legendary trees. The moon possessed unimaginable power, enough to smash the entire world into smithereens. However, as it drew closer to the ancestor's palm, it shrank in size until it became a jade ornament. He then disappeared from sight, replaced by a cataclysmic power. Boom! The tiny moon's power only intensified despite the size reduction. People were blinded by a flash for a moment. Once they could see again, they noticed that the jade moon was now embedded onto the skeletal sword. Buzz! Silvery strands of sword energy oozed out of the sword. One is enough to pierce through anything. It was a fascinating sight to behold, a crimson skeletal sword with a silvery glow. Anyone a bit cowardly would be scared stiff. What kind of sword is this? No one has seen something like this before, so they couldn't come up with a title. Activate. Star Ancient Ancestor roared and the sky suddenly sank. Everyone felt as if he was dragging a galaxy downward. A portal manifested up above and poured down celestial light. The day became night with countless flashing stars. Their starry light bathed the ancestor, who tried his best to absorb all of them. At this exact moment, the armies also controlled the supreme formation. The runes and arrays all rushed toward Star. Star became larger and larger to the size of a colossal giant. He opened his mouth and devoured all the stars. Boom! Flames of the celestial affinity engulfed him. They erupted and covered the entire northern region. Those in the distant lands could see this strange phenomenon. What is this transformation? The weaker cultivators had no idea. This is Myriad Tao heavenly physique, a form reserved for heavenly sovereigns. One ancestor said, at their realm, they could take in the Myriad Tao into their body. It becomes a vessel capable of storing immense energy. Everyone was in awe at Star Ancient Ancestors' state due to its sheer size. Their horizon was broadened since this was a form created by Space Dragon Emperor. This allowed heavenly sovereigns to compete against Tao lords. Most benefited greatly from watching the battles today, enough to last for their entire life. Chapter 35-28, The Heavenly Physique stood at the top of the Tao. Star Ancient Ancestor has reached an unimaginable size. Celestial lights exuded from him as if he was made from stars. Sure enough, people looked up and saw stars moving continuously within him. His body turned into a galaxy large enough to encompass 3,000 worlds. This form boosted one's power to the limit by fusing it with the various Grand Tao. From this, the user would be able to cause untold destruction with one hand wave. At this point, Star could stomp once and annihilate an entire country along with its inhabitants. Though people have seen large transformations before such as avatars, there was a clear disparity. The other ones were large in form, but this physique twisted the sky into one's body and morphed the Myriad Tao into the veins and meridians. The Myriad Tao served as fuels for his gigantic form. Each Tao released loud explosions and powers. People couldn't help wanting to prostrate before this powerful being. Some were paralyzed on the ground. Myriad Tao heavenly physique, the spectators murmured the name. This was the other path at the top of the Tao. When top geniuses couldn't become a Tao Lord, they would embark on a journey towards this form, one started by Space Dragon Emperor. Unfortunately, very few actually made it here. Thus, seeing it in person was a glorious event for those in the audience. Clank. Only one sword hymn could be heard. All the other swords regardless of their quality and type became silent, a sign of submission towards the skeletal sword. As he raised the sword, it emitted a frightening murderous intent, thick enough to become visible strands. Anything that got in contact with these strands would be reduced to dust in the blink of an eye. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even ancestors wouldn't dare to touch them. Other heavenly sovereigns also became intimidated. The massive ancestor looked godly enough, but with this sword, his terror reached the next height. Just one slash would be enough to prove his supremacy. The spectators hurriedly fled from the battlefield. Even those paralyzed on the ground started crawling or rolling away. They all knew how terrible this next attack would be. Just the remnant energy alone would reduce them to ashes regardless of their cultivation. Buzz. The ancestor opened his eyes and beams shot out like heavenly waterfalls. The Tao heart of the spectators became defenseless right away, their soul left their body in fear, so they bellowed. Perish! He finally made his move with a vertical slash. It split the sky vault open and revealed a white shade. Most importantly, anything touched by the murderous strands immediately turned into smoke, time and space, the Myriad Tao, or the cycles of nature. Shit! Some people screamed. Rumble. Li Qiye retaliated by raising his hand. 3,000 worlds soared forward to stop the incoming slash. Boom! They were far from enough and immediately turned to smoke. Not even dust or ashes were left behind. The sword itself finally made contact with the ground, splitting the earth into two. The territory affected immediately dissipated. It was as if the whole region simply dispersed from existence, the mountains and rivers. Only emptiness was left behind. The spectators became frozen, thinking about their fate if they were caught in that area. Words couldn't describe its power. The most applicable example would be that if its target were ancestral city, the entire sect would disappear from this world. Thus, this meant that one slash alone was enough to erase a top sect in the north. Its power was terrifying. I think he's dead this time. Many gazed at the empty expanse and didn't see Li Chia. They saw his 3,000 worlds evaporating and the slash made direct contact with the ground. It would be strange if he were to survive that dreadful attack. I would have nothing to say if he were to survive, he would be the most devilish man in the world. An expert murmured. Others agreed with this statement. One ancestor nodded, if he survives this slash, everyone should just go to sleep, no need to compete or try to become a Tao Lord or anything, it'll be none other than him. Most spectators thought that Li Chia had no chance of surviving due to the might of the slash. However, they held on to a sliver of hope for a miracle despite the low possibility. Buzz. Chaos suddenly emanated from the damaged void. This heralded the reconstruction of the world. Everything returned to the origin, the myriad living beings returned along with the Tao orders. This chaos light illuminated the void and chased away any broken affinity. The mountains and rivers appeared once more as if time was being reversed. The crowd couldn't help being stunned. Eventually, a figure emerged. Li Chia, it's Li Chia. They were mentally prepared for this possibility, yet they still screamed all the same with their eyes wide open in astonishment. Chapter 35-29, The reconstruction seemed like a legend for the spectators, impossible to forget in this lifetime. However, the next moment was even more incredible. Li Chia was standing at the bottom and held the tip of the skeletal blade with 2 fingers. He seemed like a fly pushing up a mountain range. The stark contrast was a visual feast and left behind an indelible memory. There was no logical path for him to be able to stop the blade with just 2 fingers, no different from an ant trying to push down a tree or a mosquito trying to move a giant. Alas, this was indeed the case. He successfully stopped the monstrous slash while putting on a relaxed smile. Chaos Mantra, another of the 7. One ancestor shouted after analyzing the scene. You're right. Others calmed down and agreed. A few among them weren't as surprised because Li Chia had used multiple mantras prior. They knew that he must be cultivating all 7, so they have grown numb. Nonetheless, it was hard to find the right words to describe the situation. Li Chia managed to use these common mantras in such an amazing fashion. Other top merit laws and mantras paled in comparison, not worth mentioning in the slightest. This made people wonder if they have been looking at the fake versions. Should we try again? Start over with the 7. One ancestor noticed that the reconstruction contained gods and devils, akin to the start of a new epoch. Li Chia resembled creation and the high heaven, capable of crafting all entities. Thus, others wanted to prostrate before him despite his ordinary stance and appearance. Go! Star Ancient Ancestor channeled all of his power into the skeletal sword, nearly crushing all the space around him in the process. Unfortunately, his full-effort attempt with the help of the armies still couldn't move the skeletal sword. Li Chia had an easy expression while gripping the sword as if he was taking a stroll in his flower garden. This is insane, he's not human. One high elder eventually said. He had the urge of kneeling down before Li Chia. This was the case for virtually everyone in the crowd, even though Li Chia looked like a random pedestrian. He had no aura and pressure, only a friendly expression. Not too bad, but you haven't grasped the true fundamentals of Myriad Tao heavenly physique. This so-called Space Dragon Emperor was only experimenting and didn't explain it fully to future generations. Li Chia chuckled. The development already shocked the crowd. Now, Li Chia's comment left them speechless. Space Dragon Emperor was praised as a revolutionary cultivator for starting a new path. Li Chia didn't seem to agree. He dares to talk about Space Dragon Emperor like this? It's too much. One expert said. He just wants to cause more and more trouble. An ancestor from an old sect said, Space Dragon Emperor's descendants will come for him after hearing this. No one can mess with them. No one responded because they didn't feel the same way. Li Qiye was too heaven-defying. They didn't take offense to his criticism of the emperor. He's probably qualified to judge a member of the Denari founders. An ancestor said. Boom. Li Qiye suddenly flicked his wrist and broke the skeletal sword before people could react. Golden Sun and the others appeared again and were blown flying while vomiting blood. The members of the armies suffered the same force. Too weak. Li Qiye then waved his hand, releasing chaos on the unsuspecting world. The sky vault seemed to be falling down, all of his opponents became suppressed before they could get back up from the initial blow. The spectators couldn't believe it. Li Qiye easily trapped the 5 ancient ancestors and the various armies with one hand wave. This force wasn't unbeatable, but they could definitely sweep through all of the north. Today, Li Qiye had shown everyone his monstrous abilities. Activate. The ancient ancestors roared and mustered their power to get back up. Unfortunately, the suppressive force intensified and smashed them into the ground. Their blood stained the soil. It was as if Li Qiye was toying with ants. This was too much for the spectators to take. It's over for those 3 sections. An ancestor regained his wits and concluded. Most spectators right now were horrified. They hoped that Li Qiye didn't look over towards their direction or they would immediately drop to their knees. Chapter 35-30, The lives of the coalition were hanging on a thread. Just a bit more force from Li Qiye would end with their death, truly horrifying just to think about. Suddenly, one could hear the loud sounds of rolling wheels from a carriage over the horizon. The yin and yang engulfed 10 million miles and culminated into a bright path originating from Yin-Yang Gate and reaching Ancestral Gate. There seemed to be a world being derived within the sounds of rolling wheels. The crowd was still shocked to see this phenomenon despite a lack of intimidating pressure. They knew that a supreme being was arriving. An ancient carriage slowly made its way through the yin-yang path. It seemingly rolled like a normal carriage, but with each full rotation of the wheel, it traveled across millions of miles. This was a type of spatial leap. It was made from the exceedingly rare archaic yin wood embedded with immortal bronze and jade, sun-moon stones. The carriage itself along with the ornaments exuded an ancient aura. The spectators could sense the years on them as if the carriage came from the past. Plenty of damages existed on the body, holes from arrows, cuts from swords. Some broken arrows were still stuck there. People could tell at a glance that it had experienced numerous battles and wars. They also heard the stomps of a beast dragging the carriage. It resembled a qilin but wasn't one. It had silver armor plates with white smokes shrouding its feet. It lacked the gallant divinity found in a qilin. Its eyes exuded frightening glimmers akin to lightning bolts capable of killing anyone. The carriage driver was an ancestor from Yin-Yang Gate, even older than Golden Sun's group. He had bright eyes and sharp brows. He had an outfit of an older style on, just him sitting there alone commanded reverence from the spectators as if he was a crownless king. A silver carapace lin. Someone in the front shouted in astonishment because this was a branch of a divine beast. Its bloodline would be the most precious in this world if the divine beasts didn't exist. Thus, it meant that the master of the carriage must be extremely prestigious to have a beast like this. That's Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang, right? An ancestor said with uncertainty after seeing the carriage driver. Forefather. Golden Sun and the others became excited. Forefather. The soldiers of Yin-Yang still cheered despite being suppressed on the ground. He has to be the Heavenly Sovereign. The spectators thought that this was the case after seeing the army's response. Yes. Numerous took a deep breath to calm down. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang was nothing short of a legend in the north. Just mentioning his title alone always had a magical effect on the listeners. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even a 3-year-old had heard of his title. He was the sun hanging above the north, illuminating everyone with his prestige. Though everyone had heard of him, very few had the privilege of seeing him in person. This included those from Yin-Yang Gate. Only high-level ancestors like Golden Sun were lucky enough. Thus, to be able to see him today was a great honor for everyone. I can't believe I will get to see him in this lifetime. There's zero regrets. An ancestor became emotional. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang, some juniors actually had tears streaming down their cheeks. The defining character of the North was here in person. All eyes were on the carriage. There's hope for Yin-Yang Gate. A high elder murmured, maybe he'll be able to change this outcome. Yes, at least they'll survive. Many ancestors agreed, Li Qiye is really strong, but there's no way he is stronger than the sovereign. It'll be even at best. In my opinion, Li Qiye is still too young, so there should be a small gap between them. But that doesn't matter, he's already solidified his position in history. An older big shot speculated. Their comments weren't meant to disparage Li Qiye in the slightest. In fact, they could be considered as praises. After all, how many youths in history could be mentioned in the same breath as the sovereign? The forefather is here for us. Not to mention ordinary disciples from Yin-Yang, even their regular ancestors were overwhelmed. They would be prostrating if it wasn't for the suppression immobilizing them. This is the true power of Yin-Yang Gate. Who will be able to stop the sovereign? An expert asked. Right, even a Tao Lord would need to give him some face. Several Tao Lords have assumed a junior role while visiting him. Someone else commented. Because the sovereign taught ancient Zen Tao Lord, some referred to him as imperial teacher later on. Don't forget, the sovereign entered the forbidden zone and came out alive, one of the few to do so. This required immense power. A historical buff said with respect. That's untouchable indeed. Others were shaken to hear this. Creak. The carriage finally stopped and floated in the air. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang sitting on the carriage didn't bother looking at anyone, not even the ancient ancestors. His eyes immediately fell upon Li Qiye. The crowd watched with bated breath during this meeting. They wondered about a battle between these two and thought that Li Qiye was the underdog. The disciples from Yin-Yang were ecstatic, thinking that they were saved. No one in this world could stop their forefather. This was the true ace card of their sect. However, in a kitchen soup restaurant inside Ancestral, the old shopkeeper gave it a quick glance before shaking his head, not enough. Screech. The tense atmosphere was suddenly interrupted by a phoenix screech. It tore apart the clouds nearby. A gigantic bird appeared, its 5-colored wings were large enough to blot out the sky. What is that? Everything turned dark and people became startled. Chapter 35-31, The mythical bird above was unique. Its long tail had a golden brilliance, its chest had special runic lines to form the character, virtue, filled with a venerable Tao aura. Its 5-colored feathers were resplendent, looking as beautiful as can be from a distance. It was abundantly clear that this bird was special, not inferior to the silver carapace Lin. That's 5-colored Luan, right? A spectator became startled. This Luan had an extremely thick and pure bloodline, close to being a divine bird. 2 people were standing on its back, a peerless woman and an old man. The latter had a human body and a chicken head with 4 eyes. These eyes were extraordinary, most likely one of a kind. They looked like unmatched stars, each could see and illuminate 8 decilaces. People didn't dare to look straight at them even in their dormant state. They would feel their soul being drawn in. The eyes seemed capable of killing anyone at a glance or even refining an entire world. The old man resembled a true master, each action could cause untold destruction. One could faintly hear the roars of his plentiful vitality and power as if there was a true dragon hiding in there. He was definitely a top ancient ancestor. Other cultivators would feel the urge to bow or even prostrate before him. Strangely enough, he wore an out-of-place cloak with numerous colors. This could make people burst out laughing if worn by someone else. No one dared to laugh at this old man due to his frightening eyes. Dragon Phoenix Maiden. Everyone recognized the beauty standing next to him. What about him? Don't tell me he's that old ancient ancestor. The forefather of the Maiden's clan. An ancestor took a deep breath and speculated after seeing the bird. You're right, he is Dragon King Commander. I was lucky enough to see his portrait next to Dragon Phoenix Matriarch's portrait at the valley. A demon master said before kneeling on the ground. Commander, the demon then shouted with reverence. That's Dragon King Commander. Everyone was shocked, especially the demons. This title struck the crowd just as hard as Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang. The younger brother of Dragon Phoenix Matriarch, a forefather of an ancient race. Some demons were unbearably excited, a few were moved to tears. Dragon King Commander's clan was a great demon race with an old and noble bloodline. They haven't shown up for a long time now. As for the commander, he dominated his era long ago. According to one legend, he petrified a first-rate sect with a single glance. Furthermore, some records indicated that he was from the same era as Yin Yang Gate. It's just that his clan always kept a low profile. Others would only talk about it in passing when the topic was Dragon Phoenix Valley. That's why he wasn't as famous as Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang and Yin Yang Gate. However, a few old ancestors knew that he was just as strong as Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang. Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang is here, Dragon King Commander too. Is it all because of Li Qie? These two men were the most influential cultivators in the north now. People were shocked to see the two of them in the same place today. No way, Li Qie can't handle both of them. One spectator said after noticing that the commander was staring straight at Li Qie too. Li Qie could be the strongest genius in existence, and that still wouldn't be enough to take on two supremes at the same time. Seems like today is a good day. Li Qie let out a natural smile after seeing the commander. Everyone's here. The commander almost became hysterical but managed to stabilize his emotions. He then looked over at Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang. Bastard, what are you waiting for? Come out and greet His Excellency. The commander shouted. While the crowd tried to digest this statement, he rushed over to Li Qie and got on his knees. This little one never thought that I would be able to see you again, Your Excellency. I am moved to tears. His 4 eyes were actually moist. Dragon Phoenix Maiden who was standing next to him got on her knees as well. The crowd became stupefied. Shi Zhongtian greets you, Your Excellency. The colossal golem outside of Ancestral also got on his knees. His massive frame made it look like a mountain range was collapsing. Shi Zhongtian, he's the great-great-grandson of Stone Monarch Dao Lord. Another revelation took the crowd like a storm. Very few people knew his origin, not even the disciples of Ancestral. Now, it turned out that he was Shi Zhongtian. Most importantly, he also kneeled just like the commander. Chanyang greets you, Your Excellency. I've never had the honor of meeting you before, so I do not dare to be presumptuous and act familiar, please forgive me. Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang got off the carriage and also kneeled before Li Qie. His head touched the ground. These 3 were absolutely the top cultivators in the north. All of them were showing absolute respect towards Li Qie. Even a Dao Lord wouldn't receive this level of ceremonious treatment. Thus, everyone's mouth was wide open. They have never seen such a shocking scene before. Once they calmed down, they knew that it was time to prostrate as well. Greetings, Your Excellency. The chant echoed across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No one knew the importance and significance behind Your Excellency. However, since these top dogs were doing so, they had to follow the trend. This was absolutely the right choice. Chapter 35-32, everyone was kneeling on the ground regardless of who they were, not daring to breathe loudly in disturbing Wuxia. That would be disrespectful. No one knew who he was, but since Dragon King Commander, Heavenly Sovereign Chen Yang, and Shi Zhongtian were kneeling, his background and identity no longer mattered. Nonetheless, the question still lingered in their mind. Just who was Wuxia? How heaven-defying could his background be? No one dared to ask, of course. Some didn't even have the courage to steal a glance at Wuxia, or it might bring a calamity to their sect. They knew one thing for certain, that Wuxia was a supreme existence, one far exceeding Tao lords. This was obvious given how those three beings were treating him. The next question became, what kind of existence is above Tao lords? They couldn't come up with an answer while trembling with fear. Can it be, one or two wisdom masters lived long enough to see clues in the shrouded history? They thought about a few particular lines in the records. According to the legend, there used to be a master reigning over the eras, a supreme emperor, a monster sweeping through all opponents. Historians had contrasting opinions on whether these figures were the same person or otherwise. They didn't fully understand the vagueness of the records. Rumor has it that someone had disrespected the figure and ended up with total sect destruction. From then on, it became a taboo subject. Another camp stated that a certain group purposely hid these events from the river of time. No one knew that exact reason, but the forbidden nature made future generations forget. It has to be him. The wisdom master thought about these legends and became overwhelmed. The legends were actually true. He secretly looked up to see Wuxia before lowering his head right away, not wanting to be spotted. It was difficult to control his emotions right now. This was truly an honor. Unfortunately, this was also a curse. He couldn't share this with anyone else, not even to his juniors. This was a defining moment of his life, yet he had to keep it a secret forever. Ultimately, the ones feeling the full brunt were still those from Yin Yang Gate. They thought that their sovereign was the strongest, not inferior to any Tao lord. They were so sure that Wuxia was a dead man and that they were saved. Alas, their ancestor was now kneeling in front of Wuxia to display total subservience. This was beyond their most terrible nightmare. They realized that they have messed with the wrong person, the worst possible man. The five ancient ancestors couldn't believe it either, especially the Celestial Trinity. They had been following Heavenly Sovereign Chen Yang for some time. They knew more about him and his supremacy more than anyone else. How could their ancestor bow next to Wuxia's feet like this? It became obvious how much trouble they had brought upon their sect. They were now eternal sinners of Yin Yang Gate. Rise! Wuxia smiled and gave the command. Everyone felt as if they have just been pardoned from a serious crime. The commander was an exception. However, the sovereign and Shi Zhongtian waited until the commander stood up first before they did. The rest of the crowd was smart enough to wait for these three as well. Your Excellency. The commander had tears in his eyes. Wuxia also felt a sense of familiarity. He smiled and said, I thought that turtles lived the longest, it looks like you live longer than them. The listeners felt as if only Wuxia would dare to compare the great cultivator with a turtle. Anyone else would be trembling with fear when talking with Dragon King Commander. It is thanks to your blessing, Your Excellency. The commander said excitedly. You're old now, no longer the young chicken like before. However, you may still call me boss. Wuxia said. Deference is no substitute for obedience, boss. The commander happily rubbed his palms together and said. Yi Yaoling standing nearby felt as if her forefather has become 1,000,000 years younger, reverting back to being a youth. The commander was an old friend, the four-eyed basilisk. He survived the long years and became a supreme ancestor with a cool title. He used to call Wuxia boss when they were together. Thus, Wuxia told him to do the same for sentimental reasons. You still look the same, always 18. The commander said. Time moves so quickly, so many people are gone now. Li Qiye stared at the commander and said. The basilisk sighed because loved ones have left him. This included his closest sister, Venerable Basilisk. Only a selected few were alive from his generation. He didn't expect to see Li Qiye again. In the past, he saw Li Qiye tear the sky apart and left. Words couldn't describe his feelings regarding this reunion. In fact, when Yi Yaoling reported this back to him, he suspected that it might be an impostor. When he actually saw Li Qiye again, he found the guy to be the same. His temperament and style couldn't be duplicated. Chapter 35-33, The crowd remained silent, standing with both hands straight down and their head lowered. The only one eligible to speak was Dragon King Commander. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang could only wait aside just a junior waiting to be reprimanded. The others had to watch from a distance. Meanwhile, those from the coalition trembled with fear. Anxiety struck them deep since they could only wait for a sentence from Li Qiye. They have offended Li Qiye, so the result seemed rather obvious. Your Excellency. The sovereign saw that Li Qiye and the commander had finished speaking and politely jumped in. In the past, others tried their best just to have an opportunity to bow and greet him. Now, he had to stand waiting. This wasn't easy in the slightest. You're putting me in a difficult position by bowing. Li Qiye chuckled at him. The young ones were foolish enough to offend you, Your Excellency, please do as you please. The sovereign said with sincerity in a calm manner. He didn't go around in circles nor beg for mercy. He had lived long enough to know about Li Qiye. If this existence wanted to kill someone, asking for mercy was useless. We had no grievance between us, just the wrong time and place. Li Qiye said. The sovereign smiled wryly. He indeed had bad luck because he didn't do anything to Li Qiye. His only fault was being Ancestral Realm successor. Alas, he had to watch his sect, Ancestral Realm, be destroyed by Li Qiye. Now, he was a supreme ancestor, but his descendants decided to provoke Li Qiye. He had no choice but to come out. Seems like I'm very unlucky. The sovereign said. He didn't expect to face something so problematic after reaching this old age. As I've said, there is nothing between us. Since you have acted with respect, I won't make it difficult for you. Tell me, what do you want? Li Qiye said. Your Excellency, it is entirely up to you. It's my fault for not educating them well. The sovereign said. He was prepared for the worst because nothing good would come from provoking Li Qiye. Even the strongest sects all ended with destruction. Remember how powerful Soaring Immortal used to be? It still became dust. The ancient Ming also dominated for eras. Where were they now? His Yin Yang Gate had dominion over the north and could be considered a first-rate sect. However, they were still nothing compared to Soaring Immortal and the ancient Ming. The truth was that Li Qiye himself didn't need to do anything. Just one message from him would summon numerous top existences to come and destroy Yin Yang Gate. The disciples from Yin Yang heard their ancestor and lowered their head, not daring to utter a single word. Resistance was futile because their strongest ancestor was accepting his fate, let alone juniors like them. They were nothing more than ants compared to Li Qiye. I suppose you're stuck in the middle even though it is no fault of your own. Li Qiye shook his head. It would be unreasonable for me to kill you. As for the other juniors, I'll spare them and leave it to you. Li Qiye was in a good mood after meeting an old friend and decided against a massacre. Bastard, hurry up and punish those fools as an apology to His Excellency. Don't wait for someone else. The commander shouted at the sovereign, seemingly using his connection to intimidate others. However, he was actually doing the sovereign a favor. After all, they were from the same era, not many of them were left. The sovereign himself actually didn't do anything wrong. His unfilial descendants simply poked the beehive, so the commander helped him out by ending the issue here. Thank you, Your Excellency. The sovereign lived long enough to recognize the situation and bowed towards Li Qie. We'll end it with this. Li Qie nodded and agreed with the commander's suggestion. The sovereign took a deep breath and turned around, staring straight at the 5 ancient ancestors. Ignorant fools, you have done something unforgivable and become the sinners of your sect. Apologize to His Excellency via suicide. He coldly uttered. The 5 exchanged glances. They have already prepared for death but were still shaken when truly facing it. This was already a great result. They would be able to protect their sect by dying, the most merciful outcome for Yin Yang, Skylight, and Firmaments. Everyone has to die. Your Excellency, my mistake. I'll be going now. Blazeblade Heavenly Sovereign bowed his head towards Li Qie and laughed loudly. Clank. He raised his sword and decapitated himself. Blood gushed out as his body fell to the ground. Your descendant has failed you, ancestor. Farewell, may Yin Yang Gate prosper. The Celestial Trinity bowed towards the sovereign first, then Li Qie. Your Excellency, we humbly apologize. Boom. They destroyed their meridians and true fate, causing their body to tremble and blood to drip out of the corner of their mouth. They then fell to the ground, lifeless. This is it, I hope future descendants won't make the same mistake. My fault, Your Excellency. Azure Dragon King got on his knees before also destroying his true fate. The 5 ancient ancestors committed suicide in order to protect their sect. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang didn't say anything and watched with a cold expression. In his opinion, this was already the slightest punishment. He knew that it would take 0 effort from Li Qie to destroy the 3 sections. Li Qie was being immensely merciful already. Your Excellency. The sovereign then turned back to Li Qie. Go, cherish the time that you have left. Li Qie waved his hand and said while dropping the issue with his opponents. Thank you, Your Excellency. May you live forever. The sovereign bowed. Scram already. He then turned towards the armies and shouted before leaving. The members of the armies left quietly with great dejection. They didn't dare to turn around once. When they got here, they were domineering and in high spirits, confident in destroying Ancestral City. Who would have thought that they end up running like dogs without their master? They would all be dead now if it wasn't for their forefather coming out to ask for forgiveness. No one expected this outcome at the start. Chapter 35-34. It didn't take long before no one from the coalition was left. The sovereign has successfully saved them all. The atmosphere became eerily silent afterward. The spectators still didn't dare to stare at Li Qie, whom they deemed to be the apex existence of this world on the same level as heaven. Looking up at him still required immense courage. He lacked the same ferocious aura and bite as other masters due to his ordinary appearance. However, in their eyes, he was as extraordinary and unreachable as can be. Welcome back to the city, Your Excellency. Polstone Saintess led thousands of disciples outside the gate and prostrated on the ground to welcome him back. The disciples and ancestors, even the reclusive ones, all came out for this ceremony. Good. Li Qie nodded and stepped up the palanquin. The descendants of Ancestral City didn't throw away their ancestors' face. Dragon King Commander praised after seeing this. Meanwhile, the neutral spectators outside the gate lowered their head with their hands hanging downward in order to bid him goodbye. I took pride in my intelligence and being able to read people. Seems like I'm clearly inferior to a junior today, how embarrassing. One wise master commented. Those nearby didn't say anything. The knowledgeable ancestors felt the same way. Not long ago, many found it astounding that Polstone Saintess supported Li Qie and annulled the marriage agreement with Yin Yang Zen Gate. They considered her choice to be unwise and irrational. Moreover, the youths thought that a junior like Li Qie wasn't worth her antagonizing Yin Yang Zen Gate. Nonetheless, the saintess still made such an unbelievable decision. Most thought that she would herald a calamity to Ancestral City. In hindsight, she had the best insight and chose the right person. In fact, her decision saved Ancestral City. Just think about it, if she had acted like everyone else and valued by Jianchan highly, the result would have been obvious. She would have died just like Bai Jianchan and Skylight Princess. Even her sect might have been destroyed. Now, she had the chance to invite Li Qie inside the city and could serve him. This was a godsend opportunity. Even Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang wasn't so lucky. Realizing this made the wisdom masters among the crowd think that they were nothing more than frogs under the well, truly shameful. It'll be hard for Ancestral City not to rise with her leading the way. One ancestor commented. She earned the favor of a supreme existence like Li Qie. This was a true fortune and opportunity unavailable to others who failed to see it. So many youths and geniuses felt embarrassed as a result. They were the loudest bunch in questioning Pullstone Saintess and Dragon Phoenix Maiden. By this point, it became apparent that Li Qie wasn't the lucky one but rather, the two girls. Go back and stay in the sect, stop causing trouble. An ancestor eventually yelled at his juniors. This was duplicated in multiple groups. They eventually left Ancestral City and returned to their sect. The powers in the north closed their door and stopped their disciples from traveling after this event. They were afraid of the young ones causing unnecessary trouble, especially something foolish like provoking Li Qie. Yin Yang Zen Gate and its allies were the best examples. They nearly got destroyed from the debacle. The ancestors also ordered their disciples to not talk about Li Qie. This was another potential source of trouble. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang didn't immediately return to the void after bringing back his sect members. He stood at the highest peak there and gazed at the world in silence for a long period. Yin Yang Zen Gate has been around for a long time. It had a similar name in the past, Yin Yang Gate. It was created by the invincible immortal Emperor Yin Yang, becoming one of the strongest imperial lineages. Later on, the sovereign during his youth was chosen by Ancestral Realm as its successor. Unfortunately, he didn't finish learning his arts before the realm was destroyed by Li Qie. This power was extremely strong and has lasted for millions of years, capable of commanding the world. Unfortunately, it stood no chance against Li Qie. This experience left a deep impression on Chan Yang. Thus, he later changed the name of Yin Yang Gate to Yin Yang Zen Gate. Unfortunately, the sect was nearly destroyed again under his leadership. He nearly became an eternal sinner as well. He watched the land in silence. He has always been here and guaranteed its prosperity and survival. Though it grew stronger with him around, it eventually became his shackles, the descendants became a source of worries. Most importantly, it seemed that his protection caused future generations to become inferior, filled with pride and a sense of indestructibility. He eventually made up his mind, it was time for him to leave. After all, he had protected Yin Yang Zen Gate long enough. The descendants had their own path and fate. He chose to follow the path of the immortal emperors and the Tao lords. It was time for him to leave and be free to his own desires. He couldn't keep on being the sect's guardian. Otherwise, declination would be inevitable. Ancestor, that Li Qie, the ancestor in charge of guarding the coffin quietly said. Silence. The sovereign shouted with unquestionable authority, never bring this up again. It is a forbidden matter that might result in total destruction. My mistake. The ancestor's legs became weak as he dropped to the ground and apologized. It is time for me to go. I leave Yin Yang Zen Gate to you all. The sovereign added. The ancestor became startled and said, Ancestor, where are you going? The ends of the world or wherever I want to. The sovereign had an unprecedented sense of freedom after making this choice. Ancestor, if you leave, what is the sect going to do? The ancestor was scared out of his mind. The sect has always been under his protection. This allowed them to be confident, rising above all obstacles and defeating their foes. They have their own fate, no need for me to worry. The sovereign casually responded, no longer caring about the sect and future generations. 1. Normally, the adjective before the noun, gate, doesn't matter. This time around, since the author specifically made this distinction, I'll be changing the new yin-yang gate to yin-yang zen gate. 2 reasons behind omitting zen. First, brevity and an assumption of triviality. Second, it was hard to translate correctly without context at first. The character has the following meanings: meditation, Buth, Zen, Diana. Meditation can't be used since it would be a guess without context and it's too long. Diana is better but would also be a guess. Zen is neutral enough, so this should have been the pick. I just thought that it wouldn't matter in the grand scheme of things like the majority of names. Chapter 35-35, Ancestor. The young ancestor prostrated and begged, "Please reconsider for the sake of the sect." He then smashed his head onto the ground, aware of the great blow to the sect in the absence of their sovereign. "No need to say more, I have made up my mind." The sovereign waved his hand. If one day, yin-yang zen gate is in danger, the ancestor knew that further persuasion was futile, only hoping that his ancestor would care about old ties. Invite troubles. Deal with them. The sovereign flatly said. But, what if the sect goes down? The ancestor didn't expect this answer. So be it. The sovereign had made up his mind and said, countless sects have gone down in history. What's one more? Ancestor. The ancestor shouted, but the sovereign was already walking out toward an unknown destination. From then on, no one ever saw Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yen again. Li Chiye looked down at Ancestral City from a high pavilion reaching the clouds. Everything else seemed tiny like insects. He didn't say a thing while Dragon King Commander and the others remained quiet. After a while, he sat down with a natural expression, staring at the group. Years went by in the blink of an eye, but I still remember everything clearly. The commander sobbed. He used to be the four-eyed basilisk back then and enjoyed his youth, one worthy of remembrance. Today, he stood at the top and looked back at the past. It would never come back. Indeed. I remember how you ran for your life while being chased by your sister. Li Chiye chuckled. Please don't make fun of me, I only cared about playing around then and didn't sympathize with her good intention. The basilisk smiled and felt warmth. It's a shame she's no longer here. Venerable Basilisk was also a top genius in that era. She lived quite long and left her clan to start Dragon Phoenix Valley. Alas, her power wasn't enough to withstand the withering of time. I wouldn't mind being chased around by her right now. The basilisk's expression became sad. He had experienced numerous years and goodbyes. However, this particular memory still overwhelmed him with emotions. That's time, there's no going back after it passed. Li Chiye said. The basilisk nodded and took a deep breath. He stared at Li Chiye and said, look at how old I am now compared to you, boss. I'm always 18. Li Chiye chuckled. I also want to be 18 every year, but I don't have your Tao heart. That's the difference between us. The basilisk said. Of course, old here wasn't about physical appearance. At their power level, they could always reshape their body at any moment. However, his Tao heart was the thing that was old in this case. I've been growing bored recently, the grand Tao is too long and lonely. Maybe resting in peace is better. On the other hand, you're still moving forward in a heroic fashion, that's why we can't compare to you. Our Tao heart probably would shatter if we experienced the same things as you. He went on to say. I'll always be invincible regardless of the long path. Li Chiye said, there must always be a pursuit in life. A fish still wants to turn over, an insect still wants to bare its fangs at the high heaven. That's what I want to do. Your pursuit is beyond my imagination. If you're a fish or an insect, then everyone else in the world is inferior to these things. The basilisk said. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't respond. Shi Qingjian and Yi Lingyao didn't join the conversation since they haven't reached the right level yet. Your clan's girl is not bad. Li Qiye glanced at Yi Lingyao and smiled. Not too stupid. The basilisk said, she was scared by you and immediately reported it to me. In the beginning, I thought someone had the audacity to pretend to be you. Yi Lingyao smiled wryly, recalling the first meeting with Li Qiye. That was truly a frightening experience. She found him to be too arrogant and careless. It was a good thing that she didn't try anything disrespectful because not even her ancestor would be able to save her. Good talents, same with her bloodline, boundless potential. Li Qiye nodded approvingly. What are you waiting for? Thank boss for praising you. The basilisk had a happy expression and told Yao Ling. She came forward and bowed towards Li Qiye. Your next line is, please grant your junior a fortune. Li Qiye glanced at the basilisk. Huh, boss, you're the lord of the world, bestowing one fortune or two isn't a problem. Plus, you're always generous to smart juniors. The basilisk laughed. Very well, your bloodline is special enough. I have a phoenix art here, perfect for this occasion. Li Qiye smiled and said. A divine gift. The basilisk was excited for his junior and said, peerless indeed, thank boss again. Thank you, young master. Yi Yaoling got on her knees, as moved as can be. Being taught by her ancestor was already incredible enough. In reality, very few members in the clan have been this lucky for millions of years. Today, she got something even greater, a gift from an existence treated with reverence by her ancestor. This would exceed anything else. Once she stood up, Li Qiye raised his finger and metallic clanks could be heard. A Dao Law emerged along with a phoenix screech. A light flashed once before disappearing. This Dao Law has entered her mind. Numerous runes and characters appeared within. Poof! A phoenix true flame oozed from her body. She became ecstatic but didn't forget to bow again. This supreme art was enough, she didn't need anything more in life. Shi Qingjian was envious but didn't dare to ask Li Qiye. Since you have followed me recently, I do have something to give you. This is a garment made from phoenix feathers. Li Qiye noticed this and said. He took out a garment burning with phoenix flames. Hymns and visual phenomena of other birds bowing to a phoenix manifested. Li Qiye personally created this garment after obtaining the feathers. Thank you, young master. The emotional Shi Qingjian continuously kowtowed after seeing the present. Li Qiye sat there and accepted the gesture while glancing towards the horizon. You want to leave already, boss? The basilisk said. He spent enough time with Li Qiye back then to understand his expressions. I'll be taking a look at the abandoned land, have to figure it out. Li Qiye nodded. That place used to be the Buddhist ground, it's all ashes now. Too many things happened and the world shattered. I didn't pay enough attention to see what happened. I came to take a look later but that place was bizarre and inscrutable. The basilisk said. A few things will always surprise. Li Qiye smiled, heaven is omnipotent, or so they say. However, in this case, the villainous heaven couldn't get everything right. When will you ascend, boss? The basilisk pondered for a bit before asking. Chapter 35-36, Ascension was a serious topic, or at least this was the case for juniors like Shi Qingjian and Yi Yaoling right now. In fact, they were very curious about it. For millions of years, Dao lords after finishing their cultivation would go up to the sky and disappear. The question for regular cultivators became, what kind of world was up there? Unfortunately, the answer eluded them because Tao lords never came back again or sent down messages. That's why they could only speculate. No rush. Li Qiye smiled and told the basilisk, "I'll do it when the time is right." The basilisk didn't know when the time was right. However, he was sure that he would be able to witness another incredible ascension from Li Qiye, the second one as far as he knows. He hesitated for a moment before sighing with envy. Ascension is the lifelong pursuit of many. This was the reason why people wanted to become a Tao Lord. It was so that they could see the legendary world above. Unfortunately, those who weren't Tao Lords would find going up there prohibitively difficult. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Space Dragon Emperor made it up there. It's not impossible for you to go up there. Li Qiye smiled. "Boss, you want to take me up there?" The basilisk became happy and hurriedly responded, its eyes brightened with eagerness. During Li Qiye's coronation, he didn't go up alone but also brought thousands of people with him. This became one of the greatest legends in the 9 worlds. No one has ever been able to surpass this. The crux of the issue is that you don't want to go up. If you did, you wouldn't be waiting till today. Li Qiye said. The basilisk opened his mouth but decided to reflect on this quietly. Back then, his cultivation was weak. Even if Li Qiye had allowed him entry, he wouldn't have chosen to go up because he would only be holding Li Qiye back. Today, he was a supreme ancestor. It was no problem going up there. Alas, actually doing it made him hesitate. "Looks like you can't go." Li Qiye could read his mind. "Maybe I'm too old now, can't deal with the trouble, or my heart is too soft. There are too many things to worry about." The basilisk shook his head. It was perfectly fine to ascend with Li Qiye's protection, but what about his race and descendants? Their race in Dragon Phoenix Valley would lose a strong backing. "I've promised Big Sis to take care of them, looks like I can't go." He let out a bitter smile. Venerable Basilisk was even more talented than him. She eventually became the matriarch of the valley but ended up dying before him. During her last moments, she told him to protect the valley. That's why no one dared to do anything to the valley in the past. Let the children carve out their own path. Otherwise, they'll be your shackles and chains. Li Qiye said. "I understand." The basilisk said, "I suppose I only said it so easily because I knew I wouldn't go." He was similar to Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang in this regard. They were their sex protector, but to put it in a different perspective, they were prisoners. Rise and fall are normal and inevitable, nothing lasts forever, the same with sections. If your descendants are incapable, just leave them alone. Each person will live differently. Li Qiye smiled. For old people like us, maybe dying is the best result. We come into this world without worries and will leave without any as well. The basilisk reflected. He suddenly thought that his sister's death might be a good end for her. She no longer needed to worry about their race and descendants. As one grows older, they'll usually become more emotionless. Li Qiye said. "What about you? Can you let go?" The basilisk said. "I have never been shackled or stopped for anyone. The Tao path is still ahead and I'll keep walking forward." Li Qiye shook his head. "True, I lack this mentality. That's why you're the boss." The basilisk fell into silence for a bit before speaking. "No need to force it. Do what you wish," Li Qiye said. The basilisk knew that on the path of the Tao, a single thought could change one's fate and their sect's fate. The two of them chatted for a bit while the two girls politely listened. Princess showed up once. The basilisk eventually brought this up. Numerous shocking things have happened in Li Qiye's absence, but the basilisk didn't talk about them. However, this made him put on a serious expression. The girls became curious due to their ancestor's appearance. Who was this princess? "I know, sounds about right." Li Qiye stared at the horizon, his mind drifted back into the past. She brought someone with her. Very few knew about this. The basilisk added. A helper is necessary indeed. Li Qiye eventually responded. The basilisk knew that in order to be chosen, this helper was extremely capable and worthy of trust. Are you not worried at all, boss? However, he found Li Qiye's aloof expression surprising. Why should I? A child can't be a dog with a tiger for a father. Plus, there's nothing they can't do in 8 decalaces. Li Qiye chuckled. You're right, boss, I worried for nothing. The basilisk put on a smile after realizing this. Li Qiye was right not to worry. Plus, the princess was there too. Nothing in 8 decalaces could trouble them. To put it bluntly, one word from her alone would summon numerous supreme masters to protect them. Li Qiye's prestige and supremacy as the Dark Crow remained in 8 decalaces. His invisible hand was still here to grasp the world. The burial grounds are gone now. The basilisk reported. Right, now that's a surprising matter. Even the heaven can't control everything perfectly. Li Qiye said softly. What is your opinion on this? The basilisk said. During the great disaster, the top masters and sects only worried about their own survival. They had no time to care about other matters. A long time after the event, they found that certain things have vanished into thin air. Chapter 35-37, No opinion, I'll just sweep through whoever stands in my path and reach the end in due time. Li Qiye answered. The basilisk smiled wryly, this was indeed the proper answer from someone like Li Qiye. So wise, boss. It looks like I've grown cowardly too. The basilisk said. During his youth, he didn't fear anything and always acted arrogantly. Now, he was so many times stronger, but his action became prudent, no longer as impetuous as before. After all, he had nothing to think about before. Now, he shouldered the well-being of his clan. Thousands and thousands of lives depended on him, so he had to act carefully. It's not necessarily a bad thing, just a different perspective. Li Qiye smiled and said. He could sympathize from his own experience. Boss, may I go with you to the abandoned land? I might not be of much help, but I can still run errands or make you tea. You need someone to serve you when going out. The basilisk said. Despite being one of the top existences in the north, the basilisk knew that his cultivation wasn't enough to enter Li Qiye's eyes. He wasn't that useful and could only be an errand boy. No, just stay home. As you said, you're old and it's time to relax. Your clan might be your shackles, but being there will still make you happy. Enjoy having the little ones run around or rest on your knees. Li Qiye shook his head. Of course, the basilisk didn't mind. He has accomplished many things in his life and reached the top of the Grand Tao. His branch was populous and capable. He had no regrets in life outside of not being as untethered as Li Qiye. I do envy you, boss, always able to move ahead. He said. The path is endless. One shoulders more than people can imagine. Li Qiye said. True, my Tao heart can't make it that far since I'll falter eventually. He didn't find it shameful to admit this. There have been plenty of geniuses, immortal emperors, and Tao lords in history. However, only Li Qiye reached this level. Okay, this is a rare opportunity. Feel free to ask His Excellency any question regarding cultivation. Ancestors or whatever's teachings can't beat a few words from His Excellency. The basilisk eventually bought another chance for the girls. Li Qiye didn't refuse out of consideration for the basilisk. It was alright to give the juniors a better chance too. The two girls exchanged glances. Yi Lingyao was the first to speak. Your Excellency, you cultivate the 7 laws of the Golden Age and still have immense power despite only being a violet marquis. What is the mystery behind this? This has nothing to do with the 7 laws. The basilisk answered instead while shaking his head, any merit law, even the most basic one, will be extremely powerful when utilized by His Excellency. He has exceeded the boundary of techniques. You're half right. Li Chia smiled, it's true that I can exert any technique to its fullest potential. However, the 7 laws are unique. They're simply misunderstood by others. So the 7 laws are actually strong. Shi Qingjian was interested in this topic as well. The 7 laws when used by Li Chia could suppress anything else, virtually invincible. However, she thought that might be because of the user. That depends on what you're talking about. Li Chia said, are you referring to the 7 laws passed around the world or the real ones? The problem has to be related to that brat, blessed. There's something off here. The basilisk joined in, the duck egg buyer and pure sun Dao Lord have learned the 7 too. It's just that these laws changed after the brat, he rubbed his chin, not directly calling foul play. It's just that he thought that there was more than meets the eyes here. Didn't the world benefit after learning the explanation of Blessed Dao Lord? Yi Lingyao said. The 7 were known as laws of the blessed as well. They existed long ago and didn't have the current names. The old names weren't part of the record. In the past, people had a hard time cultivating with varying methods. Cultivation was far from its prosperous self today. This changed with the appearance of Blessed Dao Lord. After proving his Dao, he established a sect named True Immortal and spread the 7 laws. He investigated the 7 and simplified them, then gave everyone his unique interpretations. Henceforth, people had an easier time cultivating. It was easy for mortals to start, so the era of cultivation began, hence the Golden Age moniker. The Dao Lord's contribution couldn't be refuted, it was a magnificent achievement. When future descendants talked about him, they thought that he was a great man despite not being the strongest. The next era became known as Myriad Dao. Others also called it the era of the blessed due to his teachings. Other widely used names included era of the 7 laws and era of Dao doctrination. True Immortal sect propagated the 7 laws to every corner in 8 deciles during this era. Hard to say. The simplified 7 laws changed greatly afterward, no longer as pure as during the chaotic era. The basilisk answered, I remember my skepticism back then. However, the brat also stopped the unrest and chaos, allowing people to live in peace. Couldn't critique that. He was older than any Dao Lord since he was from the previous epoch. If he himself didn't question blessed, juniors like the 2 girls absolutely couldn't. During the late stage of the chaotic era, the wise sages worked hard with expeditions to the forbidden zones. Unfortunately, the stability didn't last long because the various races started to fight each other for domination. The flames of war ravaged 8 deciles once more. Rivers of blood were a common sight. Finally, Blessed Dao Lord flattened the chaos, and people could finally live in peace. They then cultivated the 7 laws, and this heralded the next era. Future descendants would always talk about Dao Lords, but few dared to curse the meritorious Blessed Dao Lord. Most had nothing but respect when talking about him. Only someone at the level of Dragon King Commander was qualified to question him. These matters have dispersed like smoke. Li Chia said, whether it be sincerity or ulterior motive, it doesn't matter anymore. He had a good idea about the 7 laws but didn't care too much. Rumor has it that the brat talked about being enlightened by an immortal. I actually thought he was talking about you. The basilisk glanced over at Li Chia. 1. Pure Sun Dao Lord was Pure Yang in 1 chapter, changed to Pure Sun to match an earlier word 2. So Blessed was another hard title to translate. I'm not sure if you guys remember the TL note for the 1st chapter, but it seems like we got it right. Chapter 35-38. At this point, not just the basilisk but even the 2 girls stared at Li Chia. There were plenty of legends about Blessed Dao Lord. One of them told a story about his youth and his Tao search. He came across an immortal and was taught by this great being. It made the Tao Lord's background and stories even more mystical. Some believed that he was only an ordinary youth before meeting this immortal. They went on to say that the 7 modified laws were passed down to him by the immortal. This made it easier for everyone else to cultivate. It's not me. Li Qiye shook his head. The basilisk knew that it wasn't Li Qiye after hearing this. He rubbed his chin and said, "A bit interesting. It's as if they're trying to be mysterious. Heh, true immortal. They don't exist here." Others might not wonder about this so-called true immortal. However, the basilisk has been around Li Qiye in the past. Li Qiye had brought this up and he completely trusted Li Qiye, hence his skepticism. There were 2 possibilities in his mind previously, that it was either Li Qiye or the guy was a fake. Of course, he has never seen this person before and didn't know the location of the meeting between Blessed and this person. On the other hand, the majority of future generations believed it. Blessed Tao Lord went on to create a sect and named it True Immortal. I wouldn't mind a meeting if there's a chance. Li Qiye smiled. His expression made the basilisk's heart skip a beat. If Blessed was telling the truth, then Li Qiye would eventually meet this true immortal. It wouldn't be a pretty meeting for the immortal. I wonder if it's on purpose. The basilisk had bold speculations because things seemed to change too much due to the changes of the 7 laws. The future generations haven't seen the real ones but he did. Thus, he was aware of the disparity. He didn't dare to say that there was a nefarious plan behind this because cultivation certainly prospered afterward. It became easy for everyone to start training. As time went on, the 7 laws were abandoned for other forms of cultivation. Therefore, the cultivation path started to diverge after the era of Blessed Tao Lord. They became more distant from the original Tao start. He wasn't at the level where he had a good grasp of the myriad Tao. However, he could still tell that there were minute changes. It wasn't as connected as before. In a sense, the ease of cultivation with the 7 actually lowered its floor and power. Cultivators picked private merit laws instead. They began hiding these secrets and cultivation became segmented. He had no comment on this particular direction. There was only one thing he was sure of, that the power of the Grand Tao weakened as a result. Of course, he never said any of this publicly. He was a man of status now and needed to be responsible with his words. Anything is possible. Li Qiye didn't care for this and nonchalantly said, "People can make their own choices. There are pros and cons." "And you, boss?" the basilisk asked. "I serve as a spark for this world." Li Qiye said, "However, this present can extinguish in the wind and rain. It requires fuel and future generations need to handle the supply." "I understand." The basilisk nodded. "Your Excellency, is it possible for me to cultivate the 7 laws?" Shi Qingjian eventually took a deep breath and asked seriously. Li Qiye glanced at her and chuckled, "You want to start over? It requires immense courage and determination. The Grand Tao isn't easy and your expectations won't always be met." Shi Qingjian was powerful enough already. Starting over meant paying a great price. Moreover, this path was full of unknowns. She glanced over at Yi Lingyao before answering, "I want to experiment. Let's see if it's the right one." Li Qiye smiled. Li Qiye began instructing the 2 girls in a brief session. He was able to easily explain profound issues. The 2 girls became immersed in the lesson. He didn't stay for long afterward and departed for the abandoned land. He didn't have thousands of disciples for the departure ceremony, only a top ancestor like Dragon King Commander. This was more than enough. The city became silent and everyone made way from him on the street. The crowd stood with their head lowered, not daring to breathe loudly. Some didn't have the courage to look straight at him, knees also buckled and they dropped to the ground. He still looked as ordinary as ever, the commander didn't exude his aura either. Nonetheless, fear still permeated the atmosphere. People only stopped being nervous after he was long gone. They stared in his direction and saw that he was heading to the deep south of northern West King. It was a barren land filled with golden sand. One couldn't see the end of it. Go back, can't go with me forever. Li Qiye smiled at the basilisk. Boss. The basilisk got on his knees and said, I think this will be our last meeting. My old bones will turn into dust soon enough and won't be able to pay respect anymore. He performed a full kowtow right afterward. Tears streamed down his cheeks. It wasn't easy for people from his generation to live till now, let alone meeting someone else. He believed that meeting Li Qiye again now was a miracle. There wouldn't be a second one because he wouldn't be able to live for that long. Plus, he didn't need to live for that long. When Li Qiye returned once more, he would be nothing more than dirt underground. Take care. Li Qiye sighed, his hardened heart felt some emotion once again, may you have fortune and peace. May you never stop on your path, Your Excellency. He bowed again. Yi Lingyao and Shi Qingjian standing in the back also prostrated. Goodbye, my old friend. Li Qiye helped the basilisk up. Goodbye, Your Excellency. More tears streamed down the basilisk's cheeks. Li Qiye smiled and turned around. He headed towards the Yellow Land without looking back. Chapter 35-39, The dried atmosphere made people parched, wanting to leave this place. A terrible heat must have ravaged this area, turning everything into sand. It was impossible to stay here for long. The moment one set foot in this place, it would feel as if they were walking into the gates of hell. This place didn't used to be known as the Abandoned Land. Those in 8 Desolaces didn't know of its glory days. It was still famous because it separated the south and north of West King. Normally, the two sides had no contact due to the distance. Crossing this land was exceedingly hard for any person. Only a Tao Lord could do so. Someone like Demon King Commander didn't want to try because the trip would take too much effort. Using a portal was rare as well. Some powers certainly had the ability to do so, but it required an exorbitant number of chaos stones. No one wanted to do this. Thus, only a big event or the activation of a Tao Lord would connect the two sides of West King. The size of this abandoned land remained unknown, only that it served as a separating distinction. The actual conditions inside were a mystery as well. Tao Lords and Supreme Ancestors have entered but rarely talked about it. The most they would say to their juniors was to not go there. Of course, many didn't listen to these seniors and still gave it a shot. They were confident and prideful, the rulers of their domain. Thus, an adventure to this place should be just fine. Unfortunately, they never returned after going in. These disappearances added to the legends. Some stated that there were ferocious fiends or the land itself was perilous. Others said that there were treasures from the older epochs waiting for the fateful ones. The Tao Lords and top masters didn't say anything about these rumors. They only warned their juniors to not enter this dangerous place. This wasn't enough to deter future generations. Otherwise, why did Tao Lords such as Blessed and Buddha travel there? In fact, all of the Tao Lords from Buddha Holy Ground have traveled there, Buddha, Dhyana, and Vajra. This garnered more attention to the land and the belief of old treasures became widely believed. One thing was quite strange. The land was considered dangerous by the top existences and people didn't leave after going in. However, it wasn't considered one of the 7 forbidden zones. This meant that it still wasn't as dangerous as the 7. At first, travelers would only sense the scorching dryness. However, as they delved deeper, they would feel a mysterious power seemingly summoning them. This affected all travelers, no exception. It was as if there was a gentle hand in front waving at them. Peace and warmth awaited, people couldn't help moving forward. Li Qiye sensed it from the very start. With the first step, it seemed to be illusory, shifting in and out of existence like feelers trying to explore and scout. As one moved deeper into the land, they would get closer and completely wrapped around the person. Once the traveler figured it out, they would already be wrapped like a cocoon. Escaping was futile. Li Qiye had a smile on and didn't mind the intrusion during his path. The layers of this power wrapped around him didn't affect him in the slightest due to the power of his Tao heart. They were as feeble as spiderwebs before a giant. While standing outside, people had the impression that this land was endless with nothing but emptiness and sand. This wasn't the case. If they got far enough, the sand completely disappeared. The ground wasn't dead any longer and became pleasant like a beach. Li Qiye saw flashing lights of the Buddhist affinity, seemingly emanating from the soil. The mysterious power at the start was dense and powerful, making others feel close to it. Now, with the flashing lights, one would feel as if there was a Buddha on the horizon chanting supreme mantras. He was the one waving, wanting to lead travelers towards a kingdom of salvation. This was awfully tempting and virtually impossible to escape, akin to a bug trapped in a spider's webs. The more it struggled to break free, the tighter the bind. The lights also didn't affect Li Qiye. Just think about it, he was someone who could turn into a Buddha with a single thought. How could this affinity tempt him at all? As he got farther, he started seeing some corpses from various eras. The newest ones were only several years old. The old has been here for millions of years. They were dried now but still had vivid expressions. All of them had the same pose too, sitting like a meditating monk. All of them stared in the same direction, deeper into this land. It appeared that the summoning force was still calling them during their last moment. There was no pain and suffering on their face, no struggling either. This seemed to be a peaceful death. They went to the other side without any worries and unwillingness. Death seemed to be the gateway towards the Supreme Kingdom. This would naturally frighten any spectator. Li Qiye moved on and saw shrines and temples. They were no longer as magnificent as before, the walls and sides were broken. Nonetheless, one could still imagine the original splendor of this place. It was definitely a holy kingdom of Buddhism. Chapter 35-40, The Buddhist lights became denser as he delved deeper into this land. After reaching a particular threshold, the light became a layer on the ground. It was as if a treasure bottle had broken and the Buddhist serum inside had spilled out. This golden serum looked quite magical. Moreover, the summoning force became stronger. The Supreme Buddha was virtually standing in front of him now for the enlightenment process. Others would suddenly want to join Buddhism. Fewer bodies were seen in this area. Judging by their appearance and clothes, these beings were far more powerful than the ones in the outer area. Monks' corpses could be seen now. They had a reverent expression and wore an old-styled robe. It was abundantly clear that they were from an older age. The ravage of time didn't destroy their body. They certainly didn't belong to this epoch. Their hands were still clasped together to form a mudra. It seemed that during their last moment, they continued to chant Buddhist mantras in an attempt to prove their belief to the heaven. There was a clear difference between these monks and the corpses outside given the various clues. The latter were outsiders, forced to come in and die by the summoning force. As for the monks, they were natives that have reached the height of Buddhism. They gave everything, their powerful Buddhist affinity and ultimate faith for this land. Buddhist funeral plateau. Li Qiye sighed while looking at the monk, one of the 12 burial grounds, gone. Yes, it turned out that the so-called abandoned land was the Buddhist funeral plateau from the previous epoch. Though it was considered a burial ground, it was still a place of worship, a holy land in the mind of many. Alas, something happened during the great disaster unbeknown to outsiders. The place suffered destruction and numerous wise monks died. Remember, this area has survived an entire epoch and gathered the power of faith from trillions of living beings. This resulted in immense Buddhist affinity seeping into each inch of the land and every blade of grass. This affinity remained till the present day. Anyone who came here would be affected by this summoning call. The longer the stay, the stronger the calling. Eventually, they became prey to the affinity and were forced to stay here till death. They turned into part of the land, another brick for its foundation. This didn't apply to Wuxia, who still had a natural expression. During his previous visit to this place, even Di Shi couldn't affect his Tao heart, let alone this remnant affinity. He started seeing cracks and holes. Something seemed to have torn the ground apart, truly a shocking scene. He looked up and noticed that even the sky vault was torn apart with numerous jaw-like black holes meant for devouring. Further up were stars that had been dragged down or were completely broken. One was split in two, another tough one had a hole from one side to the other. Another star made of ice became reduced to continental masses of glaciers. The sun itself seemed tilted and its flames ravaged this area, heralding an apocalypse. Old shrines and temples were still floating in the air despite being damaged beyond repair. Nonetheless, they still exuded Buddhist affinity. Some had wise monks sitting in the meditative pose. Of course, they were already dead. The destruction took one back to the monstrous event of the great disaster. All living beings wailed in lamentation. If someone from the Nine Worlds epoch were to see this, they would be left aghast. Buddhist Funeral Plateau, one of the 12, was definitely among the strongest domains. Even an immortal emperor couldn't touch it. Alas, the entire place was finished now. Its old prosperity was no more. The great Buddhist lords and their followers have disappeared. No one could come up with a good explanation for this result. Di Shi, what happened? Wuxia murmured. Few had a better grasp on the true might of Buddhist Funeral Plateau than him. It has existed for countless years, always refining Buddhist power and faith. Moreover, it had someone like Di Shi as well. In addition, one of the 9 heavenly treasures was here, Myriad Thoughts Pot. Wuxia marched silently onward and saw untold destruction, enough to frighten the most courageous men. He didn't support Di Shi's actions back in the previous epoch. He believed that this path wasn't possible, but it could still be considered a worthwhile experiment. Numerous supreme overlords have tried things like this in the past. No one could be sure of the result. However, they haven't even embarked on the journey and already faced destruction. Thousands of possibilities popped up in Wuxia's mind, but he didn't come to a conclusion. He eventually reached the deepest area of this forsaken place, the core of the plateau. It contained the power of faith and Buddhist affinity. These two things manifested into a supreme ocean of Buddhism. The ocean had shattered. Its light leaked onto the fragmented ground like a golden serum. After more time, perhaps golden lotus flowers could bloom from the serum. This place would be considered a holy ground once more. Above was a large black hole with cracks emanating from it. The Buddhist serum was oozing through all of these cracks. Wuxia carefully observed the scene. It could have been a shocking battle or a plundering contest. Something tore apart the sky and dragged up everything. It must have been a destructive process. Other cultivators were nothing more than ants. He squatted down and touched the soil, trying to sense this broken land for a full scout. Myriad Thoughts Pot, he frowned because this treasure wasn't here any longer. The plateau should have been untouchable with this pot, but they have lost. Chapter 35-41, was the pot taken away by the invaders or by the plateau? No one had an answer to this. Wuxia focused his eyes, seemingly piercing through time back to this event. What's the intent? He murmured. After his observation, he found that the plateau wasn't fully destroyed. After all, it was massive and the broken area was only one part of it. For example, perhaps this core location was still perfectly fine. Thus, in reality, perhaps the plateau was still around. After all, Shi, the Buddhist lord, Nihility Temple, Nalanda Temple. None stuck around. Shi, this is an all-out attempt. Li Qiye said. He stood there quietly. The unique burial grounds of the Nine Worlds have lost two members, Drystone Courtyard and Buddhist Funeral Plateau. However, the two cases were different. Drystone Courtyard was suddenly dragged away without any warning. In this case, Shi made his move, resulting in a destructive event. This force had immense power since they also had the myriad thoughts pot. There must have been a great battle here. It was hard to tell whether the plateau was still around or not. His eyes eventually flashed during the observation. He came to a particular void zone. This was a scar on the sky that has lasted for millions of years. It was special, unlike the other cracks. The others poured down Buddhist serum while this one had the presence of death energy. This gray affinity didn't belong to this world. It should be from a world of death. He touched it and smoke came out of his hand. This was a power capable of corroding the flesh of top cultivation masters. They would be reduced to skeletons in no time at all. He dragged some out and didn't mind the corrosive nature. He found it to be very familiar and started peering through the crack for a long time. What a method. Li Qiye sneered and said, "The fox has shown its tail, just wait. Instead of picking the right path, you choose to antagonize me. How suicidal." This sneer of his was awfully cold, capable of freezing the ages. The gods and devils would be trembling while prostrating. His expression became normal again. No one could read his thoughts right now. He moved on to check the other cracks, taking his time. One particular hole made him stop because of the surging light within. However, the hole was too deep. Even a heavenly gaze couldn't see the bottom, as if this was an entrance to hell. He turned towards another location with a corpse. This corpse was bent with a large golden chain coiled around the shoulder. The man was trying to pull something up when he was alive. The other end of the chain was inside the peculiar hole. Li Qiye activated his gaze and saw that it was tied to a large temple. This person tried everything possible to pull the temple out of the hole. Unfortunately, his efforts were unrewarded. He wore a gilded kasaya and was a vitra. This was millions and millions of years ago, yet his posture remained the same. It seemed that even death couldn't stop him from trying to pull the temple out. Around him were flowers. They were still as fresh as ever, as if they had been brought here yesterday. Thus, this meant that across the long years, many have come to pay their respect. Vedas. Li Qiye frowned again. This person could be considered an old acquaintance. He used to be a heinous villain before repenting and joining Buddhism. Li Qiye had killed his entire race. Vedas was the sole survivor. He didn't expect to see the guy here today. He sighed after seeing Veda's heroic and commendable attempt. Nothing will change the fact that you have committed heinous crimes. Your attempt to be good does not cancel out your evil. Li Qiye stared at the corpse and said, "However, you stayed true to your words and became a devout Buddhist with a heart wanting to be good." Buzz. Li Qiye gently waved his hand and light illuminated the corpse. Boom. Buddhist radiance suddenly erupted from the corpse. It became gigantic and seemingly came back to life. Clank. 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 It grasped the chain tightly and started moving forward. Each step left behind a deep footprint as the temple was being slowly pulled up. The chains on the shoulder could crush the corpse to pieces from the pressure. Nonetheless, it still didn't give up. Boom. The temple was finally dragged out. The corpse then sat on the ground and became normal again. Amitba. The corpse placed its palms together and chanted one last time before closing its eyes. Buzz, it turned into Buddhist particles and scattered to the wind. Its obsession was finally gone. People would think that this was just an illusion if it wasn't for the temple next to the hole. Earlier, the corpse still had obsessive intent left, so Li Qie decided to give it some power. The intent woke up and was strong enough to fulfill its desire and mission. Thus, it dispersed along with the Vajra's body. From now on, the heinous villain and the devout Buddhist were no more. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Li Qie said softly. This was also the case for the area. It was no longer the holy land of Buddhism nor the dreadful burial ground. The future descendants would no longer know the stories of Buddhist funeral plateau. 1, Chapter 1038. Chapter 3542, Few people managed to get out of the abandoned land, let alone crossing through the entire thing. Thus, the sheer scale of this area eluded regular people. However, this just didn't apply to Li Qie. Of course, he didn't travel so far to find a treasure or to have an adventure. The goal was to find an answer to certain questions. He had a good idea after seeing the broken world. Though it didn't solve all the mysteries, it was good enough. Thus, his next target became the southern region of West King. If one could actually travel through the abandoned land, they would make it to the southern border. Of course, only Dao lords and a few supreme ancestors were capable of this. The outer region of the abandoned land consisted of sand and heat. People's mouth became dry and they couldn't help licking their lips. The sun was cruel in this desolate desert. The birds and fish all hid from the scorching temperature. One could occasionally see some vegetation like a leaf or two, but they were already on the verge of withering. One person eventually appeared, walking through the sand with a leisure expression. Though his robe has been dirted and the wind made his hair disorderly, he still sauntered forward. The traveler was none other than Li Qie, who has made it to the other side of West King. The perilous journey didn't affect him at all. Of course, he could have traveled through with one spatial leap, but he chose against it. He did a full scout of the abandoned land instead. He eventually climbed on top of an exceedingly high sand dune. He saw a broken wall with a tent on top. Inside was actually a vendor's stand. A little merchant was arranging his merchandise and ready to yell for customers. This was indeed a confusing matter. There was definitely no one close within a 10,000 miles radius. One would be hard-pressed to see another living soul once every 1,000 years here. In the case of a traveler, they would be flying in the air across this desert. Not to mention his own survival, how could he get any customer here? Customer, you're so early. Please, come in and rest for a bit. The merchant saw Li Qie and waved at him with a smile. Abnormality usually was a sign of trouble. Anyone would be cautious towards this merchant under these circumstances. Li Qie was an exception. He casually walked into the tent and sat down on a stool. The cruel sun was finally blocked, so this was a refreshing feeling. The merchant scooped a ladle full of cool water from a jar nearby and handed it to Li Qie. He said, "This weather is unbearable, please, have a drink to quench your thirst." No one would dare to drink this water out of suspicion, but Li Qie grabbed the ladle and drank the entire thing in no time at all. Nice and cold. Li Qie laughed and returned the ladle. Another then. The merchant got another scoop for Li Qie. The latter still fearlessly drank the whole thing before belching with satisfaction. He then lazily stretched after chasing the heat away. "Do you want one more, customer?" The merchant remained enthusiastic. Keep in mind that water could be considered priceless in a desert. However, this merchant didn't seem to mind at all. "I'm full." Li Qie smiled and finally took a look at the merchant. The merchant was tall and sturdy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he looked a bit unsavory with a fierce-looking face and an exposed chest despite wearing a black robe. His beard was unkempt and resembled a hedgehog's quills. Thus, he looked more like a meat butcher instead of a merchant, looking greasy and hot-headed. "Where are you from, customer?" He revealed a smile towards Li Qie, one resembling the smile of a butcher before slaughtering his prey. "From where I should. Li Qiye didn't mind at all. Where are you going, customer? He seemed to be friendly, but this didn't change the innate creepiness in his smile. Where I should be. Li Qiye replied, not showing any prejudice towards the merchant's brutish appearance. Sigh, it's not easy to traverse this devilish place. It's even more amazing when you're walking. It was as if the merchant hadn't seen a living person in a long time. He didn't try to advertise his merchandise and took advantage of this rare opportunity to chat. It's not too bad, the difficulty lies in one's Tao heart, not the sand and the heat. Li Qiye responded. Well said. The merchant clapped approvingly and laughed. You sound like a scholar, the opposite of an uncouth person like me. I can't be as eloquent. Really now? So why is an uncouth person such as yourself here in this place where even the birds don't want to shit? It's not easy making a living here. Not easy. I'm starving to death. The merchant spat on the ground. Not a single customer year-round, so I can't even afford a cooked meal. Eat raw then. Li Qiye said. Ba, you're funny, customer. I am a proper person who never kills. The merchant placed his palms together. His appearance would indicate that he was anything but proper. Moreover, he wanted to sound like a wise monk, yet due to his expression, it looked as if he was a demon disguising as a monk, on the verge of opening his bloody mouth. Li Qiye only chuckled in response. Sigh, it's hard being in the city nowadays, city folks are vicious and greedy. If I'm not careful, I'll be a meal in someone's stomach. I might be starving here, but at least I'll survive. Chapter 35-43. The fierce merchant looking like a butcher had a pained expression as if he was a little girl that got bullied recently. Li Qiye ignored him and looked outside. The scenery is especially nice. This statement was certainly incongruous due to the harsh environment. The sun here could drive people crazy. Right, peaceful and good for the soul, nothing to worry about. Strangely enough, the merchant agreed and nodded repeatedly. Who knows if the two of them actually thought that this perilous place was beautiful? A third party would certainly think that they were crazy. The scenery inside is even better. Li Qiye said, completely aloof of the situation. Right, Buddhist serum gushing everywhere just like a heavenly kingdom. The merchant touched his sparse hair and said with a touch of yearning, it's a shame that I was born in the wrong era, unable to see the prosperous kingdom. Ba, how enviable. True, you could have been a wise monk just by putting on a kasaya given your bald head. Then you can go up the altar and start chanting mantras to save all living beings. Li Qiye said. Customer, I consider this an insult. The merchant placed his palms together and said, even if I have the jibba on my forehead, I'll still be a terrible monk that eats meat and drinks, not a wise one at all. So what if you drink and eat meat? Li Qiye stared at the horizon and said, even a heinous villain can become a Vajra. Ba. Put down the blade and become a Buddha. The monk chanted while lowering his head. Unfortunately, I don't believe in that at all. Li Qiye responded, those who deserve death should die, repentance and striving for good aren't enough. Customer, who do you think deserves death then? The merchant actually put on a dignified expression, a clear contrast to his brutish one prior. Whoever I deem so. Li Qiye replied. Isn't that tyrannical? The merchant pondered for a bit, perhaps only the high heaven can judge, it's not our responsibility. The high heaven is the high heaven, nothing to do with me. I will kill whoever I believe deserves to die, the high heaven included. Li Qiye said. The merchant became startled. Those who understood the underlying meaning of this phrase would feel the same way and considered this as sacrilegious. The merchant didn't refute the statement and carefully pondered. I can't say I understand. I'm just a vulgar merchant. He eventually shook his head and said helplessly. Vulgar or not, I know that you're a cautious and prepared person, no? Li Qiye smirked, seemingly implicating something. "Ah," the merchant said, "no way, there's no point in being cautious at this tiny shop, nothing is worth a single coin here." Li Qiye didn't bother responding, but the merchant maintained a distance from him. He seemed to be thirsty and drank more water. "Do you think there are ghosts to the south?" Li Qiye suddenly changed the topic. The merchant paused for a bit before swallowing the water. He got his fill, then wiped his mouth with his sleeve after a loud belch. "I've never seen ghosts before, but the south is indeed a little strange. Some unknown creatures have crawled out." "So you have done some research?" Li Qiye stared straight at him. "Nothing grand like that." The merchant waved his hand and humbly said, "I'm just trying to stay alive, that's more than enough for me." But the sages of Buddha holy ground might not share the same thought. Li Qiye suddenly brought this up. The merchant's expression became frozen. He eventually shook his head and sighed, "Future descendants can't understand the goals of the sages. Speculations are merely in vain." Li Qiye chuckled and dropped the topic. "Customer, you're heading south?" the merchant asked. "Indeed." Li Qiye looked in that direction. It seemed as if he was already looking at it. "It's not that easy to get there." "May I ask for what reason?" the merchant said. "To end a few things." Li Qiye casually responded. The two remained vague as if there was no need for words. Their manners and expressions said it all. "What about you?" Li Qiye glanced at the merchant. "Just trying to make some money for food. It's not that easy nowadays. Start early and come home late at night, afraid of meeting ill-intended people on the way. I'll lose everything if I'm not careful." the merchant said. "There are many transactions." Li Qiye smiled and said, "For the high heaven, the 9 heavens and 10 earths are nothing more than merchandise on the counter. Someone as brutish like me can't understand what you're trying to say." The merchant smiled wryly. "Fine, since you have prepared a stand, take out a few items. I'll see if I want them." Li Qiye said. "Oh, I almost forgot." The merchant slapped his head and said, "Look, I'm so absent-minded now, it's been a long time since I had a conversation with someone." He didn't have that many things, only enough to fill a cloth bag. He placed them on the stand in a careless manner, virtually just tossing them up there. "How about this bronze thurible?" He held up the thurible. It was exquisitely made with some viridity on the edges, looking a bit old. "I found it from the Buddhist land. The moment I dug it up, golden spring and sacred lotus materialized. The smell of incense permeated along with Buddhist mantras. I'm confident that it is a priceless treasure. There are rumors about the abandoned land having things from the previous epoch, I'm sure this is one of them." The merchant swore. "This is indeed from that previous era, but it's not a treasure, just a regular thurible." Li Qiye took one glance and said. "Then look at this one, supreme Buddhist beads from the Western Paradise." The merchant immediately picked something else. The beads were carved from wood. Each had the image of a Buddha with different expressions. They had the smell of sandalwood, seemingly being stored in a shrine for many years. "I found it from the capital city, the heirloom of a great clan. It originated from Heavenly Dragon Temple. It was blessed by high monks for millions of years, capable of eliminating evil." The merchant bragged about the Buddhist beads. "It's fake, just an imitation." Li Qiye said dismissively. "Imitation, really?" The monk became startled. "Damn that bastard, actually tricking me with a fake. You messed with the wrong person. I'll flay you. I'll flay you good," the merchant shouted, looking to be in pain and resembling a meat butcher ready to kill someone in a maddening rage. However, he cursed for a bit before choosing another item. He put on a smile befitting that of a merchant again. He held a stone and introduced it to Li Qiye. "Customer, please look at this stone. It should be a meteor with a big origin. Back in the old era during the Great Disaster, the sky suddenly turned dark. Chapter 35-44, the merchant enthusiastically introduced the meteoric stone in his hand, saying that it was unique in the world. Those not in the know would actually believe him, their heart would start beating faster. Unfortunately, Li Qia's attention was on another item placed in the corner of the tent along with other old and broken items. What about that thing? Li Qia picked it up and asked the merchant. It was a simple ring made of bronze with only one engraving, the character, Buddha. This type of writing was from an older era and wouldn't be recognized by most. It no longer had a metallic shine due to its age and a lack of polishing. It appeared worthless, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that no one would pick it up after coming across it on the street. The merchant became tense after seeing this. His eyes shifted a bit as he laughed. "Customer, that's only a crappy ring not worth anything, that's why I didn't present it to you. You should take a look at something else." Li Qia casually put it on his finger and it just happened to be a perfect fit. It seemed to be specifically made for Li Qia, quite pleasant to look at. The ring became a part of him. A glimmer flashed in the merchant's eyes. He put on a forced smile and said, "Are you sure you don't want to try something else? A broken ring like that doesn't suit your image." "No, I'm more than happy with it since it suits me. No need to pick anything else." Li Qia smiled. "Customer, you're a man of high status." The merchant's expression became bitter. "Wearing this ring is beneath you. Please, how about this prized bracelet? It can encompass and store anything in existence. The core is made from crimson divine stone and was refined using a supreme spatial art." He took out a bracelet with a blinding light, immediately illuminating the tent. Even a fool could tell that this was a priceless treasure, countless levels above the broken ring. The ring looked shabbier in comparison. The two weren't on the same plane of value. "Customer, what do you think? Since our meeting is fateful, I'll sell the bracelet to you at a big discount, okay? It is suitable for your status, unlike that broken ring." The merchant praised the bracelet. "It's not bad, definitely capable of taking in a realm." Li Qia glanced at it and said, "Right, take the bracelet and forget about the ring." The merchant laughed and tried to exchange the two. "Nah." Li Qia immediately refused. "The ring is crappy, but I believe it is connected with me by fate, so I want it. I don't care for other treasures." The merchant's expression became worse and worse. Anyone else would think that Li Qia was crazy for picking the ring over the bracelet. Even a blind person knew which to pick, so Li Qia's choice was inscrutable. "How much for this ring?" Li Qia smirked. "Well," the merchant rubbed his palms together, looking a bit awkward as if he didn't know how to price it. "You don't want to sell it?" Li Qia's half-smile scared the merchant. "Of course I do." The merchant closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, "But keep in mind that this ring is my family's heirloom. My mother passed it down to me and wanted me to give it to my future wife. It's just that I still haven't found one yet despite my old age. If I were to lose the ring, Mother would destroy me," he complained while wearing a sad expression as if he was telling the truth. "Name the price." Li Qia pushed on. "The ring itself is nothing, but it has special significance." The merchant didn't know what the price should be. "In my opinion, it's not worth a single coin." Li Qia said, "But since you came all this way here to set up a stand, I'll be nice enough to give you one." He then tossed a coin towards the merchant. The merchant instinctively caught the coin and then stared at it, bewildered. He became speechless, unable to express his emotions and thoughts. Fine, even one coin is still money, at least I didn't lose everything." The merchant had no choice but to accept his fate. He carefully put away the coin as if it was an exorbitant sum. Li Qia smiled and ignored what had just transpired and the pain inflicted. "Customer, do you want to look at anything else? My treasures are from places all over the world, they're magical yet fairly priced." The merchant introduced other treasures. "Not good enough." Li Qia glanced at them and lacked interest. "Sigh, It's not easy doing small business recently. It's too hot here too, just selling 1 or 2 items is enough to thank the heaven. It's impossible to take care of a family like this. The merchant couldn't do anything else and gave up. He started complaining and let everything out. Just give up if you can't do it, stop complaining. Li Qiye stabbed him instead of consoling. I want to do that too, customer. The merchant said, but that's easier said than done. I have the old and young to take care of, they're all crying for food so I can't just quit. The merchant took advantage of having someone to speak with and complained his heart out regarding his family situation. Then let me take care of your wife and kids. Li Qiye smilingly joked. Anyone would become furious after hearing this disrespectful comment and might go even as far as taking out their weapon. However, the merchant seemed fine. He heartily laughed and said, that's a good idea, really a good idea. Then customer, you can take care of my whole family then. I hope you'll be able to deal with the messes. These 2 strangers were saying some ridiculous things. The merchant actually handed his whole family over to Li Qiye, who simply chuckled at the idea. It's getting dark and it'll be dangerous. Customer, you should move on. Have another drink first for the journey so you won't be thirsty. The merchant looked up at the sky before handing another ladle filled with water. Li Qiye drank the whole thing and left without saying another word. Watch out for the jackals and wolves, especially the ones who wear yellow robes. The merchant shouted as he was leaving. Li Qiye didn't answer and walked across the desert. If he were to look back, he would find that there was nothing near the broken wall. The tent and the merchant were nowhere to be found. Others would think that they have just met a ghost or that it was only a dream. However, Li Qiye still had that bronze ring on his finger. Moreover, he didn't look back once, not caring at all about the meeting. 1. Jackals and wolves are idioms for evil people. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.